is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Thursday edition live here on DFW Sports Station from the 11th floor Odyssey Tower on DFW Sports Station. What? Odyssey. You sound peppy. Ready to go?
It's gone. I got live sports on, man. The Open Championship is on. This is at Royal Troon, which, for my money, is had the greatest final round I've ever seen in a major in 2016. Phil was one down to Henrik Stenson, shoots a 65 and loses by 3. Like, that just doesn't, right? You know, you shoot a 65 and you're down 1 going in the final round. You're expected to win that, and he loses by 3.
No wonder he's down there on that ESPN Top 100 list.
Yeah, right. No
Couldn't
kidding.
get it done.
Yeah, that was some bad luck, but yeah, it'll be a interesting morning because it's relatively calm, not windy. So I wonder how low the scores are going to be throughout this tournament. Henrik won it at 20 under 8 years ago. I don't know that we're going to get to 20 under this week, but we'll see.
And Scotty Scheffler making pre-tournament history in terms of being a favorite.
So he's been favored in every major this year. His first guy since Tiger to be favored in every major in a calendar year. Of course, Tiger did it 12 times, which that might be one of the most amazing, the amount of amazing dominant stats that you could find about Tiger Woods are just stunning, because that's one of them. Like, he was favored in every major throughout the year on 12 different occasions. That is stupid. You know, it's just, it goes back to what we talked about yesterday, was playing in the snacks, where, like, Barry Bonds' 4 or 5 year stretch in the early 2000s was something that we've just never seen. And we're like praising like an Aaron Judge 50-game stretch, and that was just Bonds' last 5 years of his career.
So this course sets up for big scoring?
It did in 2016. They think it'll be about 12 or 13 under, depending on the weather.
It's amazing how it's just permanently overcast.
I know. Always.
British Open, always getting yesterday's weather in the Metroplex.
Yep. My mom will be there next week.
Your mom?
My mom is going to Scotland.
Why?
I have no idea.
Who's she going with?
Nobody. Apparently there's like girls from, like, there's a church that's going, and she's going to be there, but she's like just going on her own, and then she'll be doing stuff with the church.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Is that why your boy became religious all of a sudden to travel the world?
Travel the world with grandma? It might have been. But yeah, she's going to Scotland. She says she wants to move there. And I had to tell her, look, I'm already a landowner. You know, I am a lord. I bought my tree.
You can lease the property to her.
I can lease you a square foot.
Yes.
Go stand in it. Take a leak on that, and then claim your territory.
Meanwhile, it is an absolute shame that Bobby Roberto Belt is always 30 minutes late to the show, because he was live texting this event last night in the Metroplex.
Caitlin decided not to shoot. Mitchell will hits the three.
Oh my goodness.
We're tied again.
This is incredible.
And that is the 19th assist for Caitlin.
This is incredible.
A new WNBA single game record.
There's the call on ESPN. Record-wise, an embarrassing loss to the Dallas Wings, but Caitlin Clark, in her American League All-Star jersey for the Indiana Fever, breaks the WNBA record with 19 assists.
It's pretty cool.
Like
It's pretty cool.
You like that?
She's apparently they're already calling her the best passer in the league, or one of them.
Well, you could see it in college. That's why I kept calling her Steph, not just because of the shooting. It feels like Steph's passing kind of faded away in terms of highlights as his career went on.
Yeah.
Because early on, he might have gotten a little bit too fancy with some of the turnovers, but Steph Curry threw some nasty passes. And I'm like, watching this girl go up and down, I mean, she finds everyone. The storyline early on in her WNBA career was all the scrubs that she's playing with, not finishing off her assists, and then the highlight reels of them jacking up her turnover numbers by not finishing or not being able to handle the rock.
Yeah, that's true. Look, she's a good player. And people are saying, oh, she locked up the Rookie of the Year. Which, she was Vegas already said she had locked it up. They gave her an 80% chance.
Oh, didn't lock up someone defensively.
No.
Locked up the award.
Locked up the award.
Okay.
Not defensively.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that
you
either.
You still were texting last night Angel Reese should win it.
Yeah, just because I want to troll Bobby, too. But no, yeah, because I think Angel certainly should be much closer. I don't have a problem if Caitlin's favored or that she wins, but I don't think it's an 80% implied odd there. She's not minus 360. Now she's probably higher.
Bobby was covering this, though, with typical Bobby attitude and insults, but he was watching it.
He was watching.
He was watching it.
He was watching, and that's the thing. You complain about something, but if you watch, doesn't that mean you're kind of a fan?
And I'm curious if anyone listening went to this game.
Reggie,
what is going? Did he say he was?
I don't
going?
know. I know he goes to some.
Yeah.
I got a buddy. He
and I want the attendance number on this as well, Pepe, if you can find it. I'm looking at the box score on ESPN, but it's not listed right now.
They're they did it. I gotta say, like they had. I looked at the numbers from yesterday's, the night before's games.
I got it. Ooh, what do you think it was? College Park Center in Arlington.
Okay, I'm surprised. So they didn't move it?
They didn't have to, according to this figure.
Yeah, well, that may be the max capacity.
Yes.
I already saw it.
Pepe, you want to guess what it is, or did you see?
I did look. I found it.
Okay. Are you surprised it was 6251?
Not unless
you're looking at the max capacity.
The max capacity is right around there. It's 7,000. So, I mean, still, that's not even sold out, which is surprising.
Yeah.
That's surprising because I thought, she's played some games at arenas. Like they've moved.
In Vegas, they moved it.
Yeah, and I think they moved it in Orlando or Washington. One of those places they moved it to. So, I don't know why they wouldn't have moved it. Maybe they didn't have the ticket sales for it, but that's a little surprising because, there were some games over on Tuesday that had 18,000 in WNBA that didn't involve Caitlin Clark, that had 13,000 that didn't involve Caitlin Clark.
And by the way, she dropped 24 points as well. So 24 and 19.
That's pretty good.
That's
pretty good.
Pretty good stat line
sure.
right there. As the Fever end up losing to your Dallas Wings. And then Bronny had a little breakout.
Man, I watched a little bit of this. I was looking for Dalton Connect, and I saw him in street clothes. I turned it right off. But no, I watched a handful of possessions. Did not see him score, but he did have 12 points.
12 points. That's a breakout. First play of the game. It is improvement, Jerry Jones. First play of the game, curled off a screen and hit a 17-foot jumper.
Now, they gave him what, in my opinion, was a gift of a charge. He did not have position. I mean, he was not even looking at the guy. And they called the charge on the dude. And they said his feet were stable. Like, it was just a terrible call. Terrible call. One of those calls is going to make you hate Bronny. But yeah, that was a good little bounce back for him because he needed it.
So Bronny James will be your NBA story, and Caitlin Clark will be your WNBA story to start off your Thursday morning. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line is always wide open at 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. 877-881-1053. Are we getting the big-time television reunion? The ratings are in for the All-Star events in Arlington, and we're getting closer and closer to Cowboys training camp as well. We are your home of the boys, and Bobby Belt is our official Cowboys insider. A Sebastian Maniscalco ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on, trying to get you closer to the weekend as quickly as possible, starting off here on Sean and RJ. Thursday edition continues on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Frank Caliente.
PI.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Shout out to Chris Trapp, road tripping from, is it Navasota?
Nacogdoches?
N-A-V-A. Navasota? Navasota, Texas to Oklahoma, Toloing all the way. But I had not heard of Navasota.
No,
I was like, is this a different pronunciation of the V in here like you just did? But Navasota, I'm sure you are map questing it right now.
All right.
And then, of course, the great Jay Ochoa, always with us to start off every single show.
Okay, down sorted by College Station.
Okay.
I am not familiar with College Station to Houston. Like, once you go, I know Houston, I know College Station, but right between the two, nothing. I know nothing about right between the two because I've never traveled right between the two. You take different roads to get to different places. So I know nothing about that area.
Yesterday in Crosstalk, when Mike Bassick, he was prepared to baseball fight me again. He was getting ready to take a baseball bat to my ankles when I was talking about the second half of the All-Star game being pretty boring. And it's an unfair comparison, too, with Mike. He went to the game. That's going to be cooler. He went with his kids because in the commercial break, he was talking to me about these lifelong memories that he was establishing with his sons. I'm like, what? We're talking apples and oranges here. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're going to maybe the only all-star game with your son that you'll be able to go to. But you were giving us soccer versus baseball numbers, and Fox's broadcast of the game averaged 7.6 million viewers. That's up 6% over last year. MLB All-Star continues to be the most watched All-Star telecast among major sports leagues, which makes all the sense in the world.
Okay, so you said 7 point what?
7.6 for the game. You had the numbers for the Derby. At 5?
5.5 million.
Okay, so 2 million more watched the game.
This is unbelievable. What was... I'll get the MLB in a second. 7.6. What year was the last NBA Finals game to have more than 7.6 million viewers to it?
Like an individual game?
Yeah.
I'll just guess off the top of my head, Warriors Cavs.
So that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was 2019 was the last year a single NBA Finals game had more than 7.6 million viewers.
And who was that?
Toronto Golden State.
Ooh.
Every game got 7.6 million or more.
And that's not counting Canada?
Right, not counting Canada. So, LA Lakers, Miami Heat in the bubble never got more than 4.8 million. Bucks, Phoenix never got more than 6.6. Golden State, Boston never got more than 7.5.
That's pretty stunning.
Denver, Miami never got more than 7, and the Mavs and Boston never got more than 6.3. World Series to get more than 7.6 million.
For Rangers D-backs?
No, they never got more than 6.
Yeah.
Houston, Philly never got more than 6.9.
Man.
Atlanta, Houston, Game 6 got 7.9.
Does that tell you that baseball is still there as number 3 in America's hearts? Soccer aside.
And number 2 is what?
College football.
Probably. You're
going to make an argument for baseball over college football?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. I'm still going between baseball and NBA.
Well, these numbers
show that
suggest. It's an all-star game.
It's an all-star game.
Because if you match up the World Series individual game numbers versus NBA Finals, who would win that?
So this last one was a killer. This last one was a killer. But
both were.
Both were.
Both Texas teams representing did not bring the ratings against the Diamondbacks, and for some reason the Celtics, even though the series was a blowout.
All right, so 2022, the average NBA Finals game was a 6.1 million viewers, and that was that was Nuggets Miami, so last year, and then the previous year of Houston Philadelphia was 6.1, so same. You go before that, it was 6.5 for Braves Astros, it was 6.6 for Golden State Boston, so right there on the same. The year before that was 5.2 Milwaukee Phoenix, 5.2 Dodgers Rays. And then in 2019, it was 8.1 for Nats Houston and 8.8 for Raptors. So they're basically they've been kind of it's clear.
Seesawing.
They're seesawing. It's clear, though. There's a if it's not football, you're struggling. You're struggling to get viewers.
Is ESPN looking for more viewers with a reunion? They quickly issued the statement. Skip Bayless will not be rejoining First Take to join Stephen A. Smith. Not happening.
What did you make of this?
I was surprised
That they came out this quick?
Yeah, I was surprised, because I had suggested do a Russo type thing with Skip, and maybe they'll do it if Skip hopefully doesn't enter contract. I hope the entire sports world freezes his ass out. But I was a little bit surprised. But it's also like Stephen A. kind of being like, yo, man, I want to win this all-time argument. Like you said, good relationship with Skip. I think he's got a ton of respect for Skip, but they were competitors, and I think it's like, yo, man, I don't need to do this little cute reunion because I want to end up on top of this argument, because it's kind of Skip versus Stephen A. in the talk debate format.
Mm-hmm. It is.
And is Wilbon Kornheiser forgotten in that, or we're not viewing them as ugly, as nasty as fake? They're definitely not as fake.
Yeah, we're not viewing them as ugly.
Because that was the first show.
That was the first debate show. There's no doubt about that. That was the original. That and then Around the Horn. And then they morphed into a lot of other things. Real quick, I just want to say I am a moron.
You messed up some numbers.
Yeah, oh yeah. They have a game-by-game breakdown of it. I was looking at the rating, not the million. So I was looking at the rating number and not the viewership number.
So just to sum it.
Everything I said, just completely ignore everything I said.
All right. That's Bobby saying, what are you looking at?
Yeah. Yeah,
just to summarize in the correct way, you need to tell us what.
Okay, so 7.6 million was what the All-Star game got. The World Series this year averaged 9 million. The World Series last year, last year being 2022, 11.7, and then 11.7 the year before, and then 9.7.
Okay.
NBA Finals, 11.3 this year, 11.6, 12, and then 9.9.
You're making your account look better every time you do math. I'm starting to think it's you.
It might be. Because I was just looking at it like that, and then the first thing I see is that's the thing. And I'm thinking that's because we've been dealing with nothing, but we haven't been getting rating numbers lately. We've just been getting total viewers.
Yeah.
And I just assumed that was the thing.
Another boring RNC. If you were looking for something to watch, I thought it was pretty boring. Of course, President Trump is going to speak tonight, but we're getting some updates and details on investigations and security, as well as President Biden apparently has COVID.
Yes, he has COVID.
And MSNBC, I had to listen to the clip because I don't trust even media clips with the editing and the AI that's done. MSNBC compared Joe Biden's COVID possible recovery to President Trump getting shot. Damn, y'all. That's a really bad statement.
That's a stretch.
What do you do? I can semi defend CNN initially saying Trump fell, not wanting to come out before 1,000% knowing he was a gunshot, right? Because you come out with a fake headline, gunshot, yes, you're 99.9% sure. I'm not defending it, but I could defend that more than saying, hey, if President Biden recovers from COVID, that's just right up there with the gunshot to the head, right?
Yeah.
That's all-time bad.
Oh, it's all-time bad. It's all-time bad. And there's a groundswell of social media of people trying to say that President Biden is covered unfairly in the media compared to Donald Trump.
I'm sure the groundswell is coming from
the media hates Trump. We all know that. They despise Trump.
Well, Fox doesn't.
Fox doesn't. But the rest of the media, it's pretty crystal clear. But the feds are questioning his parents, the shooter's parents.
Because some parents got convicted a while back.
It was
of their kids' act.
Ethan Crumbly, the Michigan shooter, their parents got sentenced to manslaughter. They got convicted of manslaughter for failing to basically govern their own child. So they're questioning the parents. They're trying to find a motive, and they haven't released a motive. They have a ton of video that's out of him being spotted with a rangefinder, which is they'll tell you exactly how far away you are, over an hour before the shooting. 26 minutes before, they tried to they found him and they saw him with suspiciously looking around. The president Biden has agreed to beef up his detail, so now he's going to get presidential level Secret Service security, which is good. And they're also giving RFK, whose father and uncle were assassinated, they're giving him a Secret Service as well. So that's a good thing. They were calling for that after this happened. So those are some new developments around this. Of course, there's also like the conspiracy theories and everything that also goes in with this when it comes to the shooter here, because they learned that there was an Iranian assassination threat 2 weeks prior.
Yeah, to take out Trump.
And they didn't beef security up.
The stock market factor I sent you.
Oh, so I don't understand that. You're going to explain this to me, because I've seen other things like people are trying to.
So basically, someone bet, it's called calls and puts, and someone bet an absurd amount of money. It may have been 12 million shares that Trump's stock, DJT, was going to plummet. When you bet a call, you think something's going to go up. When you bet a put, you think something's going to go down. So someone was betting.
How do you bet it though? Like
you on your app,
okay.
like through your broker, whatever you do. And someone placed a humongous, crazy bet that Trump's stock was going to plummet, like the day before the assassination attempt, because Trump's stock shot up through the roof right after the attempt. Right? You have feeling and positive support, like we're going to go ahead and buy sentiment. Well, you'd think if he got shot, it'd probably go down. So someone put a humongous bet on that, and that's what I sent you.
Because I didn't understand. When you started saying the word put, I was like, what is he trying to say? What did he autocorrect to?
It would be like...
I don't understand this.
It would be like someone betting $10 million on the $300 million on the Dallas Mavericks to lose. And right before the game, someone takes a baseball bat, Tanya Harding to Luka. And it's like someone had a major interest in wanting the Dallas Mavericks to go ahead and lose. So maybe tied together?
Maybe
not. I don't know.
It's a great company. That's why the numbers went up.
That's right.
Highest stock ever.
Well, the numbers are not up for the Dallas Cowboys regular season. Is this a trap? Or is Vegas agreeing with Bobby Belt and the G-Bag Nation? We're not even getting to 10 wins this year. Inside the Star on the home of the boys next.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the star on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. I'm Sean Sharif, alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell, along with Peyton, running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby, Vegas thinks the Cowboys are going to be under 10 wins.
So that's where they've set their over-under, and the public betting.
The over-under is 10?
The over-under is 9.5. So they've set this at 9.5 this year, which I believe has gone down a little bit. This is from BetMGM. BetMGM has them at 9.5. I think earlier this spring they had them at 10.5.
All right, I'll stop you right there and go to RJ Choppy. Is this a trap? Because sometimes you have to ask, okay, is this what they think is going to happen? And then you ask, are they just trying to get the money from that fan base like they always sucker Chicago?
There's a lot of hype that goes into these things. They do try to sucker certain fan bases. Now, Chicago is that fan base. Detroit is that fan base. They generally like to sucker.
San Fran bets a lot.
There's a handful of cities that bet a ton. Cowboys have a huge amount of fans. The Cowboys at DraftKings and FanDuel, according to Vegas Insider, are still 10.5. At BetMGM, they're 9.5. So I think it depends on where you're looking and where the money is.
BetMGM had been 10.5 though, so they're 9.5 now because on BetMGM's books, no team is being bet under more than Dallas, and so they moved down to 9.5, and even at 9.5 right now, the public is betting Dallas under more than any other team.
Isn't your initial instant reaction to bet that over? That they would win 10 games?
My initial reaction would be to do that because, I mean, when you generally people will bet hype. If the hype is that they're bad, they'll really go along with the hype. And if the hype is that they're going to be good, they'll go along with the hype. So, like, they always say, like, underdogs and unders are that's how you make your money, is on dogs and unders. And the same thing with this. Like, you always bet against that. So, like, a team this year that has really been faded might be Jacksonville. They may be a team to bet on because their number's low. The Cowboys have been faded. Their number's low.
You've been talking about betting the under on Houston.
I've been talking about betting the under on Houston, and then betting the over on Jacksonville. So, like, you just want to go with – I always try to go opposite of the hype.
But you try to go opposite of the public hype. You don't go opposite of the big money typically.
Correct. So if we find out that the big money and the public is on the same side, that's generally a good bet to stay with them.
Which we don't have. What we don't have is we don't have the number of who are the largest bets or the largest bettors putting this on. BetMGM hasn't put that out there yet. I know that was something Chop was working on yesterday. He was asking around about trying to figure out. But yeah, BetMGM says that public bettors are hitting the under on the Cowboys more than any other team in football. And to your point, Sean, I would think normally you would have to hedge a little bit with so many Cowboys fans out there who are potentially going to bet the over and be optimistic about their success. For it to be the Cowboys are the most common team to go, nope, they're not going to do that, especially after 3 straight 12-win seasons. For the public to say best they're going to do is 9 wins is pretty stunning to me.
Speaking of over-unders, I got some numbers for CeeDee Lamb, who yesterday was named the 4th best wideout from the executives list from Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. Over-under receptions for Lamb this year, 115.5.
I'll take the over.
I'll take the under because I think that the offense is going to spiral. You
know what? I'm taking that back. I'm taking the under because if he's not in camp until if he's doing a Zach Martin, he's not in camp till 3 weeks later. I think he's going to have hamstring issues all year. Or groin or whatever.
And last year, just to compare, he had 135 catches. Mm-hmm. So they're going over under 115.5.
That's a lot lower than his previous year. I wonder if they're thinking that he may not play. They're betting against that.
I wonder if they think the offensive line's not going to be as good. That's going to impact the passing game. I wonder if they think that Jake Ferguson's surge is going to cause him to be more of a target in short and intermediate areas. I think all that goes into
over under receiving yards for Lamb this year, 1350. Last year he had 1749. Man, they're going with a 400-yard drop.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I would say probably over.
Touchdowns 9.5. Last year he had 12.
That one is so shaky because of just historically how the Cowboys have called the red zone. And
by the way, I should include, for fairness, top 5 in receptions of the over-unders in Vegas. Lamb is still number 1. So they don't have anyone above him. Lamb's 1 at 115.5. Amon-Ra 109.5. Jefferson 105.5. Tyreek 105. Jamar Chase 102. So they're not like sliding CD down below other guys.
Man, those numbers are so high with the receivers. It's like you have to basically play all 17 games.
Man, so the number was 115.5?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the last time somebody led the NFL in receptions with fewer than 120 receptions was 2017. It was Jarvis Landry.
Wow.
So I wonder why they're hedging so low.
Yeah, it seems low for everyone. But those are the numbers I got from BetOnline.
You know what it could be, too, is that in this course of, we always think of Tyreek Hill as being great or Justin Jefferson being the top receiver. During that stretch, though, we've had 5 straight years with a different guy leading the NFL in receptions. So maybe they're hedging down everybody because they don't want to pick anybody specifically to be up in that 120 range.
Yeah. My handicapper, Bo, texted, he's listening, he texted that when it comes to season win totals, that generally is all pro money. It's all like professional gambler money. Always.
So betting the Cowboys on the under is big money.
Yes, that would be more on the.
So that would be discouraging to you as a trend.
It would be. Yeah, it would be. They're 10 at the Westgate, which is like the pro book, but at 10 and 9.5 is no different.
What was the Micah Parsons, TJ Watt follow-up? Vegas obviously listening to RJ versus Chiafalo last week.
Yeah, because they were going at it. Chop and Chiafalo. They were fighting it out on TJ Watt and Micah Parsons.
He hates Micah.
The expectation is. No, look, I mean, it was not a bad point, Chop. Micah Parsons is. Eric's whole thought was Micah Parsons is basically reflective of the Cowboys, which is it's all big and bad for most of the season, and then when the big moment shows up,
he fades,
doesn't show up.
Yeah,
same sort of thing. But the betting odds, we're listening to them and going, we're going to hedge on the RJ Choppy and Eric Chiafalo take, and we're giving them equal footing on Defensive Player of the Year. It's a split between TJ Watt and Micah Parsons, which Chop last week I think was trying to have Watt outside the top 5 edge rushers of the NFL legitimately. Weren't you?
Well, and he's not as good as Miles. He's not as good as Micah. He's not as good as
I think you had him below Bosa, Crosby.
Nick Bosa's better. Not Crosby.
Ooh, I think Crosby's really
Crosby.
good.
Hassan Reddick.
Crosby, who we claim
Julius
here.
Peppers. He's still playing in the league.
Are you saying that Peppers? Are you saying that Crosby is better than Watt?
I'm saying I think Crosby's better than Bosa, and so if you're going to put Bosa above I think Watt's great. I think Watt is. I would take Watt over Micah.
He's really great, and the defensive coordinators tell you that because they never double team him. They let him go one-on-one.
What do you have against the Watts? Is it because they're challenging the white supremacy of the Mannings as the family of the NFL?
Well, they're not.
I didn't mean white supremacy like that.
I know, I was about to say.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not challenging that because
you look at them as
unlike the Mannings, unlike the Watts, the Mannings actually win.
You view TJ Watt like RFK, like you don't deserve that.
You
don't deserve that last name.
No, they're not challenging anything. They're good players, but I just think they're overrated. They're I don't know. I'm just overrated guys. They're try-hard guys. They're just try-hard guys. If they had any real size, they'd be defensive tackles.
J.J. Watt was a freaking monster.
Yeah, he's a try-hard guy.
He was 6'6", 290 or something.
Yeah,
he was
you know what?
Could have been a
He should have been 320.
Would you take Aiden Hutchinson over T.J. Watt?
Nah, man, Aiden's good. We forget about him. We don't even mention him among the elites. I would take T.J.
All right,
all joking aside,
yeah,
I mean.
Yeah. Speaking of RFK, there's a report that Aaron Rodgers had to confront Robert Saleh and be like, why'd you say my absence was unexcused to Egypt? I
can read, though.
What was up with that? So that was an Aaron Rodgers report, as he has neutered Robert Saleh, I'm sure, already, and Saleh was probably shaking in his cleats.
They are terrified of Aaron Rodgers in New York. The way that Saleh, like day by day, you almost see him adjust publicly the way he talks to the media in response to Aaron, because it's clear he's gotten feedback not to say something a certain way. Woody Johnson seems terrified of him. The NFL seems terrified of him. Nobody wants to go after him when he's clearly publicly tampering, like we talked about yesterday. I have no clue what is up with Aaron. Went from pariah basically for a stretch there within league circles or executive circles, management circles. Went from being a pariah to now they're almost terrified to do anything to minimize him, and I don't know why.
This is from Diana Rossini, and then she added, everything's great now. Everything got ironed out. Everything is not great with the cut sheet.
Oh,
Whoa! Peyton Russell.
Looks like I'm hosting.
Peyton Russell has pulled a back-to-back name slip-up with Devontae Smith on the cut sheet. I'm like, why are we talking about the Eagles? What's going on?
That's me. That's on me.
Yes.
This is after the Han McDavid.
Yes.
From yesterday.
Han McDavid yesterday. So this is Devante Adams sitting down with Shannon Sharp, Club Shay Shay, on the rumors that he's going to the Jets.
It got in the locker room and people was thinking that it was, I was the driving force. And I'm like, y'all just don't understand, man. Like, when I hate to say it like this because it makes me sound like I'm trying to put myself on a pedestal, but when you're a certain level of player, it don't have to come from you, and it most oftentimes is not coming from you. And I'm not the type of person that I enjoy going and putting that type of stuff out there when I'm actively on the Raiders. Right. What do I look like sitting here talking to other people about being on another team? Right. And that's how I still feel about it right now. Like, I'm locked in with the Raiders, and I really feel good about this team. As far as I know, they feel good about me. And if that ever changed, if that got to a point where they weren't feeling the same way, I ain't done playing. So obviously we would figure out whatever we needed to figure out.
I'm binge watching Receiver, and Tolo Chris had said, "Man, I don't want Devontae Adams anywhere near my locker room." There's a lot of Devontae Bassick in this guy. Lot of
so genius. There's some genius there.
I don't care. There is some genius, but they know that they're a genius, and they'll tell you they're a genius. He said, "This isn't about wins and losses last year. This is about greatness." Some Micah Parsons and Devontae Adams. They had won a couple games, and Devontae was ticked off over his lack of production and targets. So right after saying he's locked in with the Raiders, he spends a full minute slobbering over Aaron Rodgers.
The thought of playing with Aaron is obviously amazing. Like, I already know what that's like, which was similar to why I came here and reunited with Derek, was because I had familiarity with it, and anytime you have that, it gives you a little bit more confidence than starting fresh with somebody that you never played with before. Right. And it helps that when they're the best to ever play the game, or at least that's how I feel. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's certainly how I feel.
Yes, he's clearly one of the best.
And he's given me an opportunity to show the world what I can do, and having him to start out with, I'm sure, that what we was talking about earlier about, people say, did Aaron create you or this and that? No, but naturally, if you have a player that's a generational talent,
definitely help elevate you.
Exactly. And you looked at the next year when I wasn't there with him, it didn't look the same. Right. So if you got a tandem, anytime that you got somebody with some talent, they're going to make each other better.
For him to say, boy, it caused some issues in the locker, because, guys naturally think I'm somehow fanning the flames or starting that. And it's like, guys, I'm just such a big presence and so awesome that people are going to talk about me. But I'd love to play with Aaron Rodgers again. Aaron Rodgers is are you kidding me? He's the greatest quarterback of all time. Who wouldn't want to play with him instead of a new guy like Aiden O'Connell? Dude, how do you...
He's an egomaniac. No wonder him and Rodgers got along.
Tunnel vision. No awareness of
walking
what
into a locker room?
Just nothing. No awareness of it.
Is it time to split up college football with 2 different championships? We got a little college football kegger with SEC Media Days in town next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. It is that time. It is that weekend. Yes, sir. The summer to remember. That's what you got to make it. Diamonds Direct annual summer sale, 20% off virtually everything in the showroom. So whether you're in the midst of wedding planning or shopping for bands or picking out your next fashion jewelry must-have, from Diamonds Direct, you can save an extra 20% this weekend, July 19th to the 21st. That starts tomorrow, kids. All bridal and fashion favorites at Diamonds Direct on sale. That extra 20% savings this weekend at Diamonds Direct.
Take advantage from the best of the best. It includes some beautiful pieces from world-class designers, and you can even see their expanded selections while they're in town, and that's not all. When you make an appointment to shop, you can also get $100 off your purchase, so go see your favorite diamond expert and save even more at Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. Don't miss the incredible offers at Diamond Direct's annual summer sale.
You would have your 4 big boy conferences and all those teams, the Big 12, ACC, SEC, Big 10, which eventually may very well just be the SEC and the Big 10 with the other two kind of joining forces. And then, so they'd be fighting for one trophy, and then you would have another part of Division I or FBS that's fighting for another championship. And I don't think that's a terrible idea.
Now, what are the other 5 called? The other 5? What is it called again?
Well, it's a group of 5.
All right, so what happens if you get... When's the last time we've gotten a miracle group of 5 run?
TCU.
Wasn't it?
But TCU was in what?
I'm just.
No, but that is the team.
That was the.
But it wouldn't apply to the conference.
It would not apply to the conference.
Cincinnati. I was saying Cincinnati when they got there, but then they got waxed by Bama.
Yeah,
so what happens?
What
happens if you get? Go ahead.
And then previously, like you'd seen, like TCU when they were in the Mountain West get in, or Boise when they were in the Mountain West, they got not in the national championship game, but into like big time bowls.
So what happens if you get a Cincinnati or Boise miracle run? Are they disqualified from the big boy title?
That they have not gotten that far.
No, I'm asking you what should happen.
I don't think they should be disqualified from the big boy title, but I think they would have to be disqualified. You can't go to both, right? You can't try to win both. I don't know what they would do in that situation. I guess they absolutely, now that I think about it, what my assumption would be is that they would say, you're eliminated from that just on the sake of we can't have wishy-washy here.
And I
You're
wonder
eliminated.
whether those schools would take offense to it or like that, hey, we're competing for another championship, but we're viewing it as the JV title.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that schools would like this. I wouldn't think so.
I would think they would, but also
It's just like the NIT?
Kind of.
But if you're North Texas, you know, like if you're the head coach at, you know, let's just say, use UNT as an example. You could sell, hey, we could play for a championship. You can't sell that right now.
Right.
Yeah, but I think you're also having people kind of roll their eyes in the back of their head when you say we can compete for a championship. And they're like, yeah, the IST, thanks.
Yeah.
Like, do I want, I don't care. Like, I mean, to me, it's in this era of NIL where especially some of these group of 5 and these smaller schools they're having to really work. We've heard so many different G5 schools and even Power 5 or now Power 4. So many of those schools talk about the head coaches say, we don't even focus on football anymore. Like, I just focus on boosters and trying to get NIL money in here to buy players. That's essentially that it's become so aggressive that I don't think all that work they would want to then put in to say, do you want to compete for the second title that nobody really cares about?
Text us. If you went to one of those other 5 programs, what are we calling it again? I'm sorry.
A group of 5.
G5.
Yeah.
G5. I like that. If you went to one of those G5 programs like Peyton actually didn't go to Austin, went to a UNT, how would you view it? Would you view it as like insulting, a pat on the back championship, or you're like, no, let's actually play for a title?
No, it's common sense. It's common sense. Like if there's a Power 5 and a Group 5, there should be 2 separate championships. It's common sense. You're not going to have UNT play for a national championship in college football. And if Cincinnati's as good as they were, then okay, you know, maybe you make a rule where if you're in the top 25, then you get bumped up to the big boy championship. But if you're outside of that, if you're 6-6 fighting for a bowl game, let's play for a little championship.
Yeah.
Unlike the cut sheet, you're sharp on the air today.
Sharp on the air.
Wait for the payload.
It could be like a situation. Well, you are.
Yeah.
So like,
then you'll be checked out for the week.
People are bringing up European soccer. So you have regulation, and then but they're also saying like if you go to like certain leagues, you have, Serie A and then A League, B League. And they have that. Like, even in the English Premier League, they've got, like, the top league, and then they got the one right underneath. And they all play for a title.
Yeah, and there's a reason, though, why that structure, as much as the NBA has tried to incorporate aspects of that, and as much as they've tried to make soccer, that's one of the reasons Sean checked out of soccer, was because he thought Messi had won a title and just won, and the season's over.
But I'm an idiot when it comes up.
You get what I'm saying?
I couldn't keep the Copa and the Euro thing straight.
Americans like their sports to have one champion in one season, and in the rest of the country, they've got like 6 different championships.
But
everybody gets a trophy. That's what this is, soft mentality.
But even though we didn't love it, the in-season tournament sounded like it was a hit for the NBA.
It did sound that way.
The Indiana Pacers, Tyrese Halliburton, I mean, he really jumped up as a star through that. He broke out because of that tournament. So the in-season,
weren't the Pelicans in the final, like the Final Four of that?
I don't know.
I thought
like I said, I didn't care about it.
2 and 4. That sounds like FBS and FCS again. That sort of structure.
But that's fine. Like FCS schools, like North Dakota State and stuff. I mean, they play in Frisco and they play for a championship.
But you're essentially relegating a ton of schools now to FCS status.
But aren't they already relegated?
No, not in function. You really are relegating them if you're giving them basically a separate title like the FCS.
But Bobby, in reality, they're relegated.
But I'm saying nobody would have ever thought TCU or Boise State, like you brought up earlier. Nobody ever would have thought 20 years ago that they were going to compete at the level that they eventually did. And they were able to get to that point and come to that point. So to me, I think
And we make a rule like Peyton suggested to allow them to compete for the FCS title if they're in the top 25 or they're surprising us all. I would just be so curious and fascinated to know if we took a poll of those local college coaches, if they would be for it or against it, insult or that's a real cool trophy and incentive.
Right. Now my question would be, and this is where they may be against it. So would this reduce their amount of money they're able to make? The only way small schools can survive, take UTSA. Jeff Traylor, he was going to be able to write his job, whatever job he wanted. And they came up with some money and they paid him. Now, would they be able to pay him in?
Why would you lose money?
Well, because the bowls they wouldn't pay the same. Everyone's is focusing on the playoff.
I think you'd get more money by playing for an IST-esque championship. It would elevate the other bowls that I don't care about.
It would do that. It would do that. But so like the group of 5,
because you're playing for something a little bit more important,
right? Like Liberty played in the Fiesta Bowl this year or whatever. They got like $20 million to play in that. Right now, if they had played in the Meineke Car Care Bowl, they might get 4.
Yeah.
So that's the difference.
There's going to be, obviously, we've got playoff expansion now, so it's different the way everything's going to be selected. But, for instance, in years past, when we've looked at
by the way, this is the discussion, college football tinkering with the idea of splitting up the big boys and the small fries for 2 separate titles.
How much, for instance, a couple years ago when the question was, are they going to let Cincinnati in?
Right.
Are they going to let them in? If the consolation championship exists, I think that becomes even harder for them to get past a committee vote. Because I think people go like it's easy to think of them as like, you're already kind of like second-class citizen. You're on a different tier. Like, you've already got a division where you can be recognized. I don't know that I want to leave out Alabama in favor of this team right here. Or I don't know that I want to leave this team out. I think you either create hardened thoughts against that school being able to get a fair shake in that level, or what you do is maybe you get even extra deference and you end up putting a team in there that doesn't compete because you're like, man, they've done so much to get here. We have to put them in.
Yeah, Sean, some of the Tolos waiting on the fan text. A lot of them are saying, look, this sounds like a participation trophy. 817-214 saying it. 817 also says it's not these smaller schools' fault that they don't have the funds to compete with major state universities.
Would you
okay,
be
well then sit there with nothing.
Dolan? When we talked about Dolan yesterday in the Knicks and him talking about, look, it's not our fault that Sacramento can't compete on the same level. Like, would we love it if they had a consolation tournament for the small market NBA teams?
No, but the small, it's not the same.
I think pros are different.
It's not
like,
the same.
Like, all you need is one player.
It is pro sports now, though. Like, it's
but
become
Milwaukee,
pro sports.
Sacramento has such a higher chance of winning the NBA championship than the college teams are talking.
Yeah, Akron's got no chance of ever winning.
Who brought that up? Was that a text or you?
No, that was me.
All right, that was done by you. All right, speaking of college football, Pat Mahomes, he's broken out the video game system.
Pat Mahomes, man, imagine Dak Prescott doing this. I love the answer though because it's
Dak just wastes his time dancing at Tyron's wedding, partying it up.
I love this answer because I think it's very authentic. It's real. It's honest. And Dak, if he did this, everyone would kill him. Patrick Mahomes is bringing something special to training camp this year.
This is my first year I'm bringing a TV. So I haven't brought a TV ever before, but NCAA came out, and I'm going to have to turn it on. So I brought a TV for NCAA and the Olympics. So that's my first year of doing that.
The rooms didn't have TVs?
Dude, they are broke behavior in Kansas City.
Yes.
They like
because I know Mickey Spagnola and Brad Sham fight over the TV remote, so I know they have a TV.
They're in some St. Columbia or St. Michael's.
They're St. Michael's. That's where I live.
They're bunking in like college dorms. So like Kelsey and so they all have roommates in college dorms is where they're sleeping right now for training camp. And I guess there's
what are you doing, Clark?
He's trying to get a new stadium.
Money.
He's threatening to bail out of Kansas City because it's so broke over there. But this is funny to me, and that's not a bell thing because it's genuinely funny to me. Is the Mahomes when I went to him and Dez working out right before COVID hit in 2020, and they were all working out together. Dez had asked him, he's like, while he's standing there working out, he's like, Pat, have you ever played? Like, do you play Madden? Do you ever get on? And Pat was like, yeah, I stopped playing in college because he's like, it would piss me off, like watching that the quarterback AI on the other side like was making the wrong read. Like, and he was like annoyed, even if he had success with it, or if he played it the right way on defense on his side, he'd get mad that the AI would throw it to a bad read and complete it. And so he's like, I just had to stop. It was frustrating me too much.
Let's go shopping and prep for the apocalypse in the Payload. The Peyton Lips is upon us, apparently. A lot of P's, but I said them okay right there. The Payload Thursday edition is next on The Fan. But, man,
DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That's right, baby. The Payload returns on this very Thursday. Every Thursday at this time. Now, I was gone last week, so the Payload didn't happen, but I was thinking, should I go back and listen to 640 last Thursday and see what the boys said? Did they fill a segment in? Did they continue the tradition of the Payload? And I found some clips. Maybe they did talk about the Payload here.
I knew Peyton's segment would go well because he is probably the most unintentionally, naturally hilarious person I have ever met in my life with some of the stuff that comes out of that guy's mouth.
He's a walking HR violation.
He's a walking HR
he
violation.
He has no idea how offensive he is.
Yeah, but like, do we give him credit
it's like
for
the most
being
innocent, offensive human being I've ever met?
Do we give him credit for being funny just because he's an idiot, though?
Oh, and just when I thought it was going well, Choppy hits me with the I word. That's all right. It's all love. I get it. You know, we're doing it. We're doing it for the radio, right, Choppy?
That's right. It's for the radio.
For the audience. You don't really think I'm an idiot, right?
No, I don't. You play one on. You play one on the radio.
What was your SAT score? Whatever you guys took.
Ooh, so I took ACT and SAT. ACT was 20. That was like at a 36. SAT was a 14, 15.
What? Wait, out of 1,600?
No. This was out of like
2,400.
Yeah, it was.
So his ACT of 20. That's like, it's barely above 50%.
Got me into UNT though.
Yeah.
Okay, so he didn't blow away either way.
No, but we also when Roy was like intellectually very, very smart, but he was an idiot.
A ditz, you might say. Smart, like
Mimbo.
To me, yeah. To me, as somebody who's just like smart, not dumb, but ditzy, and has their ditzy moments. By the way, last week, Choppy did a great job naming the fill-in segment. Called it the Chia Followed, which we were trying to figure out what to call it, and it was pretty strong, I thought.
Payload sounds a little better.
So did Eric come up with? Was that his segment?
Yeah, Eric led it.
Wow, good topics though. I mean, were they
better than anyone's?
Don't worry about it. Just get to yours,
guys. We survived Prime Day. Did we participate in Prime Day? Did we get any deals? I know Mackenzie, my girlfriend, had about 8 packages delivered at one time, all on the doorstep. She took advantage of it.
I had no idea it was even happening, but usually RJ is all over this.
We bought. Let's see. I needed a new Fire Stick.
Okay.
So got one of those. Got one of these surge protector plugins that also have the USB-C ports in there, so you can get like more outlets around the island. Okay. And then Sarah's battery died in her car yesterday, so she's
battery.
So she's sitting there at the gas station, going up and asking everybody for a jumper cable. The only gas station in America that nobody had one.
Okay, why didn't she just go get a new battery?
Well, she had to get the car jumped. She had to get the battery jumped, and then she went and got a battery. So she did. But we got one of those portable battery chargers.
Ooh.
So if we do have a situation like that, she could just jump herself.
Yes.
So we got one of those. That was on sale for like $70.
Man, you did work.
Yeah, and then we looked at other stuff. Like I looked at a pizza oven. That was a little more. It was like $200 though.
Still need to use mine.
Yeah, and then fire pit. Oh, well, those ice makers. We need an ice maker. My ice maker sucks in my fridge. It's terrible. I get like 2 cups of ice, and then it's done for the day.
So how do the ice makers? It's like a separate thing?
It's a separate box. You can put it outside.
Ooh.
Supposedly it makes like 8 bags of ice a day.
Did you get it?
Nah, it was
because every time I go and buy ice for a party, I'm like, I'm just peeing away money.
Yeah, it was still
$4 a bag for frozen water.
Right. It wasn't big enough, and it wasn't cheap enough.
Now, Bobby, did you do any shopping, by the way?
No, I've
He doesn't even buy for his kid's birthdays. He's not going to shop on Prime.
I've started boycotting Prime Day because in the past, I've never spent more money on stuff that I was just like, oh, what a deal. That's cool. That then I never use.
My wife watched the Bezos movie, and she said it was terrible. Like, she couldn't even get through it. That's something I would have watched. Like, when you're searching through and trying to watch, She said it was awful.
Now, this got me thinking, because obviously shopping Amazon Prime, it's all online shopping. And I was thinking, am I the only person out there that still enjoys the in-person shopping? I like to be able to see, and it's not just clothes. I know those are different because you have to try that on, but it's with anything. Groceries, I'd rather just go to the grocery store and go up and down every aisle, because there's stuff that I have to see and, feel, to get a good feel about. And so, even electronics or whatever, you go to Best Buy, I got to be able to see it and, get a good feel about it. Am I the only person that still enjoys in-person than online shopping?
I love in-person shopping still. Like if I'm going somewhere where I know I'm about to splurge and I don't really know what I'm buying yet, but I just want to go in there, I still get kind of an internal excitement where I'm like, oh my, yeah, I'm just like, ooh, I'm about to get some new stuff. And
it can be dangerous though, because you go there, you start buying crap that you really don't need. But I still enjoy it.
I think I would save more money if I could see the things on Prime that I was buying, because if I'm looking at it in person, I think it's easier for me to go, do I need to do this? No, I'll put it back. Whereas there's not that same effect when you're shopping online.
I hate shopping. The only shopping experience I would find pleasure in is going to the Costco meat section. That's it. And I have to go by myself because my wife is like, it's cold, the kids. How long are you going to spend here in this section? So if I get home late after the show and she's like, where have you been? I'm like, finding some meat.
I haven't noticed the Costco meat section being that cold. The dairy and the produce, yes.
Yeah.
But it depends. I don't like going to malls.
Oh, I love going to malls.
But going to like a Home Depot or TJ Maxx or Marshalls or something like that, I have no problem going there.
All right, it's the Payload every Thursday at this time, 6:40 on a Thursday, guys. Costco is already preparing for the
But Peyton, real quick, have you ever done Instacart and had the groceries delivered?
See, my parents have always they've done that for a long time. I never.
Your parents have money.
More than me, yes, but
well,
I know.
Oliver has more than you.
Footing the bill for a whole family trip to Rome for a week. Sounds like they're doing all right.
Yeah,
Peyton.
but no, I've never done. Not with my own dollar.
Because aren't you just lazy on the couch? How often you get food delivery? Would you rather go pick up food than get it delivered?
Yeah, because again, I'm frugal. I don't want to pay that delivery service fee.
But you're hungover and lazy on the couch. You're just watching.
Well,
you don't want to get up.
It's easier when you drive a sports car like me. Sean. You enjoy driving. It doesn't matter if it's 1 minute away or 60 minutes away.
Wow, well
that's why
done.
I make the drive to work every day. That's why I don't move to Dallas, because I drive a sports car.
I couldn't afford it.
But yeah, that too. Guys, Costco is already preparing for the apocalypse here. They have a new bucket of food that can last for over 25 years, they say, and it's only $80. It's got 80 servings of meat and rice, all freeze-dried fruit and vegetables. Is this something you guys would buy just to have in stock? Now, me, I'm not a believer in the apocalypse. I don't think it's ever going to happen. I think it's just a waste of money here. But if you want that, it's $80. It can feed up to a family of three. Or three different meals per day for 3 weeks.
3 meals a day for 3 weeks?
This bucket can feed up to 3 meals a day for 3 weeks. Yeah.
First off, my mom texted, tell RJ to check, make sure he doesn't leave that portable battery. You may not be able to leave it in high heat. So she's just looking out for you right there.
Okay, good looking out.
I got my dad looking out for your internal battery and my mom for your external battery.
Hey, for all you, that internal battery is going well.
Did he make some good adjustments?
He did, yeah. Well, losing weight, soda helped a lot too. And he was like, because when I saw your dad, I was getting very dizzy because I was on my medicine, my blood pressure medicine, and since I lost weight, it had dropped. And he's like, yeah, get off that. And my blood pressure's stable. I went to the doctor the other day; it was perfectly stable.
When is the last time that you overreactionary apocalypse shoppers were like, that was a good spree I just went on?
March of 2020.
Yeah.
March 2020.
Which was?
COVID. When lockdown first started, I was very glad that we bought the...
what did you buy? And you're like, thank goodness we did. What, the spray?
No, we got...
Toilet paper.
No,
water.
Toilet paper.
Not toilet paper, because the toilet paper had already gone on a run. So that first day we went on Prime and we got the flushable wipes. There were still boxes left. So we got 36 of those packages delivered. And that held us through that entire toilet paper shortage. And then we got cereal and some general stuff that we didn't have to go shopping for 2 months.
For me, it was when COVID was kind of on its way out. So in Texas, 2 weeks later, when it was on its way out.
2 weeks to flatten the curve. We held up our end.
So the grocery store they had finally recouped all their supplies of disinfectants. So the grocery store put those Clorox wipes, but generic brand. They put them on sale for 99 cents. I grabbed about 30 of these things for 99 cents each because they just couldn't. Nobody was buying them anymore. We had moved on. I bought about 30 of those. I still have them. I usually
So it was a bad buy?
It was a great buy. It was a great buy.
But you still have them.
Well, yeah, because
you're
I
using
bought
them?
so many
Okay.
that I'm still able, off this, it was about a $30 purchase for 30 of these white
I guess the bigger question is, like, how long could you go in your house with the things? How long could you go stuck in your house with the things that you already have? I was shocked to find out, like, my brother and his wife, they're like, I think my mother-in-law does this as well, like 3 times to the store a week people. Like, they shop for individual meals. You know what I mean? Like, consistently.
My grandma used to do that.
And I'm like, what? Why would you? Peyton would love that. I want to go to the store as often as possible. And I'm like, no, like, maybe we go to the grocery store once a week. But there are people who are like, no, I need to, like, go and get the meal and what I'm going to cook today, like 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah, my
So
grandma
I guess
used to
their
do that.
pantries would be more empty.
Maybe they're doing fresh food, no preservatives, those organic folk, where it doesn't last as long.
Whole check.
I go maybe twice a week, but it's like, I'm eating so much vegetables right now. Like, I can't buy it. They don't stay.
You can freeze them.
I could.
I mean, have frozen ones.
Ooh.
They're not as
I
good.
never thought of that.
Yeah, buy frozen vegetables.
No. I didn't think of buying a bunch of cucumbers and then freezing them.
Oh, no. I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Peyton, when you said, leading it up and setting this up, you said you don't believe in the apocalypse. What, like, does that mean you just never think we're getting zombie takeover, or you just don't think, like, things are ever getting to a point where it's like, oh, we got to kind of hit the reset button here?
Well, I've said this on air. Yeah, zombies as well, but ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts.
Yeah.
I don't think ghosts are real. So anything like creepy like that, brought back from the dead, I don't believe it'll ever happen. It's just, I think it's a money grab, but.
Big ghost industry, money grab.
Who's cleaning up off the ghost industry? With that
The
store in the mall.
Ghostbusters, Dan Aykroyd.
Guys, we got one more story here. Okay, what is your source of media or news? And this is bad for RJ Choppy's, next generation, Gen Z. They're basing their primary news source off of TikTok. Now, mine is Twitter. I think a lot of us are, Twitter or Facebook, what we go off of, but theirs is TikTok, which scares me a little because with AI and everything, I mean, you're looking at a video here. And my point is, because we've been tricked before on Twitter, getting fooled by AI, but it's easier to fact check something on Twitter than it is TikTok. TikTok, you don't have Ian Rappaport, Woj going on there breaking news as it happens. Twitter, it's an immediate impact, our lives, our jobs, basically.
I see things on Twitter first, and then I go, if it's a story that I feel like I need to brush up on, I then immediately leave Twitter and start looking for independent sources on it.
I mean, honestly, our group chat is probably where I get a lot of the most breaking news.
Sean broke Trump to me.
Somebody sends it. It's either Peyton gets a lot of these messages. He'll send it. We'll all find something. That's become really good. But it's Twitter. It's Twitter for me.
So,
TikTok, dude, is like I don't trust.
But
it.
on TikTok, are these kids? Are these like people reporting it or services?
It's a lot of times. I see it on my For You page. All these people, and they're like 20 years old, 22 years old. Like, are they fact checking and stuff?
What's the fan text saying that with their source of news? I'm just dying to know.
Fox, CNN. That's.
But is there a majority?
There's a 214 Facebook, another 214 Facebook, 817 says Twitter. There's a lot of people. Facebook and Twitter, I think that's a line in the sand in terms of how old you are, whether you get your news from those places. Because Facebook, I feel like that was something where anybody in their 30s or younger is not doing Facebook anymore for news.
It's the Payload, not the Chiafaload. The Payload is back here on Sean and RJ Choppy with a British Open update. Tiger Woods slaying more people. And forget about Cowboys insider. He's now our Caitlin Clark insider after last night in DFW. That's all next with the Sebastian Maniscalco ticket giveaway here on The Fan. But Sean Shreve here for Better Help, HELP. Comparison.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Like the announced. Oh my. Oh my. The ESPN Top 100 list just dropped.
Oh, God.
Do not look.
I'm not even going to look at Twitter.
Do not look. 720. Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. 720, the greatest professional athletes since the year 2000. The top of the list just came out. Let's see how long it takes everyone to guess on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line and for the meltdowns here in the room. Yeah.
Do you anticipate Choppy and I are going to laugh at this list or be angered by it?
Angered.
Oh, gosh.
Angered, especially RJ.
If you're saying what I think you're saying,
Michelle Wee is number one.
My assumption is that you're saying that Tiger Woods is not number one.
Well, we'll see.
And if Tiger Woods is not number one, I mean, look, the list is already fraudulent because they're going to have.
Look, just don't look. Don't look.
Steph's going to be ahead of Peyton Manning, and that should not happen. But the list is already fraudulent. All right, let's do it.
All right, British Open is taking place. We got live sports today and tomorrow. Justin Thomas has just taken the lead, round one.
Yes, he has. Now, look, there's a lot of guys that have not teed off yet, right? So, Jason Day has not teed off. Ricky Fowler, Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Dustin Johnson, Brooks Koepka, Xander Schauffele, who won the PGA, Scotty Scheffler. They have not teed off yet. There's still a lot of ways to go in this, but at the top of the leaderboard right now, it is Justin Thomas, who has not had the best of years. This has not been his best stretch of golf that he's played. Justin Rose, remember him? He is 2 under par. Adam Scott, remember him? He is 1 under par. And that's the extent of the guys at under par. John Rahm, Tony Finau, and Brian Harman, who's the defending champ of this, they are all even. But John Rahm has had a tough go. Ever since he went to LIV, he's basically played bad golf, and they're suspecting the reason for that is he is apparently such a wild competitor, and the structure of LIV kind of takes the competitor out of you. It's just not the same, and he just can't get there on major day.
And Colin Montgomery saying that good thing this isn't in the United States.
He said we're drunks. So he's talking about the Ryder Cup, because the Ryder Cup, they just named the captains. Keegan Bradley is going to be the captain for the American team, which was a unique choice. And Colin was like, I don't know that we have a chance to win at Bethpage. It's at Bethpage in New York. He goes, I don't know that we have a chance to win. The drinking culture in America is just so strong. And I'm like, I'm sorry, sir. Y'all invented dark beer and scotch. Don't talk to us about our drinking culture.
So is he trying to say that the environment would be so Phoenix Open-esque?
Yeah.
It'd be too rough and rowdy?
Too rowdy for the British. And I'm like, what? Y'all your entire existence is around queens and pubs.
And y'all drink the beer warm.
Yeah.
You don't even drink it cold. You don't believe in ice.
Yeah, but you don't even your food is so bad because of that. Like it's just drunk food.
Warm beer gets you drunker faster too.
Does it really?
They say one warm beer is the equivalent of drinking 2 cold beers.
Really?
Because of how quickly your body's able to process and metabolize it.
And you'd be the only one to do that and be like, I just want the warm beer.
Learned it from TikTok. When you drink the cold beer, apparently your body has to slow it down a little bit to warm it up. So there you go.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Contributing for the golf conversation.
I think mine was more interesting than whatever they're doing there with the old dimpled orb. So.
The old. And then Michael Kim with a story that just made you so envious.
It did make me envious. So Tiger Woods is
who already sunned Colin Montgomery the other day.
Yes, he already did. He sunned him by saying that I'm a defending champ. I'm exempt till I'm 60. Colin's not, so he doesn't get to make that decision. Wow. Colin told him that he should retire. So Tiger Woods, Michael Kim tells this story on Twitter. Mid 2000s, so they get clips, basically it's credentials. Tiger forgets his. It's supposed to get you in the locker room and basically everywhere else around the golf course. He forgets his. He's walking in the locker room. Security stops him and asks him for his credential. And Tiger looks at the person, looks around, and sees a massive billboard with his face and name, points to it and says, "That's my credential," and walks right in.
Wow.
I mean, this is a guy who could flex on just about anybody in the world. There's very few people that can outdo him. Like there are people who walk into a room and the room stops. Like the whole room stops. And I assume I've never been in a room when Tiger walks into a restaurant. I assume the restaurant would stop if Tiger Woods.
The Denny's is like, "Oh, everyone, drop your grand slams."
Is he starting to get to the old age? Not old age, but is he starting to get into that era of his life where he's like, I no longer care. I'm going to say what I want. Is he getting like to that older, say whatever you want, don't worry about the repercussions, I'm just going to be crusty old man bit?
Oh, he's crusty, but I mean, look, you're Tiger Woods. If I was him, I'd be like, I'm sick of you guys taking shots at me. I'm sorry. Y'all are rich because of me. Let's be fair. You were rich before, but now you're really, really rich. Like there's the amount of the average size of the winnings when Tiger Woods got on the tour in 1997 or whatever versus where it was even 5 years later. I mean, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out who got them that money.
And there's another athlete who will soon be able to say the same thing. I made y'all rich.
Caitlin decided not to shoot. Mitchell will hits the
well done.
three. Oh my goodness. Tied again.
This is incredible.
And that is the 19th assist for Caitlin.
This is incredible.
A new WNBA single game record.
Peyton, why do you keep laughing every time we play that clip?
It's funny. I can see Bobby's reaction on it, and then the lady going, "Hey, this is incredible." I see your reaction too, Sean. It's pretty funny.
Don't throw me under the bus. Don't come at me with it. So that was on ESPN. And Bobby, you were live texting this event last night. I'm so proud of you.
I get it now. I get it. After spending a night watching, I don't know, like the second half of the third quarter and then the fourth quarter, boy, they need to bring back the "I love this game" commercials, because the level of play that these ladies display is Tim Hardaway Jr.-esque. I mean, it does border on NBA play in that sense.
A WNBA record in assists with 19 and a WNBA record on scoring and assisting for your team's point total. She contributed to 66 points, set the record, but the Indiana Fever in their American League All-Star hideous jerseys lose to the sorry Dallas Wings.
Yeah.
You like that?
Those were, as I said in the text last night.
It did look American League All-Star gamey.
Yeah, like middle school church basketball league ass uniforms that Indiana Fever had on. That's probably offensive to those. It does feel very much like the everybody go grab a jersey out of the box. You're red, you're yellow, flip them inside out type of thing.
But in all seriousness, you were watching her, make her league history for them. Did you pick up anything from it? You have any compliments? Was it cool, like in the moment, her play?
No. It was.
Then why were you watching it?
Because I told Addison that she was in town, and then I was like, she's like, "What?" And I was like, "The game's on," and so I turned it on for Addison, and then I sat there with Addison and watched it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was. I mean, look, it was
6,500 in attendance. And capacity was what, 7,000? I wonder what the ticket prices were. Can we find that after an event? Can we find the average ticket prices? If they were expensive or through the roof last night? But that's Caitlin Clark making WNBA history. And they have a TV deal, a new TV deal to go along with it.
What was your takeaway from the game?
I didn't watch it.
Really?
I never said I was this.
I tagged you 2 hours before the game to call your attention to tip off.
I know.
So that we could all on the group text talk about it.
I never said I was a WNBA advocate.
Fake ass allies.
I was saying you should get hype over her tournament run. That's all I was saying. You've turned me into something that I'm not.
Yeah, well, no, because like 3 weeks ago, you were coming out with the whole energy of like, I have plenty of WNBA friends. Like it was like that kind of.
No,
like,
I didn't. No, I didn't. Stop. I did not say that. But they have a new deal. They're not happy about it.
They're not happy about it. WNBA Players Association not happy
They're
about it.
whining about something again?
Yeah, well,
no way.
So their current TV deal is worth $60 million a year. They, by the way, have never turned a profit, Bobby. So the NBA did their TV deal where they got $76-ish billion. Part of that $76 billion is the WNBA TV deal. So they negotiated it together. The WNBA over the next 11 years is going to get $2.2 billion, which is equivalent to $200 million a year. So about 3.5 times their current, or a little bit more than 3 times their current TV deal.
Thanks, Caitlin.
And they're not happy about it.
Angel.
They are not happy. We have, quote, this is from the head of the WNBA Players Association, Terry Carmichael Jackson. We've wondered for months how they would value the WNBA and its media rights with that $75 billion deal on the table. We look forward to learning how they arrived at a $200 million value if initial reports are accurate. The last few years, we have been unprecedented in growth across all metrics. There's no excuse to undervalue the WNBA again. They just got 3+ times, a 350% increase. They're not happy about it. They are not happy about it.
Caitlin Clark is going to be on a car, Brickyard 400.
Yes, I saw that.
So she's going to be on that. And then, man, did you
Where's the Brickyard?
Indy?
Yeah, it's Indy.
I have no idea.
It is. It's Indy.
Why are you quizzing me?
I have no idea.
Did you all see what Le'Veon Bell did? Man. So that Jaylen Brown Bronny video. Bronny, by the way, the story in the NBA. Unlike the number 2 pick, who would have been the story if his name was Bronny.
Alex Sarr, who went 0 for 15 from the field. And if his name was Bronny, you would not have been able to hear enough about it. It would have been splattered everywhere.
Yes.
That poor kid, look, he's going to get the good of the publicity and the bad. And that's part of the deal, man, right? It's just part of the deal. If you're going to do this, you got to take it.
He was mic'd up. They had him mic'd up for the G League game, so every bucket that's made, they're cutting to the bench to show
He
Bronny.
went 0 for 12 in the G League?
Who? Bronny?
Who are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about Bronny.
Okay, I thought you were talking about Sarr.
No, this was the Summer League. It's Summer League, not the G League.
Oh, yeah, not G League.
No, it's
Summer
not
League.
G League.
Whatever it was. It's the G League was what I was watching before that. No, the Summer League, they had Bronny mic'd up for the whole thing, and they kept doing cutaways to him coaching through plays with his teammates from the bench and stuff. They're really trying to push Bronny hard.
Bronny scored 12 points, but that Jaylen Brown video where people tried to lip read him, where he's like, Bronny's not an NBA player, he was sitting next to 2 WNBA players. One of them was Angel Reese. Check out her shorts in that video, Ralph. And the other one, I don't know how to say her name. Kysre Gondrazik. Kind of looks like V in the clipped.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
The LA Kyrese. Either way,
I think any hard name from now on, we just need to have Peyton read and guess.
Very attractive girl. Where Le'Veon Bell went on Twitter and said 2 5s make a dime every day. So he's crapping on the looks.
It's just math, bro.
Of these two. But Angel, what are you doing with these shorts, girl? My Lord. Maybe want to push my daughter back in the womb. That's not going to be, they won't run that as a promo, Peyton.
I will.
Don't. 2 5s make a dime every time. So that's Le'Veon, who then tried to say, no, I'm just joking. I'm just playing around. But he's getting destroyed for making fun of their looks. Yeah. And he's off on this because they're attractive.
Hey, it's just,
especially V Stiviano here.
It's just it's just not cool to go to someone's looks.
Yeah.
It's just not like it's not necessary.
Yeah, it's not like you guys talking about Caitlin Clark when I'm out or Darren Waller's ex. It's not like that when you guys judging them.
Or what's her name? Giselle.
Kelsey Plum.
877-8.
I'm a big fan of
those little stickman eyebrows.
877-81.
Sarah will sometimes like, because
y'all judge people.
She'll wear the hair the way Kelsey Plum wears it because I love it because I think it's kind of naughty, and then she'll be like, I just want you to look at me the way you look at Kelsey Plum. Get all mad, get all sassy.
And then you put on a Parker McCollum hat.
Yeah, all you got. That's why RJ bought a country hat. Bam.
That's all I wear. He's around the house all day.
He's good to go. Okay, the main event.
Oh, boy.
The ESPN Top 100 list just dropped. I cannot wait for this segment, along with a Sebastian Maniscalco ticket giveaway. We're commercial free. In the Expressway, don't look at the list. Right after this. And this is GimmeTheVin.com. Maybe the best.
1053thefan.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Okay, this is going to be amazing. I saw this right at 7 o'clock. I begged the guys not to look because the list has just dropped. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Commercial-free Expressway with another Tolo ticket giveaway coming up. This is...
For now.
For now what?
Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I might leave.
Oh.
I might leave depending on how this thing goes.
Ranking the top 100 professional athletes since 2000, and ESPN asked like everyone who works in the entire company, and they got like 70,000 votes for the list.
Can I have a refresher on, I don't remember if we know, in 26 through 100, was Tamika Catchings on that list?
Yeah.
She was? Okay. Because I'm just looking at a list of the greatest WNBA players of all time. I'm trying to see how many are above Tamika Catchings. Taurasi is probably the one that's in here.
Yeah, and then I'm done. I'm not
now this is
I'm
most accomplished, right?
Yeah,
most accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
Now that list that you just handed me is what with all those.
These are my guesses for who's on this list. I've got Pujols, Tiger, Brady, LeBron, Steph, Armstrong, Michael Phelps, Usain Bolt, Floyd, Kobe, Sidney Crosby, Federer, Joker, Nadal, Donald, Messi, Ronaldo, Taurasi, either Abby or Megan Rapinoe. I don't know which one's better. Serena, Mahomes, Kelsey.
Okay.
And I'm going to put Peyton Manning's name on here because he needs to be in the top 10.
Well, he was at 26. He was
because they're
listed.
morons. This is ESPN. It's probably made by people who like Peyton who think sports started in 2018.
They're partners with Peyton.
I know, they're morons.
All right. Who's number one?
Number one is Brady.
Both of you incorrect.
No, we're not. We're not incorrect.
LeBron.
Then it's not Tiger. It has to be Serena.
No.
It's not Tiger, LeBron, Serena, or Brady. Messi?
Nope. I told you this was going to be good.
Michael Phelps?
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with it. It needs to be Tiger, but I don't have a major problem with Michael Phelps.
Record 28-time Olympic. Yeah, if you say accomplished...
Sure.
28-time Olympic medalist, 23-time gold medalist, most gold medals at a single Olympics when he won 8 in Beijing in 2008. That was crazy.
I don't have a major problem with it.
Yeah. But they know this why I hate ESPN, because they know they don't care if they tick you off. They know they could technically get away with this, but everyone is going to be like, "Where's LeBron? Where's Tiger?" They create a talking point to have people fight, and they're like, "Well, technically, we said most accomplished, so here you go."
Yeah, this isn't offensive. I mean, you could make the argument that he is the greatest athlete. Sure, I have a problem with that.
Number 2.
ESPN, so Gabby Douglas.
Oh, God, let me write her down. Tiger.
No.
Brady.
No.
Federer.
No. Close.
Joker?
No.
Serena.
23-time major champion. Second most by any player all time. Women's record, 365 match wins, 73 career titles. Fifth most by a woman in the Open era.
My issue with this
is that she's a woman.
No.
Okay, good.
I do not believe, and this isn't her fault, but she didn't have a
greatest women's player of all time, many believe.
Yeah, it's her or who? Steffi, right? That's it. She did not have a contemporary that challenged her. Like Tiger had plenty of golfers that could beat him. There was nobody and it's not her fault. And I know it's not because I think she was like as good as Tiger. I just think the competition was low at the time.
Rip off the names after Phil that Tiger faced and went through.
I mean, look, he was at the end of Norman. But
Garcia.
He had to go with, what's that?
Sergio Garcia.
Sergio. Yeah,
Bernhard
I mean, look,
but Sergio's
that's fair. That's fair.
I'm going to challenge. I'm
fair.
going to contest that he went through a bunch of greats. I'm going to challenge you on that.
But Phil is an all-time
great.
great.
Yeah. But give me after Phil.
That's really, there's not many. There's not. That's it.
Yeah.
That's really it.
Ernie Els.
Not an all-time great, but a great player.
Yeah.
But
I'm just saying who
kind of a little bit before Tiger.
Yeah.
I see your point. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. But like at least there was another all-time great.
Yeah.
Like Brady, Mahomes is in this problem, has this problem now. There's nobody on his level. At least Brady had like a Manning and a couple other guys that he had to fight that really challenged him. Mahomes doesn't have another all-time great quarterback right now.
Mike Bassick is going to have a big problem with this because last Friday during Crosstalk, he was trying to throw it over to us in Glen Heights with the question of, guys, tell me why the female tennis players should be, if they want to be ranked on the same terms, why they play 3 sets instead of 5. And that was his Crosstalk talk. So he's not going to like this.
Right. All right. So Serena comes in at number 2, greatest athletes since 2000. Number 3.
Brady.
No.
Tiger.
Nope.
LeBron.
Nope.
Usain Bolt.
Nope.
Diana Taurasi.
Do you want to guess, Pepe? Did you look?
I did not look.
All right.
I'll go Messi.
Messi.
Oh, maybe I did look.
You Messi.
Did you look?
No, I didn't.
Messi at number 3. Problem? 10-time La Liga champ, 7-time Copa del Rey, 4-time Champions League, 6-time champions, whatever. They've been 14 different tournaments that they play.
1-time IST winner or whatever he won last year.
World Cup Argentina. Are they making it so that it is harder for you to destroy this than you thought?
Oh, no. They're helping.
Okay, well, you didn't kill Phelps.
I'm not killing Phelps, but
I don't know if you're going to destroy the Serena one. Can you kill the Messi one?
You cannot make an argument that Messi is better than Tiger Woods.
But are they technicality chopping this by saying accomplished?
No. You can't say that Messi's more accomplished than Tiger either.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't say that Serena's more accomplished than Tiger. You can say Michael Phelps is.
I mean, does Serena have more championships than Tiger Woods?
Yeah, of course.
Well, then you can say she's more accomplished.
Serena's second all time.
See, now we're splitting hairs because.
Well, what is accomplished?
Well, you got to figure out.
Accomplished to me is your hardware.
Okay, so
Are you factoring in the social factor? Are you factoring in what they did for their sport?
I mean, nobody did more for their sport than Tiger Woods.
No. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. What are your qualifications?
I do not. Now, maybe I'm wrong here. I do not put a WNBA championship on the same level as an NBA championship.
Well,
you're very wrong.
I think a lot of the voters would challenge it by being like, okay, what's the?
Because I think one is harder to do. I think it's harder to win a golf tournament than it is a tennis tournament. Like infinitely harder.
Okay.
All right, most tennis tournaments, you could tell who's going to be in the finals going into it, and you can't do that with golf.
I have an issue with, Phelps' resume stands on its own. Serena stands on its own. Those are all fine. But I don't see how you get out of the top 3 without putting Brady somewhere in there.
Who's 4?
Brady.
Nope.
Are we finally going to get Tiger Woods? I'm
nope.
Just keep saying his name.
Nope.
LeBron.
LeBron 4. 5 is Brady.
I mean, just the
6, Choppy.
Just the absolute of hustle that ESPN has to completely diminish the career of Tiger Woods is wild to me.
Who's 6?
It's not gonna be Tiger. Let's go with Federer.
It is Federer.
Yeah. See. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
20-time major champion.
So not even the guy with the most majors in his own sport.
20-time major champion again. What have you done since 2000? Oh, this could be good. Are you looking, Bobby?
I'm looking at my list of names I have here.
All right, number 7. This could be good.
Pat Mahomes.
No.
Megan Rapinoe.
No.
Diana Taurasi.
No. But you're in the park. Not. You're in the gender park.
Abby Wambach.
No.
Gabby Douglas.
No.
Simone Biles.
Yes. Which Amanda started watching her doc yesterday. Simone Biles, number 7. 7-time Olympic medalist.
Why wasn't it 8?
4 Be careful.
This is actually offensive.
This one's offensive.
This is all offensive.
This is offensive.
Guys, we are just ignoring Tiger Woods' entire career. There are
Choppy, can I argue?
No.
20 Roger Federer has 20 majors and Tiger Woods has 13.
15. I'm sorry.
He's got 13.
13 post 2000.
13 major wins.
2000.
13 versus 20 versus Serena's 23. They're not going to look at it like golf versus tennis in a tournament. They're going to look at how much hardware do you have. I'm just giving you the other side. I think when you're looking at impact and global effect.
Serena had
a big
I think
impact.
Serena's impact is second to Tiger Woods's.
I agree.
Historically.
I agree.
So I don't have a problem with that if you want to put the impact there. I'm just saying, because to me,
I don't think they're putting the impact.
No,
they're talking about
I don't think they are either. I just think you could look at any tennis tournament. You know that that Federer was going to be in the final, just the way it's set up. Whereas in golf,
Bob,
it's just not the way it is.
Well, we don't really. Yeah, I mean, golf. We know Scotty Scheffler's going to be there.
Well, I mean, not really. He only has 2 majors.
Well, Vegas has him. You gave the stat this morning,
but he's only has 2 majors. He's not in contention.
469 brings up a good point.
He's in contention
regular tournaments, but in majors, at the Masters, he is. Anywhere else, I mean, he's not putting up nearly the same kind of impact.
And my problem with this, real quick, I'm sorry, Bobby. The beginning of ESPN's article for all this is the greatest athlete of the 21st century, and then it says most accomplished later on. So there's some wiggling here.
That's what. Yeah.
If you say the greatest versus most accomplished, then you have 2 different things. You could be, I said this. Well, it's that. I don't like that.
They got their little wiggle words there. Chop, the 469 does say that the biggest problem with Tiger here on this list is probably that golf isn't a real sport because I'm good at it. I'm really good at it.
That's fair.
Number 8.
Fair.
All right, just to recap the list, in case you're tuning in. Phelps 1, Serena 2, Messi 3, LeBron 4, Brady 5, Roger 6, Simone Biles 7.
Let's see. Joey Chestnut.
You get Tiger here, RJ.
Do I finally?
8.
I mean, yeah.
Number 8 for LT Gray. 9.
Usain Bolt.
Yes. Good job.
He's too low.
8-time Olympic gold medalist. Okay, 8-time Olympic gold medalist Simone Biles 7. But you think Bolt is too low?
I think he's a little bit too low, yeah.
All right. 10.
Floyd.
No. Floyd's one we left out yesterday, too.
Ronaldo.
Nope.
Mahomes.
Nope.
Steph.
Nope.
Pujols.
Nope.
Lance.
Nope.
Megan Rapinoe.
Kobe.
11. One of the non-Big Four.
Wait, real quick. Kobe above Steph? Do you think that's right?
That's a great question of
I think he's higher in the list of NBA players, is he not?
All-time greats, Kobe would be put over Steph.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess.
11 is Joker.
Okay.
12 is Nadal.
Do you have a problem with Federer being ahead of Joker, even though Joker has more titles?
How many more titles? I don't have a problem with it initially. That's my first reaction.
Joker more jabs.
I think Joker has 24.
Joker has 24, and Roger's got 20. Ooh. Starting to have a problem with that.
For the most part, in the same era, too, right? Federer was around a little bit before him.
Yeah. Starting to have a problem with that. Nadal, 12. Nadal should definitely be behind both of them. 13 is Ronaldo.
Okay.
14 is Steph. 15, Olympic.
Olympic.
Yep. Summer
Olympics.
Easy. It's not going to be
Derek White.
Marion
Jones?
Yeah.
No.
Michael Johnson. No, Michael Johnson was 90s.
All right, I'll even give you the sport. You won't be. I don't think you'll be able to tell me. Swimming.
Ledecky.
Yes.
Ledecky.
Katie Ledecky. How'd you know that so fast?
You said swimming and gave it away.
Still.
Well, we already said Phelps, so.
Yeah, but did we think I know I know the name, but do we think of her as Usain Bolt, Simone Biles-esque, Katie Ledecky?
She's pretty much on top of the world.
10-time Olympic medalist, 7-time Olympic gold medalist. 16 hoops. This is good.
Oh, Taurasi?
Nope.
Jeez. I have no clue who it would be. I don't have any more basketball players on my list after Taurasi.
Dynasty in this state.
Duncan?
Duncan 16, Shaq 17.
Shaq did half of his damage pre-2000.
No, their first title was 2000.
I know, but he played but
he won.
6 years.
But he won all his titles then.
Yeah, I know.
All
right,
that's important.
No, I
Duncan over Shaq.
I don't have a problem.
What are you
with that.
disagreeing with?
You can't put Shaq. I can't put Shaq ahead of Mahomes.
He likes the chocolate bus.
I can't put Shaq ahead of Sidney Crosby. I can't. Not post 2000. If you add in pre 2000, yes.
Okay.
But post 2000, I can't put him ahead of Manning. I can't put him ahead of Trout. No, not post 2000.
And we are resetting, of course, as somebody just tuned in and was like, what list are y'all going off of? This is the top 100 most accomplished or whatever athletes from ESPN since 2000.
Or Lance Armstrong or Floyd.
Well, they're going to. Floyd is getting. I have a huge problem with the Floyd disrespect
Was
right now.
Pacquiao already on the list?
I don't think so.
Like, how's Mayweather not here by now?
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes is 18.
Okay.
Brian Broaddus would know this guy at 19.
Aaron Donald.
No. A sport he actually knows.
Jimmy Johnson.
Kinda. Lewis Hamilton.
Max Verstappen.
Oh, Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton, 19. Donald, 20.
Aaron Donald at 20.
Taurasi, 21. Crosby, 22. Oh, baby.
23.
Get on the fan cam. Get on Twitch. Get on the fan cam. 23.
Leah Thomas.
Chop, this is for you, baby.
That's not right, Bobby.
I don't even know the joke.
That's not right. That's not right.
I don't know what the joke is.
Leah Thomas.
Google the name.
Leah Thomas is the swimmer.
Oh, transgender?
Yeah.
Okay. 20.
Breaking barriers.
Shut up.
Joey
Just
Chestnut.
shut up.
Joey Chestnut.
23. No.
Joey Chestnut.
No, hoops.
Oh.
Men's hoops. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for Choppy.
Who could possibly in men's hoops be on this?
This is an argument I had early on in the show days.
Hang on a second.
With what I thought.
Kevin Garnett.
Kevin, the big ticket.
Shut up.
The big ticket.
Up.
The big ticket.
Shut up.
20.
Kevin Garnett.
Kevin Garnett.
Who has done absolutely nothing is
you.
better than Peyton Manning. Go ahead. Are you kidding me?
I thought you were going to argue for Dirk, not freaking Peyton.
Well, we've already established that Dirk is about 40 spots too low on this list.
Kevin Garnett over Peyton Manning. And right ahead, who
and
else
Trout,
is on?
and Dirk and Bonds and all those guys.
Pujols is 24.
And Pujols.
Kevin Garnett over Albert Pujols. And Floyd. Floyd's 25. Is the biggest disrespect? Look at Bobby on the fan cam. Is the biggest disrespect so far Tiger or Floyd at 25?
It's anybody behind Kevin Garnett. That is, I am
Kevin Garnett. Here's what they wrote: key accomplishments. NBA 75th anniversary team, big whoop, everyone gets that. Basketball Hall of Famer, big whoop, everyone gets that. 1 championship, 1 MVP. He won 1 Defensive Player of the Year, 13-time All-Star, 12-time All-Defensive. Woo. That one sticks out bad.
Did Sue Bird not make the list?
That one sticks out bad. Pujols 24, Floyd at 25. 50-0.
This is wild.
50-0.
Yeah, Floyd at 25.
This is what happens when you get rid of. This is
disrespectful.
what happens when Stephen A. fires Max Kellerman. They have no one there to talk boxing.
This is what. Yeah.
So where's Stephen A.?
I am thrown.
And then there's Peyton at 26.
So they're completely blowing off Lance Armstrong then.
Lance Armstrong not being on this list is insane.
It's not insane.
Top one.
It's not insane.
Even 100.
Choppy, he cheated for all of it.
They all did.
That's why they're not.
They all did in that sport, right? You had like that was the whole thing.
That's why they're knocking him out. At least they're including Bonds because you can say for part of his career he didn't do it.
My thing with Lance is
like
that
did he do it for? Did he do it for the part of the career they're judging though? 2000 on was Bonds' era.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like, there's a reason Lance.
Right.
I don't think they forgot Lance. They're just like the whole thing is.
Him. Yeah, my thing with that is that Lance by doping just leveled the playing field with everybody else because they all that was the whole Icarus
That's not
thing.
the way they look at it. They don't say everyone in baseball was doing it, so like let's just blah, blah, So that's it. The ESPN Top 100 accomplishing everything.
This is wild.
That they wanted to do. All right, your biggest issues on the Frank and the Franco injury attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Ralph?
I have a major issue with Tiger being so low. He's at 8. He has to be ahead of LeBron. He has to be ahead of Brady. He has to be ahead of...
has to be ahead of Brady?
Absolutely. I don't have a problem with him being behind Phelps. You want to make an argument for Serena? I disagree with it, but I don't have a problem with it.
Messi. It's hard for us to judge.
It's hard to judge Messi. I kind of have a problem with it.
Biles is way too high, right?
I think Biles is a little too high.
Look at him. He looks like he's about to get fired over something.
I would put Usain Bolt over Biles.
Okay. Is Kobe too high at 10?
I don't have a problem with it.
Like, Kobe shouldn't be ahead of Floyd. Kobe shouldn't be ahead of Pujols to me.
I think Joker's a little too low. I think he needs to be ahead of him, and Federer needs to be flipped.
And Kobe probably shouldn't be ahead of Mahomes.
Is that made for me just be like an eventual thing, though? Like, if we were to take this at the end of Mahomes' career, I'd have him above. But,
Aaron Donald, I think he's great, but is he too high?
Yeah, I mean...
All right, what are the Tolos saying before we move on to Neighborhood Watch?
A lot of Floyd issues, by the way. 817-214 says this list sucks. It's ridiculous. 214 agrees with Chop. Says Chop is on. This list sucks. 817 says Messi. There's no way he can be above Tiger.
Canelo didn't make the whole top 100?
No. They had to make room for Lauren Jackson.
That'll be for tomorrow. They will. Spit'll tell you chill. And now we're gonna get.
They're backed into a corner. They are. Tommy's right.
Yeah,
you're right. Whoever said it, I don't know. I don't.
It was me.
I don't pay attention to what you guys say anyway.
It.
So, I might have to quit. I don't know that I can do this job anymore. I'm not. These are not our peers. These are not my peers who did this list.
Todd Archer voting over there. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco on August 10th at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Man, this next segment is getting very contentious. Neighborhoods, uprisings all over the place, especially with what I apparently missed last week. Let's watch it.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right. It's the Neighborhood Watch, the segment that last week really upset some people in Wide Awake Wiley. They were not happy. Plenty of people loved it. They're like, oh, cool, we got a shout out. And I talked about how much we loved Wiley. Wiley was the best firehouse stop we had last year. Like everybody came out. It was awesome. That's where we did a bunch of different things with the firefighters. It was great. Love Wiley. But there were just some people who were a little upset by that. So I'm taking my hands off of the Facebook community group post of the week this week.
Oh.
I'm turning this over to RJ Choppy because RJ Choppy has his own community drama that's been playing out in... I got to say...
And you got in trouble last time you talked about something in your community.
Yeah, I did. I got in trouble.
How many people are in your community group?
There's like 110 homes.
Man, I think that for the number of people in that community group, they have more drama per capita than any other Facebook group I've ever heard of.
So this post has since been deleted. All these posts have since been deleted. But we have screenshots because the internet is forever.
You guys are screenshotting Facebook posts.
So I will read the one that started all the drama. Now, this guy is a Tolo. So and you know what? I don't disagree with what he's saying. I also don't agree with what he's saying, but I don't disagree with it.
Okay.
His post. Now, we live in an area where there is Army Corps of Engineering property all surrounding the neighborhood on 3 sides. So there's a lot of wildlife. Hogs, coyotes, snakes, bobcats, everything.
Wouldn't have snakes if you had Joseph Hicks Tolo.
I'm on the interior, so I'm kind of protected. But I do have him. Need some help on legal ways to kill coyotes in the woods by my house. Can I use a hunting slingshot or a bow or poison? Anyone have any good info?
Uh-oh.
So someone responds to this.
PETA.
Neighbors Can you believe blank is inquiring about this regarding the woods behind his house? Heads up, it's all because of his cat. Friends, he is wanting to kill off our wildlife in capital letters. Sir.
This is a really dangerous segment.
You don't live in or behind the common area. Suggestion, keep your pet locked up. They are not supposed to be wandering the neighborhood anyway. His wife decided to respond to this lady.
Oh, love it.
Because remember, the first line of the post was, can you believe he's inquiring about this? The wife's response, you're damn right he is.
No!
He didn't post this in the neighborhood Facebook group. Thanks for stalking his actual profile. Ooh. This is not about our cats, but all small pets not being safe in their own backyard.
And the children.
I experienced this with coyotes roaming the neighborhoods as new construction took place in my old house. It's obvious the Metroplex is moving this way and no longer the wildlife area you once knew. It seems there are people who are uninformed regarding city predation. I love wildlife and enjoy leaving the city to experience true nature, but I don't expect to experience it in the suburban metro area. Our family has spent 30 years in predator control on ranches and are very experienced to the damage that can occur. Wow. And these posts were deleted. And as a friendly reminder for your admin team, because adulting is hard and we still need reminders, this group has rules. No threatening language, be kind and courteous, content, respect privacy.
Yeah. All right, so all this is over killing coyotes.
Killing coyotes.
All right, compare killing a coyote to me killing a copperhead.
Oh, that's interesting. I think there's...
Because I'll fight anyone. I had a couple come after. I didn't kill the copperhead because I'm way too scared. But I had no problem with the copperhead being killed on my property. Poisonous. Not going to blink. I'll fight all the animal blah, blah, blahs. And Joseph Hicks is one of them. He's like, just throw it over the fence and let me come and take it and I'll pet it.
I don't know if there's a... Okay,
I'll pet your snake.
So for example, until recently, until recently, timber rattlesnakes were an endangered species or a protected species in Texas, so it was illegal to kill them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Outside of a coyote being an endangered species, which I don't think it is, there is no difference in killing them other than the perception that snakes are bad and coyotes are fine. Coyotes could do much more damage. Coyotes could kill your dog.
Yes.
They can kill your cat. They can kill your baby. They can kill your small child. You get a pack of them, they can kill you. A copperhead's not it'll kill your small child and may kill your dog.
Yeah.
Or at least hurt them.
I'm gonna have to fact check here on this one. Copperheads since 1989 have killed 5 people. How many humans have been killed by coyotes all time?
I have no idea.
7, 8.
0? 2?
2. And one of them was a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay, but no one's thinking about adults.
But are
it's
there
small
more
kids and your pets?
Also, do you come across snakes more than coyotes? Are there more copperheads and rattlesnakes than coyotes?
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, to go, if we're talking about since 89, it's 5 copperheads, and the history of, research, there's 2 coyotes. Coyotes generally apparently get scared away by humans.
All right, let me ask you this question. And, we're talking about hunting and killing animals and all that stuff, so kid disclaimer. If you found out that your neighbor was going in the back and shooting coyotes, would you feel like that was a little disturbing? Because if someone went back and shot a boa constrictor, you wouldn't care. If someone went back and shot someone's in the back just picking off coyotes, boom, 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 would you be like, that's a little much, you don't have to do that? That's what this question's about.
Yeah,
that's what this whole topic is about.
I don't live on that side of the neighborhood. I don't know how easily they come up to the backyard. I don't see that. If I lived back there and I saw coyotes right outside my fence, because those are it's like yours, like a wire fence. If I saw them there every day and there's a bunch of them, that would kind of, because you could hear them doing their howls. I could see that freaking me out.
All right. How are they weighing in? I'm going to guess the fan text is cool with getting rid of them. I'm going to guess.
903, I live an hour east of Dallas. We hunt coyote tournaments every January. Hundreds get killed. They are a nuisance. Just get a roadrunner and the coyote problem will be taken care of, says the 903.
Wait, roadrunners take care of coyotes?
It's a Looney Tunes joke, bro. Come on, catch up here. Come on, Peyton.
I'm sorry. That was the worst skit in all of Looney Tunes was Roadrunner.
But that's a
and
fantastic
Coyote.
reference.
It's
That was a good job by the 903. 817 Coyotes cause more damage than Copperheads. 903, there's legit coyote killing contests all over the state.
All right. What else we need to get to in the neighborhood watch?
All right, really quickly here, we can go to, we got time for this news story, I guess. There is a new list out, the 500 best cities in the U.S. for the quality of life. And 5 North Texas cities are included in the state's top 10. So we basically own the top 10 here in North Texas for the state. But one of our communities that we live in here, gentlemen, Sunnyvale, Roanoke, Flower Mound, Rockwall, one of them cracked the top 100 nationally for best quality of life.
I would think I'll say Rockwall, even though I hate it over there.
John? You don't even know it over there. I'm sorry. I'm not even listening. I'm looking at Tolo O'Brien just sent me like this coyote on his security cam. This looks like this looks like a mountain lion. This is a monster.
Some of them
Look at this daggone thing.
Oh yeah, they're big. Some of them can get big, man.
Holy crap. I'm sorry. So
some of them can be terrified. We're the top 500 best cities for quality of life in the U.S. according to a new list.
Yeah.
One of our communities that we live in cracked the top 100.
So that one of us live in?
Sunnyvale, Roanoke, Flower Mound, or Rockwall.
Oh, mine.
All right. And Choppy, you guessed Rockwall. Peyton?
I guess Rockwall.
I would go Roanoke.
Yeah, none of you guessed the actual right answer,
Flower
which
Mound.
is Flower Mound.
You all can't even freaking keep your air conditioning on.
You know what?
I'm out.
You can't even keep your transporters on.
Look. Flomo in an apartment is better than houses in Roanoke and Rockwall and everywhere else.
I used to live in Flower Mound. Too much traffic with the stoplights and everything.
Shut up.
Because
You lived in that Louisville border, bro. Come on, chill.
With the stoplights, it's a nightmare.
All right. Very busy. Entertaining expressway. The YouTube viewers shot up through the roof at over 320 right now. So thank y'all for turning it on and leaving it on. I see AK, Rescue Rangers, Kid, Nick, Wayne, K-word again, and James. So there you go. It's not that bad of a word. I'm just scared to say it. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm trying to get a new contract. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Did another owner in the NFC East just make Jerry Jones look a little bit better? That's next on the home of the boys, 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to SodaWeightLoss.com. SO.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hours. We try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Thanks for joining us. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Touchdown.
We got Peyton and now Carter in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll do a little around the NFL here because yesterday, while desperately looking for show content, I was like, let me try to binge Receiver. You guys talked about that compared to Hard Knocks last week?
No, we didn't talk about Receiver at all. We talked about Hard Knocks a little bit. We played a couple of clips from that, but Receiver we did not.
Okay.
Is it on Netflix?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have it. That would explain that.
Okay, so this is George Kittle, Debo, Justin Jefferson, Devante Adams, not Devontae Smith like the cut sheet, Peyton. And
only 7 cuts, and he couldn't get 2 of them right.
And they're focusing on receivers, just like they did quarterbacks last year. And here's freaking George Kittle. By the way, before they played the Cowboys, the message on the 49er practice field before they humiliated us and kicked our ass up and down and sunned us and put us back in our place, it was, yo, this is just another game for us. This is a Super Bowl for them. That's how they were talking about the Cowboys. An assistant coach said it. Debo said it. Bigger game for them, not for us. And then George Kittle, I think this was on his 30th birthday. First 2 catches, touchdowns. And on the sideline, they're destroying the Cowboys so badly, they're talking Bruno Mars concert with a bunch of dudes that they went with Christian McCaffrey and everyone else. And then this is George Kittle getting ready to break out his Gary Plummer F. Dallas t-shirt. Remember that?
I had a bunch of shirts made, actually, so I gave them to all the tight ends. I was the only one that wore it.
This one?
I wore that under the pads, showed it off.
Dallas.
Awesome.
Hell yeah. Hey, Debo, I pulled it out.
I seen George Kittle is rude.
Hey, how much of a fine is that? 15?
I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Will you pay half? I'm gonna get fined so much money.
Think so? How much?
Anywhere from 5 to 35.
It was $15,000, and I don't regret it one bit. Not one bit. And I might do it again if given the opportunity.
So, all right, in general, the line of thinking, I think, is correct, that this is just another game to us. This is a Super Bowl for them. It definitely meant more to Dallas than it did to San Francisco. You're lying, though, if George Kittle's clearly like, I'll take a $35,000 fine to lift up a shirt that says F Dallas, and I'll do it again. And, like, there's still some juice there. They love, at the very least, they love the control they have over Dallas, and so it means more to them in that sense.
This ended up being the first 3-touchdown day of Kittle's career. And he was just pouring some gasoline on the fire of, and I might do it again. He had this little smirk on his face. I started off, I don't know how I feel about George Kittle. He's not a real person. Like, he's kind of like Gronk in just being like a ditz, and he's a WWE character in real life. That's what he is. A lot of cheesiness, a lot of speaking it into an existence, where he's in the pregame saying, breathe in, focus, exhale, fear. Like, he's just doing this stuff himself.
Athletes in general, there's a lot of them that in order to get through the day-to-day of monotony, especially football because it's like 80% practice, you've got to be super corny.
He's the most positive psycho. Like, after every Brock Purdy interception, he sprints right over. Hey, next one, right to the kicker after a big miss against the Browns. Next one. Like, he's so just wired with positivity, and he's nuts. And then after destroying the Cowboys, Nick Bosa was saying, we haven't had a team like this. Then they go on to lose 3 straight, which I forgot. It's amazing how much you forget, or I forgot, after the regular season just ended. Justin Jefferson, Lamar Odom-esque candy obsession. He said, I'm going to eat candy and junk food while I still can.
DK did the same thing. It's these guys are so shredded. Like, DK would talk.
They've run all day. That's why Ocho's like, you can eat McDonald's for breakfast and be fine. Yeah, because he's going to practice and running wide receiver routes all day.
All day. Yeah, but DK would have like a giant coffee, and that would get him through noon. I'm like, what? How are you not hungry?
Yeah.
And then he would have like a big 4-pound bag of Sour Patch Kids and then a 5,000-calorie dinner. Like, how do you do that?
And then, as I talked about yesterday, by the way, and Justin Jefferson does have a personal chef, so that helps. But the most damaging stuff by far is from Devante Adams. And I talked about this yesterday, and thanks to the Tolos who are like, these are clips from Receiver, and that's part of the reason I just decided to binge it. He thinks a lot of himself, Devontae Bassick, very, very humble, and he hates the quarterback play in Vegas, which is why you're getting a lot of this Aaron Rodgers Jets talk. But man, he's a beast. He looks the part. He's a technician. The entire route tree. So that's where I'm at right now in Receiver. But
worth it.
You mean the series?
Yeah.
It's good.
Better than, is it equal to quarterback?
I think quarterback's better right now. Right now, I would say quarterback is better. It's cool following Mahomes. Cousins was, a nice story. Mariota, that was terrible to look at. That was boring. Miss me with that.
Do you think this will be, because we've heard now Netflix and the NBA are setting up this similar program for their stars in the fall? The NBA
I even started watching the rodeo one here in Texas. Amanda and I were so bored. We were watching professional rodeo with draft classes. So they're doing this for everything. Amanda started watching the track and field one with Sha'Carri.
Oh, Sprint? Is that the one?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean that's gotten
swing
great reviews.
for golf. Just
full swing or whatever.
Was the Formula One part of Peyton's thing, or that was separate beforehand?
Because a lot to survive, right? I don't know if it was part of Peyton's or not.
Okay.
Then
Amon St. Brown. I respect the chip on the shoulder.
He's got a chip, man.
But he's a little douchey. Little bit douchey there with Amon Ra. But man, his dad was a beast, 2-time Mr. Olympia.
Yeah.
Do you for the fall when they do the NBA one, does the receiver one at least give you hope that do you think the NBA one is going to be able to click into viral moments? Is that going to be helpful?
Hell yeah.
That one.
Yeah. Do we know who else is in that?
It's going to be Jimmy Butler,
yes,
Anthony Edwards,
yes,
LeBron,
yes,
Domantas Sabonis, and Jason Tatum, who's just going to repeat everything the other four say, I would guess.
That's gold. That is gold. Are you kidding me? I don't know why they picked Sabonis. They probably needed a white guy.
They've already said they've got Shams Charania reported the other day, the rumors coming out of the production team is that Anthony Edwards is going to blow up even more after this.
Easy to see. And LeBron, he couldn't resist. Couldn't resist.
Who's going to make us roll our eyes more with their corny statements, LeBron or Tatum?
Oh, that's a good one. Although I thought you went a little below the belt with Tatum yesterday.
That was just.
I thought that was a little cheap. I wasn't gonna. You tag me in that. I wasn't gonna retweet that.
That was a troll. That was just easier than sending you guys the photos.
What
That's
was
what
it?
It was. So he wrote, I guess something in 4th grade. He named it and claimed it, and said 20 years from now I'll have gone to Ohio State, met my wife. Kristen, he says. It's basically like, what's your life going to look like? Yeah. He says he gets drafted by the Suns and then is traded to the Lakers after 6 years and yada yada. And I just said he couldn't even be himself in 4th grade. And then I showed a picture of Jim Jackson in an Ohio State jersey, a Suns jersey, and then a Lakers jersey.
It's look, I mean, LeBron is going to be Tatum's going to say more corny, cheesy stuff, I think.
I think LeBron will be more eye rolly.
But LeBron's eye roll is it's different because he always, if you ever look, there's those memes where he's always on the first page of a book.
Yeah.
He's never actually in the book. If you go look, he's always on the first page of the book he's reading.
If they're producing this now, though, this just clicked for me. We are probably going to get close to see how much he actually was involved in Reddit getting hired, and then all the stuff with Bronny around the draft.
If they agree to show it.
If they agree to show it. Okay. Speaking of Hard Knocks, their owner not happy that Saquon ended up in Philadelphia.
This is John Mara. So the clip is Joe Shane, the GM. And you hear John Mara in the background talking about...
And he was staring at him too while he's saying this.
Yes.
Like, I don't want this to happen.
Right. This is the clip.
Be sure before we get rid of him.
Uh-huh. This is the clip. And Joe Shane had to kind of pull a coup to avoid this whole thing happening. But John Mara may be meddling.
What's the latest? Just on the Saquon thing.
I just got a text that Chicago's driving the price up and Philly's out. I don't know if that's true or not. which I don't know if I'll make a couple of calls. I don't even know if that's gonna happen, but
I have a tough time sleeping if Saquon goes to Philadelphia. I'll tell you that. As I've told you, just being out. I've been around enough players, so but he's the most popular player we have by far.
Man,
popular is what he's worried about, huh?
That's like people think Jerry only thinks about money and the fans last and money first and popularity. But like maybe this shows the problem the way Jerry runs it versus that. This is the interesting like tug of war here. Joe Shane just thinks about football. John Mara thinks about the business side of it. That's kind of the roles. The problem is that Jerry's tried to marry the roles. And he's tried to be the GM without thinking about business. And he's trying to be the business guy without thinking about the GM, the personnel side. I think that's tough to do. I think it's very tough to do.
I think
people were calling out Mara yesterday for being like just what you said. Oh, it's about popularity?
Yeah.
Oh, we should just keep an injured
like Eli. That's why they kept Eli around, isn't it?
But yeah, boy, you need some better intel though. If Joe Shane is like talking to people around the league and goes, Philly's completely out. Really? Because Philly was so in so early that the NFL was like, did you guys tamper? Did you guys break rules? So he clearly had bad sourcing there with his people around the league.
It's funny you say that because
this is just a Bobby crutch word.
Yeah.
You have your own crutches.
I do.
Don't worry. I've been tallying how many times each of you have said funny and interesting all week on a Word document, and we're going to have a cut up later.
Okay. You're such an idiot.
Neurotic.
You're such an idiot.
Adderall should cancel you just because of that.
Go see your family. But
he does. They're in the room. He's ignoring them.
He's ignoring them.
They're there. He sees them.
Mom will see you soon. It's like your pool party.
That's right. So there was another clip here, and I didn't pull it because it was too like you couldn't really hear Mara.
Yeah.
But almost immediately after, one of Shane's of the cronies gets the notification that Philadelphia signs him.
The news breaks, and Mara's in the room.
And Shane's like, we'll be fine. He said, we'll be fine.
Mara's staring him down.
Shane's like, we'll be fine. And Mara's staring him down.
Mara's staring him down, and then he starts like walking out of the room, and that's when Shane's like, don't worry, it's okay.
We'll be fine.
And he kind of gave him a look like, it better not blow up for them. Because he goes, if he goes to Philly, I'm going to have a real problem.
Yeah.
Boy, that's John Heyman sourcing right there. You break a story to your owner, and then immediately 2 seconds later, like, yeah, it's actually the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge is not going to the Giants.
Arson Judge.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Carter in the back. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. RJ is going to bring you a British Open update and the 13-year-old that he wants to punch square in the mouth. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Oh, gosh. Another episode of the commercial break coming up someday. Here on Sean and RJ, we got Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Carter in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Below, The Belt is coming up at 8:40. And Choppy, the British Open is taking place during our show today and tomorrow.
I absolutely love when we have live sports. And right now, Justin Thomas, 3 under par, is your leader. Justin Rose, who you haven't heard from in quite a while, he's a stroke back at 2 under. Adam Scott is 1 under. So that's really everybody of note that's near the top of the leaderboard. A lot of guys, there's still a ton of golfers that have either just, like Phil Mickelson, just teed off. He's on number 1. So is Dustin Johnson. Brooks Koepka, Matsuyama, Tiger, Xander Schauffele, Colin Morikawa, Spieth, Scheffler. None of them have teed off yet.
And you want to punch a future professional golfer square in the mouth one day?
Well, I don't know if he's a future professional golfer.
I'm not going to go pro.
He might need some new teeth. This kid in Kansas.
Is he from London?
No, he's from Kansas. I've never heard anybody from Kansas I don't necessarily like. I generally, Kansas people are fine people. I have no problem with Kansas people.
Right, yeah.
I don't care for their horn that they have at Fog Allen.
Okay.
Me either.
It's like a beep. It's not like a good horn, I don't think. But
who is a hateable person from Kansas?
I don't think a lot of people like Bill Self, right?
No, Bill Self, I love. He's a little slimy every day. I love Bill Self personally.
Yeah. Let's see. Sandler's a Kansas fan. Not hateable though.
What? Jared Sandler?
Yeah.
Is a Kansas fan?
He was a Kansas basketball fan as a kid.
But I just USC guy. Look at Poppy's face.
Is he?
Are you telling me he's a Jayhawk fan right now?
He loves Bill Self. I do know that.
I don't know if he
Sandler?
I think he grew up a Kansas fan.
He makes the argument that Bill Self is like the greatest coach of his generation.
Mr. February.
Okay, so he bailed on them when he went to USC.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah. Anyway, this kid in the suburb of Wichita teed off at the 12th hole, a 118-yard par 3. Hits a shot, lands 15 feet away for the pin before rolling in the cup. All right. Good for you, kid. Good for you. All right. Then, what happened to him a couple holes later? He hits another one.
Wow.
He hit 2 hole-in-ones in the same round. First of all, by the way, the average golfer, so like your average run-of-the-mill golfer, has a 1 in 12,000 chance of hitting a hole-in-one every time they step up to the tee.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Now, a low handicap golfer, me, has a 1 in 5,000 chance. And if you're if you're a professional golfer, you have a 1 in 3,000 chance.
So what would Wilt Chambers be if you're
same as me?
Oh, okay.
1 in 5,000. I've never come close. I've never.
Would it really? Don't you feel like if you did it, you'd be like, okay, like, do you think it'd be worth all the hype that you've imagined it to be?
Are you kidding me?
Look at his face.
Are you kidding me?
Look at his smirk.
I would take my pants off.
Oh my God.
You've already done that. That's where you got engaged. In Gaylord.
That's a fair point.
You
That's
already
a fair
took
point.
your pants off on a golf course.
There is no. You would never hear the end of it. You would never hear the end of it. I've had 3. So some people call them double eagles. Some people call them albatrosses. It's a 2 on a par 5. I've had 3 of those. I can't sniff a hole-in-one.
Of the other equivalents, I'm going to try to shoot down your dream. Of the other equivalents in sports, I'm trying to think of the argument to make that it's more luck.
It's all luck.
So don't,
so much
it's a
luck.
lucky thing. So don't be so mad at other people.
I'm not.
And don't celebrate too much if you do it because it's more luck. It's all luck. Yeah, it's not all luck. It's a ton of luck.
It's a ton of luck. I mean, you got to put a good swing on it.
What you did in the Celebrity Home Run Derby, the Cowboys Celebrity Home Run Derby, is way more impressive than if you hit a hole in one.
Oh, well, thank you.
No, way more impressive. What I do every time I play y'all in horse winning, way more impressive.
I'll never forget. I'm sitting there at the golf course I grew up playing on.
What did you say?
I said that wouldn't happen if we actually played each other. I've never been part of one of those things.
Bobby, the last 3 times you've bragged about something, you've got your face smashed in.
Nope, hasn't happened. Not one time.
Let's see. Peyton was one of them. Didn't you destroy him in beer pong?
He did destroy me in beer pong.
Someone
I own up to that.
killed you in pool.
Fan bowl?
I didn't claim I was good at pool, though.
But you claim you're good at everything.
How'd you do in fan bowl?
Paper football.
Okay, so I lost
darts.
to him.
We'll do darts and Oxnard.
He had.
Are you good at darts?
Yeah, I am. Or I used to be. I don't know if I'm anywhere. I lost to Sean, but like similar to like breaking up the divisions in college football, he had hands to scale the size for the paper football field that I don't have.
That's a good comeback.
That's like, I mean, you're putting me in a different weight class essentially for like a boxing match. It doesn't work.
I mean, yes, it is all luck. I mean, I saw a guy hit a golf ball on a par 3, and he just kind of sculled it very, very low, a low liner. He went into the trap, came up out of the trap, and rolled right in the hole. So like that's that kind of crap.
If I told you one shot at a hole-in-one for like $1 million out of the courses you played, or the courses that you know of, even if you haven't played them, like professionally, where you're like, I think I'd have a shot. I think I can reach the hole from there.
What
reach the hole?
Yeah, like which hole on which course would you take that shot from? Like, is there one professional where you're like, man, that seems like that's a par 3 that I think I can reach?
Well, I mean, you could really reach all the par threes. Like that's
no,
why
he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's not. He doesn't even know what question he's asking.
I know what question I'm asking.
Mr. Golf Expert.
I am.
Doesn't even know what the hell.
Some people are naturals. They don't have to study it. That's my whole point. Everybody's studying.
We wasted enough time on this. All right, Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan. What's Gen Z doing now that you absolutely love so much?
Well, let's see. They have a trend, the summer corporate trend, right? So you do your OOO. Now, we don't do this. Well, you and I and Bobby, we don't do it. We don't put an away message on our email. Out of office.
No.
You know, a lot of people who work a regular job, a real job, unlike us, they make an out of office message.
Our salespeople have this up 24/7.
All the time.
Yeah.
Because they never work.
Exactly.
They're never here. They're always out of the office. So Gen Z is starting.
Except for you, Chelsea. Keep it coming.
That's right. This summer, Gen Z is starting out of office messages in terms of they're making videos for them. So they're being a little creative. So they're going to make an out of office video to tell you that they're not there. But people are calling the absolute guts and gall that Gen Z has. This one kid, he's a 20-something-year-old marketing employee, and he made this out-of-office message that has the whole world like, oh, my God, I can't believe he did this.
Are you rolling? If you're watching this, I'm probably on a plane to Europe right now. Here are some answers to some frequently asked questions. Number 1, when will I be back? 2, if you're a recruiter, my personal email is Josh. And 3, for all urgent inquiries, send me an email and I'll look at it when I get back. Joe Winter.
So that was his out of office message. And everyone's like, I will look at the email. I won't even look at my email. I will look at it when I get back, which we have gone from.
I think that was kind of cool.
I thought it was cool, too. I thought it was very cool.
I don't have a huge problem with this like Bobby does.
I don't know that.
It's creative.
It's been
it shows personality.
It's been a long time since so many things we've talked about in one show have made me so angry. And this is just, I hate it. I hate it. Like that just makes me like as soon as I hear the or whatever music,
that was pleasant.
Like, no.
Look, Gen Z's got their problems, but they also are going to save us, I believe. This is just a correction to the norm. When I was a kid, when my dad was not at work, he wasn't accessible from his boss. You couldn't call him.
That's where you get it from.
No, but in general, right? This is before cell phones.
10:01. See ya.
You didn't have cell phones when you went on vacation. You went on vacation.
I want you to make one of these videos for your Twitter and pin it at 10:01 every Friday when I know you're not going to post
Choppy here.
Yeah, I'm done.
It's Friday.
I'm not reading. Don't talk to me. I'm out. I'll be a happy hour.
But and then when our parents were when we were kids, our parents it was just hard to get a hold of them. They didn't have cell phones. They weren't accessible. There was no email. 24/7 was
weren't
not
emotionally accessible in a lot of ways.
Bobby still can't get
hold of his mom.
Not without John Edward or whatever.
But then, cell phones and emails. But cell phones and emails made it now, so we're always accessible. And now Gen Z is like, boundaries, we're correcting this. You can't have me 24/7. I love it. I love it.
You okay over there, Sean? You don't remember John Edward?
No, I watched the other crooks that my wife is obsessed with. These other
mediums.
Yeah, these mediums. These crooks. I could be I don't know what I could be a better version of, a medium or a country music singer. They're both easy.
Well, especially if you're doing the derby. If you're singing before the home run derby, you could do that.
I could be that's what I should quit and do, is be a medium. It's so simple.
It's
so easy.
It's called, what they call it, cold reading, right? It's like you do these certain things where you it's genuinely, it's this technique that they say you can do it. You just start basically inferring things and allowing them to lead you down a path where eventually you go, I did it correctly.
I keep my mouth shut now when my wife watches it all. Unfortunately, she's in the car right now because I just saw my son get checked in at school. But I used to blast it and call it out every single time she watched. But I could give you. Well, we should do it one day. I'll give you a reading. I don't want to mock those because it really is about hope, right? It's about making you feel whole again and peace and all that. But Come on. I could do it. I'm telling you I could. All right. Apparently it is it's not cool to text without emojis. I don't know that I'm down with this. So this is, again, a Gen Z thing right here. A new research project, survey of 2,000 Americans aged 21 and older, revealed that 41% of respondents believe a message needs to include an emoji to be complete. Younger respondents were most likely to agree with this statement, with 70% of Gen Z saying emoji needed to be included within a message. Now, when I read this, and Gen Z already trying to dictate, texting is relatively new still in the grand scheme of things. When you look at, we talk about like over the course of society and societal norms we've developed, texting is going to be one of these newer things in the grand scheme of things of like, what are the rules of Choppy, be
decorum?
Honest. Just be honest with me. Did you fart in the last like,
No,
3
I was
minutes?
wondering who did that.
I saw you eat eggs, and that smells like eggs.
I did not.
Seriously.
I did not.
He probably did.
I did not know because I have right now, I think I have to poop. And if I farted...
Well, there you go.
No, hang on.
It's seeping out of you. I smell it.
I don't think it works like that. And I haven't been able to trust one in a couple of days, so I have not farted in a couple of days.
There's your promo.
He likes to fart in bed.
The Gen Z say otherwise the text message will feel naked if it doesn't have an emoji on it. And then I started trying to think through it. Who uses the emojis most in our group text? I think it's RJ.
I'm a big emoji guy because I'm very I don't want to offend anybody and make anybody upset. So I make sure to put a laughing emoji in just about everything, just so they know that I'm not in a stern
I've
voice.
been doing a ton of that option where you get the exclamation points, the ha-ha, thumbs up.
Yeah.
That's what I've been doing a lot of.
Well, and so on my Android, that shows up super clunky looking because it doesn't show up as any sort of an emoji. It says, Sean Sharif laughed at, and then it puts in quotes whatever my text message was. But I typically go for just the LMAO in our text, I feel like, whereas Choppy's the one who will use the crying laughing emoji. Sean, when he's being a little passive-aggressive and just acknowledging and basically is like, shut up, I'm done with the text chain, we'll just send back the thumbs up and nothing else. But I think that's about it. Choppy loves the OMG in place of text.
I do
emojis.
OMG when I don't know what else to say.
What do you think, Pepe?
Yeah, I think the reaction is choppy. Everything, because I'll know he's looking at the text because I'll get all the text saying choppy like, choppy love, choppy laughed at. So I think it's choppy here, number one.
They switched over to iPhone and just went crazy. He's having his college era right now, like when somebody goes off there.
It is my Eras tour.
Is tight end the strongest position on the Cowboys roster? Part 4 of the roster inventory on the home of the boys. Next, in Below the Belt, 105.3 The Fan. But...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How important is a good tight end?
Well, I mean, we talk about football here?
I mean, you can take it wherever you want, Chop. I think either way, you're a big fan of both. As you have said recently, and we've talked about a lot over this offseason whenever we've talked about the position or looked at different, ways.
This room still smells like rotten eggs.
I know.
Open the door.
It's clearly not a fart.
I mean, it's
Unless
probably
you keep doing it.
It's probably just your eggs that you made. I don't know. He warms some stuff up sometimes that he's
no,
like.
if any of us warmed up what he ate for breakfast, he'd have a conniption.
Yeah.
He'd go crazy about
I just made eggs. That's it.
You used to eat raw tuna every morning.
I still do. Now I eat it in the afternoon.
Yeah. Raw tuna, boiled eggs every day. Scrambled egg concoction. If any of us opened up that other stuff, you would not be happy.
But I wash the bowl out as soon as it's done. So it's not.
Did somebody just close that, or did the door bounce back and close?
Both you guys
barely opened it.
Well, you're
one more second.
So strong, Bobby. Yeah. You're like CeeDee Lamb on the bench press, going back and forth with Cole Beasley. All right, thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
Let's talk about the tight end position. A spot where I think there was obviously the discussion about Dalton Schultz and what exactly was he worth and what exactly could you find in terms of how easily could it be to find a replacement, somebody who can click into place. Jake Ferguson has been I don't want to say a revelation, but I mean, Jake Ferguson, I think is really starting to come into his own as one of the game's better tight ends. He was actually spoiler alert here. There were a lot of Cowboys fans recently who were upset because that ESPN top 10 position list that Jake Ferguson was not in there. Jake Ferguson did not get a top 10 pick. Dalton Schultz did. And there are some people who just thought, Ferguson's better at this point. Ferguson had really surprised the Cowboys when they picked him. If you talk to people in the organization, they'll tell you that we liked him, but we picked him where we did because we needed a tight end, and we didn't think another one was going to make it to us at the next pick. And so they liked him, but it was a little bit like, all right, here's a pick out of kind of necessity, and maybe we're leaving some guys on the board that we think are better or guys that we like a little bit more because we got to get this position now because it's going to be barren after we get past this run. And Ferguson came in and immediately impressed them with the game field athleticism. So timing, testing, things like that. That wasn't anything that really popped when you would look at his testing numbers. There wasn't anything that said he was a super athlete. But in the games, he plays as a better play speed athlete than he does as a testing athlete. So Ferguson doing what he's done has kind of set up the rest of this tight end room for them to kind of pick and choose and be a little more deliberate with the way that they want to set things up here. On the roster currently, I think they like this group a lot. I think they're going to cut one or two guys that they think should be on NFL teams. You got Princeton Fant, Jake Ferguson, Peyton Hendershot, Alec Holla, Luke Schoonmaker, and Brevin Spanford. Brevin Spanford is the rookie out of Minnesota that they signed as an undrafted free agent, and that's somebody that I think they would really like to have on here. The guy that they really fell in love with last year was Louisiana tight end John Stevens, which he doesn't look like a tight end. He's 6'5", 220 pounds. He's thin. He looks like a big receiver. But Stevens, David Durden, who we mentioned yesterday in the receiver group, these are guys that were undrafted free agents last year that if they didn't get hurt, they were probably going to sneak on the roster because the Cowboys thought so highly of them. Princeton Fant has had a lot of investment from Dak Prescott. Dak has, when we talked to Jake Ferguson last year, he mentioned that Dak only goes off on you at practice or is in your ear when he sees something and he's trying to bring it out at you. Like it's somebody, he's not going to get onto somebody the same way if he thinks you just don't have it. Last year at camp, he didn't get on anybody as hard as he did Princeton Fant. There were 3 straight reps where he just was barking at him in his ear, telling him like, dude, 13 yards, not 12. You finish the route. Do this, do that. So I think at this point, because of the way they like Fant, they've got Schoonmaker, who's already a high second-round pick, who Broadus is already out on. Was out. Broadus is saying that if he gets to training camp and he basically sees a practice where Schoonmaker is hurt, he said, if I'm doing 2 live mics and Schoonmaker's on the sideline, he's like, I'm going to be done defending Schoonmaker. I'm like,
second year.
Yeah, but he said it's
was he against the pick when
no,
they drafted him?
He was super high on Schoonmaker. And he's been frustrated by how slow he's been. It's been a very similar trajectory to this point as Tolbert. Like the same sort of thing of got hurt in OTAs as a rookie, wasn't able to participate, fell behind, never clicked into place the way they needed him to. The blocking was not, they thought he was going to be an NFL blocker like that kind of quality. He was not good enough there. He had a couple big drops last year. You remember there were like 2 different instances of Dak throwing what would have been a seam touchdown where Schoonmaker just couldn't finish the catch. I was really high on Luke Schoonmaker, and I'm going to have a little more patience than Brian, but this is going to tell me a lot how this training camp period goes for Schoonmaker.
My issue is not with the pick of Schoonmaker. It's that they didn't recognize Ferguson was a good player.
Well, they let Schultz go. That could have played in. You could give them credit for that.
Oh, so let him go, but then
showing that we have faith in Jake.
Yeah, like it just seems like,
Yeah, but I'm saying,
yes, showing letting Schultz go shows you have faith in Jake.
Yeah,
but then you turn around and you draft Schoonmaker, unless you're going you're trying to recreate the 09 Patriots or whatever.
No, I mean 2 tight end sets are still used a lot in the NFL. Like by offenses that people think are forward thinking. Shanahan uses a lot of 2 tight ends. Philadelphia, the year they won the Super Bowl and the year they went to the Super Bowl, they used a lot of 2 tight end sets. People look at it like you've said before, Chop. If you've got a really good athletic tight end, it creates a really difficult mismatch for most of the defense because they haven't caught up around it. I don't blame that. I think they figured out pretty quickly that Ferguson was good and better than they thought. And I think that
my favorite player.
He was great. His personality's great. He is.
I love his attitude.
I
wish if they had 5 more of him, they wouldn't get embarrassed in their biggest moments.
I don't want to attribute any quotes to anyone or do anything like that. I will just say this. If you hang around people in the Cowboys organization for a little bit, you just ask them like, hey, tell me about your experiences with Jake Ferguson. What do you think about him? Everybody will have some sort of story of, oh my gosh, Ferguson, we were in the game. He said this to that defensive back. Remember, he got Jamal Adams all twisted up last year.
By running a route?
Yeah, by just being athletic.
Yeah, well, by like that and then basically making sure to like, yeah, first down right over here, buddy. And I know that he's provided some.
He's a dog.
He absolutely is.
He's a dog.
They feel like he is going to be, I know they don't wear the C here in Dallas. They don't do the captain's patch here. He is going to be a team captain at some point because people he understands work habits.
No player wears the C?
They don't do the captain's patch. I think until playoffs maybe, but they don't wear them during the regular season.
I thought that was just a league thing that everybody did.
No, you don't have to.
At some point, Dak has done that.
He may have done it in the playoffs. I can't remember, but it definitely doesn't happen during the regular season because they also
Dak
rotate.
Takes it off for the playoffs.
They rotate captains every week. You remember, like McCarthy votes on a new captain for each spot.
Okay, did they do that under Garrett though? Was that like?
I don't remember. They have their leadership council, which is not the same. Yeah, I know, air quotes there. They have their leadership council, and that's kind of their captaincy. But they vote on different captains every week. But Ferguson is a guy who, on the field, in the locker room, everybody here feels really comfortable about his progression. The one guy they don't feel good about here anymore is a guy who I think was a fan favorite initially, and that's Peyton Hendershot. Peyton Hendershot is on the outs, I think, with this organization. And it's an issue of Hendershot went undrafted, and I think when everybody saw him as rookie year, they're like, wow, there's some dynamic nature to his game. He's really impressive. How did this guy go undrafted? I had heard from somebody, they said, yeah, there were some maturity questions. That's why he fell out of the draft. He was a draftable grade for a lot of teams. They had some questions. So since he got here, he's had issues with the drops. He's had issues, I think, being where he's supposed to be in certain plays on certain routes. And last year, he had become completely forgotten. It was bad enough, quote unquote, that they felt like they needed to spend that second round pick to get a second tight end in here on Schoonmaker, who's had his struggles. But there have been different times where Peyton Hendershot's not at practice. He's been excused today. Why? Don't know. They don't say, but he's been excused. There's a little bit of that nature of always something, I think. And you start wondering, when we've got as deep of a tight end room as we have, and we like the type of players that we have here, it's going to be easier and easier to kind of push him on the roster and find something else out. Now,
Tolos are texting us that this rotten egg smell is a gas leak. I feel like I know what the gas leak smells like.
If it's outside, it may just be seeping in and we don't get the full. I smelled something like that this morning at my house.
I got sponsors.
Then it's following you.
Someone told me it's water. When you don't run the water after a long time, you get that rotten egg smell. But I got sponsors coming in here, and I'm terrified. They're coming in here during the show. I'm terrified that they're going to come in here.
Blow up?
Yeah, and they're going to blow up the account because they think that we're just sitting here passing gas nonstop. I'm going to have to cancel the meeting.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. This is bad.
No,
it's not going away.
You don't.
What'd you say?
Because we have a meeting?
No, you don't. Yeah.
No,
I said sponsor.
If you said that you smelled it at home, that means it is following you.
No, I smelled when I walked outside. It didn't smell in the house. When I walked outside, I was like, ooh, maybe it was today. It was today. I was like, ooh, are we fracking in Roanoke now? Like I didn't.
Is that what you think it is? We got fracking odors in the air?
I don't know. It looks a little weird. Like there's a little foggy out. Maybe that's gas. Who knows?
That could be. Wrapping this up here on the tight ends really quickly. I'm curious from both of you because there is, given their propensity to hold on a little bit, probably a year too long on guys that have clearly shown they don't have it, is there anything that can occur in training camp where if you see no progress from Luke Schoonmaker, you will reach a broadest point of like, okay, the guy, we got to start figuring out if there's something we got to do here to move on from him?
No.
Because of just the initial investment, it's sunken cost. Isn't it sunken cost fallacy at some point?
His second training camp.
It's a second training camp, and they don't need him to be good.
No, but if you're talking about if you want to get anything, if you want to try and capitalize on any sort of trade movement or anything else.
The Cowboys are the ones talking about how year 3 it has to click.
Yeah.
We're year 2.
Year 2. Give him a minute.
And he was banged up.
Yeah.
I would like to ask Broadus how many guys clicked in their second year or in their third year that you scouted and you were in the organization with.
Cowboys have a strong history from administration to administration of tight ends taking a long time to develop. Dalton Schultz didn't click until year 3. Blake Jarwin, I think, was year 3. Martellus Bennett didn't click till he was way out of here. Scott Chandler was in Dallas for a little bit. He didn't click until like year 6 in Buffalo. Anthony Fasano. There have been a ton of tight ends throughout Dallas's history that they don't start really coming into their own until like year 3 or 4. It's just, it feels like, particularly here with the Cowboys, there's just a little bit of a learning curve in what they're asked to do coming up from college into the NFL.
Who's their tight ends coach?
Lunda Wells.
Okay.
Who is one of the better tight ends coaches in the league. People like, and it's clearly not been a problem for Ferguson. And Hendershot contributed pretty quickly. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of only so much excuse making that you can have.
Training camp getting started right after next Wednesday's show, and the entire crew will be flying out to Oxnard, California, on your home of America's team. How much does the GOAT love Texas? That kicks off the final hour, Thursday edition, after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Carter getting it in the back. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Yeah, I bet he is.
Yeah, there we go.
Carter's going with a left-handed fist pump. You don't see that often.
That's right.
It's called a stranger.
It is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So you're going to lay out on me on that one, Sean.
Did you guys get in any trouble? I was out with him and Eric and their comments. You become the tame one,
I know
that's bad.
There was some uncomfortable. We had some uncomfortable conversations. Not like
because Bobby swears that Eric is like this unpredictable, dangerous maverick on the radio.
He can be.
He can't touch Peyton.
No. Okay, so we did a whole segment that you would have dumped. The funneling when Eric kept repeating a word over and over again that I don't know that he could have said, and it felt like he was going out of his way to repeat it, and said it about 10 times in the span of.
And y'all didn't get in trouble?
No.
I thought there was a few times I thought we were going to get in trouble.
It was fast. It was hard.
But we didn't.
He was talking about an incident at a restaurant where 2 people were kicked out because a gentleman was pouring drinks into not a woman's mouth, but maybe another spot. Was administering it through somewhere else.
Cleavage?
No, like
crack?
Closer,
okay.
Much closer, but making sure to like actually intravenously, I guess is the term for it.
It goes right to your bloodstream that way.
Yeah,
we were famous for this at the University of Tennessee back in the day.
And he was using a term to describe the actual setup that he used several times in a row.
Nick Saban says, Texas, y'all are not going to be running the SEC, but the greatest coach of all time has picked the Longhorns to play for the SEC championship this upcoming season against the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yes, sir.
All this taking place at SEC Media Days in the Metroplex. Texas versus Georgia, according to Saban.
Yep, and he has and his old players at Bama not happy with him, not very happy with him at all that they did not pick him or pick them to reach the SEC championship game. But Saban does say that Texas will be one half of the SEC championship game, which would put, and look, they are one of the favorites to win the national championship. They, barring a collapse, will be in the playoff.
I want to ask Carter a question back there. Carter, just give me the thumbs up or thumbs down being the die-hard OU fan. With the Sooner colors on this morning, you feel like you guys are being left out of all this SEC conversation, kind of mid. Like we're focusing on Texas, and OU is always like, in the passenger seat of the conversation, including this for playing for the title game.
Yeah, Texas is a better team right now.
Yeah.
So, if Oklahoma was the second best team in the nation or the best team in the nation or wherever Texas is, they would be the ones that are talked about a little bit more. Maybe Texas still would have more media there. Apparently the
what's wrong, Peyton?
The setup around Sark.
Oh, we triggered Carter back here. I did.
What happened?
Well, Choppy said that Texas has a better team, and then Carter said, "Well, who beat Texas last year?" And I said, "Well, Carter, I made that same excuse to you the year before when Texas won 56-0."
Yeah, it's not really
it's just
an
a back
opinion.
and forth. No, it wasn't you. It was my comment more. It was my comment.
Yeah, because the fact that Texas being better than Oklahoma right now, that's not really a hot take.
No.
OU's a good team. They're a top 15 team, but Texas is a top 5 team.
My favorite thing from this though was what
we
you
think.
We don't know. I mean, transfer portal screws everything up.
My favorite part of this yesterday though, Saban picking Texas, was like you mentioned. There were some Alabama players who were upset by it. Was Tyler Booker, their offensive lineman, who when he got asked about it, he said, Coach always used to say, don't let some guy that lives in their mom's basement determine how you feel. He said, I'm not going to let a guy who played golf all day determine how I feel. I like that.
Crapping on Saban?
I don't think it's crapping on. I think it's probably
You don't think it's crapping on him?
I think Saban would love this.
Yeah.
Because I think he's showing I remembered an ideal that Saban is, I don't think it's a disrespect thing. I think he's saying, Coach Saban's not in our program anymore. Yep. I can't worry about what people outside our building say, even if it's my former coach. I think Saban would have a ton of respect for, something stuck with you.
And also, I also don't think it's crazy that Saban is doing a little bit of a solid here to his old team because this is the rat poison. He said, don't drink the rat poison, right? Don't eat the rat poison.
Yeah.
And that if he had said Bama's going to the conference, they're going to the championship game, that's the rat poison. This is giving them the chip. It's giving Kalen DeBoer something to coach.
Or it's acknowledging someone who's better than you, like Texas was last year and beat Saban, and he realized that he is he's no longer the master. He is now the Padawan to Steve Sarkisian.
All right, what is it really like to be an NBA superstar? Bobby is going to tell us, since he knows what it's like to be a golf superstar.
Oh, yeah.
Man, this triggers Holland. Derek.
I'm telling you, and Holland is not the only one. They all get worked up by it.
So, Bet Online sent me how about the power rankings? Let's do that, Chop. Let's start off with NBA power rankings at this point in time in the offseason. By the way, Bronny James scoring 12 points last night in a Summer League breakout.
Yes, he was 0 for 12 from 3 for at the start of his Summer League. But since then, he's on a tear, man. On fire, 12 points.
12 points. Going to start calling him Bronny Reese out here.
The video game tournament is over.
It is. The Call of Duty tournament's over.
He can focus now.
Yeah, then now Patrick Mahomes is the one that's not going to be able to play because he's bringing a TV to camp. And he's going to have more fun. He's going to have more fun. So ESPN did their post-free agency in the NBA power rankings.
Okay.
With notable additions and departures. Number 1 is Boston. They didn't lose anybody. Their notable addition was their first-round draft pick, Baylor Shireman, out of Creighton. Good player. But, who knows what he's going to offer. Number 2, Oklahoma City. They had a ton of movement. Gone is Getty and Waters, and they lose Mike Muscala to retirement.
Bobby and I check out the Hoops Collective, and Tim Bontemps, who is really, really smart, he is saying it's not even close. It's not a discussion. Oklahoma City is by far and away the best team in the Western Conference. And I was surprised, Bobby, at how easy he was saying it. He's like, yeah, not even close.
Well, they added Caruso, Hartenstein, and a couple other players. So, those two guys alone, those are Caruso's
Caruso's a better fit than what Getty was for what Oklahoma City's doing. Caruso's a really good perimeter defender. Caruso is a better shooter at this point. I think Caruso
he's
was
a vet
big
too,
upgrade.
they need a vet as well.
Yeah, agreed.
What?
I was just staying away from a Josh Giddey joke. That was all. Go ahead.
Number 3, Minnesota. Key additions: Terrence Shannon Jr., who they drafted from Illinois, and then Rob Dillingham, who they traded with San Antonio from Kentucky.
No, can't have this. The Dallas Mavericks kicked their ass and added Klay Thompson. They cannot be higher than the Mavs.
They right after the NBA Finals, right after the finals ended, ESPN, this same group, exactly 1 month earlier, did the post-NBA Finals power rankings, and the top 3 were Boston, okay? But then it was Denver and it was Dallas. And so far we're through 3, and apparently they've done not enough they've been leapfrogged by Minnesota and Oklahoma City at least.
Well, my assumption would be is that they don't think much of Klay. That's how I would guess that.
Okay, well, they beat their ass without Klay.
Right, but I think most people, assume that was the young team that can't do it yet, and that next year they will.
Well, I got news for everyone.
What changed in a month, though?
Carl Anthony, a season.
But a month ago, ESPN ranked Dallas above Minnesota.
Was it the same guys? I don't know.
I don't think Carl Anthony Towns is going to morph into something special in the postseason, given what he is internally, the next time the playoffs come around. That's just me.
All right, so here you go. This is the panel. It was Kendra Andrews, Tim Bontemps, Andrew Lopez, Tim McMahon, Dave McMenamin, Ohm, Chris Herring, Kevin Pelton, and Bobby Marks.
Okay.
That was who was on there.
Let's keep going.
So that is Minnesota. Number 4, this is the one I have a major problem with. The Knicks.
Ooh.
There we go. There's Bristol.
They add Bridges.
Yep.
They lose Bogdanovich and Hartenstein.
So
and
the Knicks are better than the Mavericks, the Nuggets,
Philadelphia.
Which
they beat Philly last year. Milwaukee.
Yeah, but Philly added Paul George too.
Yeah, and they added Caleb Martin.
I would not have
Andre Drummond.
I would not have the Knicks that high.
I would not.
Would you Mavericks or New York?
Mavs. I would pick the Mavs.
Mavs.
But I also picked them to beat Boston, so I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I would pick the Mavs.
Well, it's not the same.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clearly a big step down. New York doesn't have a 2. they're trying to say that this whole team thing, Brunson and the Cats, that's what they're relying on.
Yeah, the Nova Knicks.
Yeah.
Mavs are 5. Their additions, notable additions, just Klay Thompson and Najee Marshall. They don't even mention Grimes as an addition.
I think that's big disrespect. I mean, we didn't know who no one knew. Let's be honest.
No one knew.
We didn't know who the freak Najee Marshall, Quentin Grimes were before they started coming up in trade rumors.
I heard the
and
name
we went and
Quentin
researched
Grimes
them.
before, probably from college, but that's it.
I knew Grimes, but I was not as familiar with Marshall. Grimes, I knew just because Grimes was in Houston and then he was in New York and was in their rotation pretty consistently. Redick had a lot of. JJ Redick said last offseason that he thinks Quentin Grimes is going to be like a legit because he had worked with him on his 3-point shooting. He's like, Grimes is good. He's going to be in the league for a long time.
Obviously, the departures: Hardaway, Jones, Josh Green. Here's the write-up. There's little doubt they will rank among the league's offensive elite teams after recruiting all-time shooter Klay Thompson to complement Luke and Kyrie, the NBA's highest-scoring duo last season. Will they be able to construct a good defense around that trio that could determine if they return to the finals? The Mavs morphed into a contender in the final 20 games, during which the defense ranked number 1 in the league. They're banking on Najee to fill Derrick Jones's shoes and big man Derek Lively to continue improving after an all-rookie season and a strong playoff run. Philadelphia is number 6.
Really quickly, y'all's interview with Antonio Daniels while I was out, he got me way pumped for Najee Marshall.
Yeah.
He was good. Philadelphia, they added Paul George, Caleb Martin, Andre Drummond, Eric Gordon, Jared McCain, and then they lose Paul Reed and Buddy Hield.
And I have the win totals from Vegas. Celtics lead the way. Last year they opened at 54.5 wins. They finished with 64.
Ooh.
So they blew that away. This year the over-under is 57.5.
Okay.
OKC is next, 55.5 wins. Last year they opened at 44. They finished with 57. Denver, 52.5 wins. Minnesota, 52.5. New York, 52.5. Milwaukee, 51.5. Philly, 51.5. And your Dallas Mavericks, 50.5. Last year,
they were, wasn't
44?
it 47?
50 wins. They ended up with 50 wins. Last year, they opened at 44.5. So this year, they have the same basic regular season win total for the Mavs with Klay than they had last year without him. That's kind of Vegas being like, we don't think this is some 4-game jump. Didn't you say the title odds didn't change the day after the trade?
They didn't change. Yeah, they didn't move.
What's that telling you? I mean, I know what it's telling you, that they don't buy
Klay.
I guess I should say, are you surprised to any degree?
Well, I mean, Klay's a name, so my surprise would be that they didn't bump it up just because there's a name factor and that that was going to generate some more action. My thing here is like I think Denver's the one that is getting. Now we went the other way.
Forgotten.
Before they win the title, it was always Joker will never win. They'll never win. Can't win without the primary guy being a ball handler, whatever. Then they win it, and then we go in the playoffs last year, and it's like, no one's beaten Denver. They can't be beat. So we went the other way. And now we're going back and reverting back to where they're being forgotten about because they're 7th. And, they didn't have a ton of additions or subtractions. Milwaukee is 8th, and Indiana's 9th.
Guess who's going to be coaching the Dallas Cowboys next year? After this on Sean and RJ.
As we get you over to...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Tiger bearing putts out there.
Looks it.
At the British Open, live first-round coverage taking place here during the morning show.
Yeah, and, so Tiger was, he teed off late, obviously. Justin Thomas, your leader, 3 under par. Justin Rose at 2 under. Tiger Woods, 1 under through 3. So he is tied for 7th with Jason Day.
Will he ever finish top 5 again in a major?
If he does, it'll be this one or the Masters. I would probably say no.
Yeah, definitely no.
It's just hard for him to get around. It really is.
What?
Now, this real quick, this course, the wind is so bad there, right off the water. They don't make the greens that fast here. So, otherwise, you would never be able to make it with the wind the way they gust. So, if they get a playable couple days, he could contend here.
I'm looking at the top 10 corner list, which we're about to do, where you guys are going to guess some of this. And it's the first look I got at it, so I was just kind of glancing through. This might be the worst list ESPN has published today.
I don't know about that.
Really? We're going to relive the top 100 with Mike and Reggie.
Yeah, and he'll tell you his take on the 3-set versus 5-set thing. You'll love getting into that debate. All right, let's go through the. I'm going to go through.
No, we're not ready yet. I got to pay off the tees. A final Vegas prop bet that I got from Bet Online. What team will Bill Belichick coach week 1 of next year?
Let's just Cowboys.
Yeah, Cowboys.
Yeah, if you listen to the tees, it's the Cowboys. Even money. Philadelphia next at 5-1. Then the Bears at 6-1. Raiders at 8-1. Giants and Jets 10-1.
Stunned Giants are that low.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't have a grasp on whether Jerry and Bill would want to be together or not. So many different reports in the offseason. I don't know.
No one I've talked to has said anything other than they really like each other and really respect each other. The only split I've heard is a disagreement on would Bill...
Yeah.
Personally, they like each other and they respect each other, but would they want to work together or do they think it would work? That's where I've heard some differences that aren't consistent.
Would Steven and Will be cool with it, or would Bill just leave them alone? Bill may get neutered to the point this offseason where he's like, I'm no longer going to the personnel side of the building. He might, if he's worried about getting frozen out, if he really wants to get back.
Or is he willing to concede that, not just out of, man, I'm being frozen out, is he willing to concede it of I just got to get a job because I got to stick it to New England and show I can win somewhere else? I think he would love to win in Dallas and be like, I won where Parcells couldn't, and I won outside of New England.
Oh, yeah. What's more important to him then? Winning where Parcells couldn't or winning outside of New England?
All right. ESPN's top 10 today.
Yeah, this is executives, coaches, and scouts that Jeremy Fowler polled, and he's going through the different position groups. So we're going to go 10-6. I'm just going to give you those names, and then we're going to have you guys guess the top 5.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if anybody stands out to you as missing. Number 10 is Derek Stingley Jr. from the Houston Texans. 23 years old. His highest ranking was 2 on this list. The lowest was unranked. Stingley went 1 pick ahead of Sauce Gardner in the 2022 draft. But what AFC Scout said, he's so smooth and athletic, no physical limitations, really strong with good ball skills. One of the things that's standing out to me about all these lists so far, Houston has players in just about every top 10. They're going to be good for a while, it feels like, and they're young players.
Who's their GM now?
It's Nick Caserio.
Who everybody laughed at.
Wow. By the way, teams with the most top 10 players, according to NFL execs, coaches, and scouts, it feels like the Cowboys used to be a fixture with most players in the top 10. San Fran leads the way with 9. Detroit, Kansas City, and Baltimore with 7.
Wow.
Eagles, Texans, and Browns with 6. Packers with 5. No more Cowboys with the most in the top 10.
New era, baby. Number 9 on
this. It will be after this year.
Yeah, for a lot of people. Number 9 on this list, Devin Witherspoon from the Seahawks, a rookie last season, really established himself early on. One AFC scout said he's a baller, most physical corner in the NFL, hyper competitive. Number 8, The recently paid Chicago Bears corner Jalen Johnson is on this list.
I did some extra homework on him last year after hearing his name. I'm like, let me check out this dude.
He's really good. Like I don't have a problem with him being on this list. One NFL personnel evaluator said competitive corner with man traits, excellent zone vision. Number 7, this is a guy who I felt like has really taken a hit to his reputation, and that's Jair Alexander in Green Bay.
I thought you were going to say Xavier Howard taking a hit.
Xavier Howard is definitely taking a hit. Once a top 3 corner, Alexander could use a bounce-back season. An NFC executive said he's been up and down.
Or just play Dak in the playoffs and intercept them.
But he's always good against Justin Jefferson. The guys who match up well with the top guys will always be on the list.
That is true. You know, he does give Jefferson fits.
Yeah, I mean, Cowboys have too. Like, their corners have given him problems. Number 6 on the list is Trent McDuffie from the Kansas City Chiefs. His highest ranking was 3rd. NFC executive said he's such a good player, lacks unique physical skills, but he's about as good as they come with technique, footwork, quickness, and feel. So now we get into the top 5.
All right, let me stop you down. Will Jalen Ramsey be on this list, Choppy?
I would think not.
Okay.
We'll see. Number 5. You want to go 5 to 1 or 1 to 5?
Let's go 1 to 5.
Okay, number 1 on this list is...
Well, it's one of 2 guys.
Sauce?
I'm going
or
to...
Surtain, right?
It's one of the 2, yeah. I'll say Surtain's 1.
It is Patrick Surtain, a guy the Cowboys would have really liked to draft when they picked Micah Parsons, and he got picked up just out of him. More than 50% of voters consider Surtain to be the best cornerback the game has to offer. An NFL personnel director said he's a complete corner that can play in any coverage, has size, instincts, ball skills, and will tackle. I like the corners that can do it all. Number 2 on this list.
Sauce.
No.
What? Give
AFC.
Is it in the AFC North?
Yep.
Denzel Ward.
Denzel Ward, whose highest ranking was number 1. Last year he was 9, so he shot up on this list.
By the way, I'm admitting I'm cheating. I'm not looking at that list. I just Googled like best NFL corners because my point is
I was thinking the same thing because
it's like the start. You're stuck after.
I'm out of names.
You're out of names after Sauce, Diggs, and Surtain. Like Denzel Ward, L'Jarius Sneed, Trent McDuffie.
Mm-hmm.
These are not household names. Jalen Johnson, Devin Witherspoon, Derek Stingley. Do we usually know more corner names?
I feel like it's like bullpen. Like year to year, like corners fluctuate to me. Like there's a couple who are really consistent, but it feels like, oh, this corner had a great year in year 3, and then he was bad in year 4, and he was average in year 5. Then he was great for 6 and 7. Like it's up and down from.
You can name
corners.
a ton of edge rushers. You can name a ton of tackles.
Yeah, are we missing stars at corner?
They might be. It's like go to the baseball All-Star game. Look at the pitchers.
Yes.
Top 2 on this one are Patrick Surtain and then Denzel Ward. Number 3 on the list. Sauce Gardner. At least one ballot. Didn't have Sauce Gardner in the top 10.
Well, this is the only year he'll be in the top 10.
He is. Why is that?
Why?
Have you seen him take up golf and all the golf he's playing? He's
right.
still playing now.
He said it's harder than football.
He did.
I never thought I'd say that, but it's harder than football.
And he's practicing like crazy.
His PFF grade was an 88.6.
That's filthy.
Jeez. Gardner gathered fewer top votes than he did after his rookie year when he pushed Surtain for the top spot. He's a polarizing figure. One veteran AFC scout said, who else with his length and size can cover like him? He's the best, but another high-ranking NFL evaluator said one of the most overrated players in the league. Number 4 on the list.
Okay, so let's say his name wasn't Sauce and it was just Juice. Or just pick a generic. Calvin. What if it was just Calvin?
Calvin got a job, huh?
What if his name wasn't Sauce? Like that wasn't his
That's
name.
a good question.
I don't know. I think he's such a unique like size, speed, blend, and like the technique is really.
Well, is he Cromartie size?
He's thinner than Cromartie. He's a little taller.
Now let me ask you this question: is Trayvon Diggs going to be on this list?
I mean, the injury will. Is this? I mean, how have they handled injured players in other parts of this list?
Aaron Rodgers was 8th or wasn't he like 6th? He was still in the top 10. Aaron Rodgers was.
Ramsey or Diggs?
Okay, did Ramsey have some like massive like career resurrection?
right?
Because we were all talking about him being on the downturn. I think right now Diggs is a better player.
Have we named L'Jarius Sneed?
No.
Sneed.
Number 4 is L'Jarius Sneed from the Tennessee Titans. A couple people had him ranked number 1 on their ballot. An NFC offensive coach said he's such a pain in the ass. You're in for a long day when you play him. So number 5 here.
Ramsey.
Deron Bland.
Jalen Ramsey is number 5. Someone had him ranked as high as 2 still. One personnel director with an NFL team perfectly summarized Ramsey, who has a Hall of Fame case as the best corner for a stretch of the past decade. Outstanding when he wants to be. So, I could.
God almighty. Did y'all see this dunk in the Mavs game? I'm sorry. That's worth a squirrel moment. Is that Alondis Williams?
Yep.
With the reach back?
Mm-hmm.
Woo! That was nasty.
That tomahawk. Now, on this top 10.
Oh, my.
There's no Trayvon Diggs, who did get hurt, but there's also no Deron Bland, who has led the NFL in interceptions over the last 2 years and has been a pretty good cover corner. So let's go through the honorable mentions now, and you get past 10. Number 11, Marlon Humphrey from the Baltimore Ravens. Number 12, Trayvon Diggs of the Dallas Cowboys. Says Diggs has been steady for the Cowboys defense. Said he was hard to place because of the health issue, one AFC executive said, but he's still one of the best ball hawks, and he's tried to play more disciplined in recent years. Okay, so there's Diggs, and now we'll see where Bland falls. 13, A.J. Terrell, Atlanta Falcons. 14, former Cowboy, Charvarius Ward, San Francisco 49ers. 15, Christian Gonzalez from the New England Patriots, who played 4 games last year before he got hurt against Dallas and missed the rest of the year as a rookie. Next on the list, Marshawn Lattimore, New Orleans Saints. And that does it for the honorable mentions. Now let's go to also receiving top 10 votes.
Oh God, I see where this is. I see where this is going, and I'm gonna have to fight you.
Reek Woolen, Seattle Seahawks. J.C. Horn, Carolina Panthers. DJ Reed, New York Jets. Darius Slay, Philadelphia Eagles. Deron Bland, Dallas Cowboys. Also Jack Jones from the Raiders, Joey Porter Jr. from the Steelers, and Martin Emerson Jr. from the Cleveland Browns. There is no justification for him not even getting in the honorable mention.
Okay, tell me why you're not overdoing it with Bland. Because with the way you've talked about him, I'm trying to remember who else was in here recently that was talking about the Deron Bland injustice. Because the way you're talking about him and I'm trying not to overreact to last year. By the way, PFF grade for him was a 90. Then we should be talking about the Dallas Cowboys have the best corners in the league.
I think they arguably do. They're up there.
Okay.
Especially I think when you consider behind that, Kalen Carson, who they drafted in the 5th round this year, has a chance to be pretty good. And they've already got Jordan Lewis, who's not the same player he once was, but that's a steady veteran who, as your 4th corner potentially, that's a really deep room. But I mean, they are arguably the top corner duo in the NFL.
Do you think that because you said there was an overreaction to Diggs' awesome season 2 years ago? Do you feel that same way about Bland last year?
I mean, yeah, there's an overreaction to it just from the standpoint that you can't duplicate that ever.
Yeah.
You know, Diggs would never be able to duplicate that season. Diggs had, according to most metrics, Diggs' next year was better than the year where he had 11 picks.
Because
he was a better coverage
How much?
guy.
Give me the boom or bust comparison, not in terms of player, big play, boom or bust with Diggs and Bland.
So Diggs has become more disciplined. I'll say that.
And more discipline comes with fewer interceptions generally.
Typically. I would say that, to me, they're not even in the same stratosphere in terms of busts. Diggs at his worst was so much more of a bust potential to me than Bland. Bland has busts, but I think it's ridiculous when people try to talk about it like, oh, Bland and Diggs are having the same sort of output. And I always thought the Diggs stuff was overblown. Even still, yes, he had his busts and they happened way too consistently because of a certain play style. Bland is not he had one game, I think, last year where he was getting cooked in it. The Seattle. Seattle gave him a lot of problems that I remember. But other than that, he is incredibly steady. I think that's garbage that you wouldn't have him in the top 10, and it's
in the
borderline cancelable. You don't have him in the honorable mentions
for Diggs.
For Bland.
In the top 10?
Bland needs to be in the top 10. And if you don't have him there, he needs to be in honorable mentions. The fact that he can't even get in the honorable mentions is ridiculous.
Pepe just saw this. Randall Cobb is retiring, and he's going to the SEC Network as a college football studio analyst. So there you go, to the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen from a man in sports.
Best pro I've ever covered.
Best what?
Most professional person I've ever covered.
Best bro?
Pro.
I thought he said bro.
I thought he said bro,
Like,
too.
Oh, all right, Bobby.
Yeah.
It's like,
Choppy'd serve him up a drink.
Yep.
What's up, my Riz God? Yeah. What kind of drink?
I was leaving it out there. All right, let's go ahead and do you even know what we're talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Let's react to the top 100 list from ESPN with Reggie and Mike. Crosstalk is next. But let's go ahead and get your whole house fed with the barbecue platters.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the fellas here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Mike Bassick and Reggie Atatula. Good morning, Reg. What is coming up? Mic volume needs to come up.
We got it? Are we in? Am I live? Can you hear me?
Sorry, Reggie. It's Thursday after 6:40, and Peyton doesn't work after that.
His week's over.
When his segment's done, he's checked out for the last 1.5 shows.
Honestly, I relate. So I'm proud of you. Just going to have a fun show today at 12. We ask, we try and pin the tail on what the importance of the Rangers' first 10 games after the All-Star break with Texas Rangers legend, Mike Bassick.
Just ask him. So I was looking at the schedule.
I didn't do it. They put me on the list.
Hey, this schedule, they better capitalize on this.
Mm-hmm.
August is a SOB.
Yeah, it's tough.
SOB.
August is probably the toughest schedule in Major League Baseball.
Baltimore, and then Chicago, Toronto, the Cardinals.
Cardinals aren't bad.
Right.
They surprised me this year.
But right, you got the White Sox in Toronto, 27 and 44 wins. Is St. Louis in second in the Central? And then you have Boston, who is third, but they're 7-3 in their last 10.
Yeah, Boston's in the wild card right now, right?
Yeah.
Boston's a good team.
Okay. Well, maybe I have to change my segment for tomorrow about coming out of the gate.
I mean, in Toronto, when you play
Baltimore 3-7 in their last 10.
When you play Toronto, and they should have lost the last game of they should be 2-8 because they should have lost that last game. They were down 2 in the ninth, and the Yankees made 2 errors in that inning. When you play Toronto on July 26, you may start the series against the Toronto that you think, and you may end it against a completely different team because they may blow it up.
Just so you know, the Cardinals are 50 and 46, so they're better than you.
Yeah.
And then the Red Sox are 53 and 42. That's way better than you.
Man, you didn't read August though yet.
August is
there's a reason I was trying to make my segment. You know, this is the purpose of the segment. Come out of the second half fast with the 2 garbage teams you face after Baltimore.
The 10 games are huge.
Yeah.
Because if you struggle in those 10 games, and I get Baltimore's better than you, but if you struggle in those 10 games, I don't know if you're Chris Young and the and the front office and the ownership, it's really tough to say, hey, let's not go get a few things for the future.
What are you looking at in August? You got stink face more so than that rotten egg that was in here.
Yeah, whatever that was. Boston, Houston, back-to-back home series. Road series at Yankees, at Boston. Home, 4 against the Twins, 3 against Pittsburgh. Cross them. Cross those fingers. That's Paul Skeens.
I mean, Pittsburgh, literally in the month of August until you get to the end of the month, Pittsburgh's the only team on paper you're better than record-wise.
Wait,
literally everybody is better than you record-wise.
Are you crossing to get Skeens?
1,000%. I want to go to that game.
Oh.
I mean,
who's going to get you tickets to that one?
I don't know. Sandler, Bassick.
Yes.
I'll ask Sandler, I'm sure. Because I want to see Paul Skeens. Like, look, I'm a selfish sports fan. My entertainment's more important than
Corey
anything else.
Major's rolling in his grave right now.
I want to watch Paul. You want to see Paul Skeens?
100%. What's interesting about the world of baseball is you care. 99% of the people going to those games here, they don't care. I remember last year, early on in the year, I'm like, dude, Ohtani is pitching tonight. And he also is hitting, obviously. And there were 15,000 empty seats. It was just kind of like 60% full. And so in the history of baseball, you can see this maybe 5 times in your life in Arlington. And that is more than most cities will ever see Ohtani pitch and hit in his life. And the Metroplex, like, I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, they
here.
care about the Rangers and who's they don't show up for, like, you know, when Judge had a 60-second. I mean, that was sold out, but like a lot of those were Yankee fans
and
also.
a money making opportunity.
And it was a money making opportunity. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are going to do this ESPN Top 100 list coming out of the gate.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just going to kind of run through and get RJ's reaction to it. You guys don't have to chime in so you don't mess up your opinions on it.
Has Mike heard this list yet?
I have not looked at it.
Oh, all right. Should we do something else? I don't want to mess up y'all's beginning.
I mean, you can, I don't know, talk about like the top 5 or something.
Okay.
Because a lot of the egregious stuff is like into the 20s.
Sure.
Oh, well, I mean, there's one egregious one up top. But
You can go ahead and do it.
Phelps is 1. Serena's 2. Messi's 3.
She couldn't even beat the top 300 men in tennis.
LeBron's 4.
She got 3
John
sets.
McEnroe. I believe she's the greatest. I believe she would beat everybody.
Who?
Serena.
Oh.
Did you not hear that big controversy 2 months ago?
No.
John McEnroe was, I think, putting out a book and doing a book tour. And I guess
I like how you say tour.
Okay.
That's how I say it.
In an interview, I guess they asked him about Serena and competing against men, and he was like, well, she wouldn't even be top 300 in like the men's tour.
Not a hot take.
Which
right.
Yeah.
But all the whatever it is, I'm not saying Good Morning America or whatever, but one of those like morning shows was like, I can't believe you said that. How could you say that? And he's like, what, are we really going to discuss this? Like,
he didn't back down?
no, he's like, no, I'm not apologizing for that. They're like, but Serena, and they're like, yes, on the women's side, she's one of the greatest of all time. But they play 3 sets. They don't play 5 sets. Look at the velocity that serves are at from the men's and women's game. Look at the amount of distance covered in a men's game versus a women's game. They're like, this isn't.
Did you, I haven't got a chance to ask you yet. Did you, was it at all awkward for you to set this topic up for a good 90 seconds on Friday? And then immediately out of that, we're like, okay, now let's pan over to the very successful female mayor of Glen Heights who's been listening to this entire setup.
No, it was fine.
Ric Flair has issued a statement that they're putting on TV of not being included in the top 100 athletes list. How about this? Wrestlers not included. That would be perfect for Kevin Hagelin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be great if he didn't take off work.
Oh, that's right. That is true.
Well, I mean, Flair, 90% of his career was pre-2000, so he wouldn't be on that.
Yeah.
If you want to say The Rock, the Attitude Era.
Stone Cold,
Stone
I guess.
Cold.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
there was a part of their career that was a lot done pre-2000 as well.
But the question is, do you include scripted athletes?
Right, because it's
Joey
it
Chestnut
doesn't feel
would
like
have a
competition
better
in that
case.
way. Yeah,
It's not competition.
They've got the early 2000s Lakers on there who Donaghy scripted everything for them against the Kings.
So anyway,
that thing happened.
The top 100 list since 2000, the best athletes: Phelps, Serena, Messi, LeBron, and Brady. Tiger giving RJ a heart attack, coming in at 8, and then the entire room lost it, and Mike Bassick will as well. I'm not going to blow up the whole thing for you guys, Reg.
Yeah, you're good.
But Kevin Garnett, Mikey, came in at number 23. Dirk was not above him, and KG was over. In order: Pujols, Floyd Mayweather, Peyton Manning, Randy Moss, Joker,
Bonds,
So
Trout.
far, Peyton Manning's the most egregious, isn't he? 5-time MVP.
He's 5-time MVP all of since like 03, and then he went to 4 Super Bowls and won 2. Like,
that's-
how do you have 5 MVPs, the most in the sport, and you don't make the top 25?
I would say no human that is having a serious argument about quarterbacks could put Peyton Manning out of the top 10 quarterbacks in all-time history, and I think he could be top 3. But you can't take him out of the top 10. At no point in the history of basketball could I have a serious conversation with you if you said Kevin Garnett's a top 10 basketball player in all-time history.
And, I mean, looking through the list, there's a lot of basketball on here, which I find it interesting because, I mean, going back to even the Serena comment, right? The idea of, like, direct competition with men.
But she should be way up there.
Yeah. It feels like this list should focus on dominance, right? Dominance in your sport. Because obviously it's going to be tough to like then go comparison on athleticism. We're talking about how dominant were you as a player. And clearly Serena was very dominant. I imagine that's why she's hot. Kevin Garnett never struck me as like a particularly dominant player. When he was young, he was very good, but he was also on a Minnesota Timberwolves team that largely wasted his talent and kind of limited the amount of dominance that he could get to. And then when he wins a championship, when he gets to Boston, he's more a leader guy, which I think is like a testament to him as a player still, but that feels very wrong.
I don't see how you can look at their resumes and say, especially if you're talking about accomplishments, I don't see how you can put Garnett above Dirk.
Well, I thought early on you could. This is my opinion. He was a pocket knife defender, freak,
Unless he guarded Dirk.
Unless he guarded Dirk. But, we're talking about, someone who could do everything, where Dirk was more offensive. And
he also helped shift the landscape a little bit when we talk about that athletic power forward.
Yeah. And
he was fantastic. Yeah.
And then I think Dirk clearly passed him with the back end of their careers. KG to me was more of a role guy, and Dirk, he just elevated. And then Dirk's title compared to Kevin's title, that's where I thought he passed.
Because they both made their resumes in terms of accomplishments are very similar in that all NBA about the same amount of times, all-star. They both won an MVP. They both won a title. They've all got this stuff working in their favor. But then when you go, okay, well, what separates it? Dirk's title alone should be a separate. If you're talking about it's all even, Dirk's title in terms of who he went against, what his cast was, the role he played on that title versus the role Garnett. I don't think you see how it's close.
But Dirk aside, Kevin Garnett above Floyd Mayweather on here is disgraceful. Kevin Garnett over Peyton Manning, that's disgraceful. And I was a KG fan. KG over Randy Moss on here, no one's going to put KG over Joker all time.
No.
No one's going to do that.
Is it 4 MVPs or 3? I mean,
3.
What are we doing here?
3 and the same amount of titles. KG over Mike Trout at 30? You can't have Kevin Garnett over Mike Trout. You can't. Kershaw? You over Kershaw?
Yeah, Kershaw's thing is obviously the playoffs were his bugaboo.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can make
KG versus Miggy Cabrera?
Yeah, if you want to put Pujols
KG over
Trout,
Wade? Should KG be over even Wade?
Ooh.
KG over Bonds, steroid stuff. KG over Durant? Are we going to have Durant as a higher all-time player than Kevin?
Yes.
I will say Bonds might get hurt
Sorry.
because 87 to 99 you have to take out.
You do take it out, but
He had a 1200
2000
OPS,
to 2005 was the We'll never see a stretch like that. We won't.
No.
I mean, they saw it in 1926, but we won't see it.
And Dirk was down here at 41.
His number.
Yeah, way to go, Mike. You're a
That's
Mavs
cute.
insider. All right, we're back tomorrow with the final show of the week.
Name me the people who have their numbers retired for the Dallas Mavericks.
No.
I will.
Don't try to embarrass me. Don't try to embarrass
Should be Mark Aguirre.
All
only
right.
4.
The KNC Masterpiece is next right here on The Fan.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in for the vacationing Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick always in here with you on the KNC Masterpiece, as well as Alec Medford. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Thursday in the Metroplex, widely regarded as the slowest day in sports, but we're still going to keep you entertained, and you keep us entertained by texting in to the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. We're also live on YouTube and Twitch, and we appreciate you hanging out with us all the way till 2, and of course, Toloing all the way around through the end of the day. Mike, how you doing today, brother?
I'm all right.
Are you recovering from like the All-Star festivities and all that? I know that you've been going. Also, how was Melissa yesterday?
This is the game didn't start till 6:15, but we didn't know that till we got to Melissa at 3:30. So got home as fast as I could, left the house as fast as I could. So got home, left the house at 2:30, got a snack, got out to Melissa at 3:30, and at 3:30 the game before us was just starting.
And you didn't get rained on or anything?
It was sprinkling on and off, or a light rain on and off from 3:30 to 5:30. But they never stopped the other game because there was no lightning strike or anything. Melissa has this beautiful complex called Z-Plex. Melissa, that's where their baseball and softball team also play. They have 4 or 5. They have 5, I think, maybe 4 AstroTurf fields out there, or whatever you want to call it. I still call it AstroTurf.
Right.
But then they have a softball field out there that the girls play on for Melissa. Beautiful complex. Here's part of the problem, and I get it, because land is super cheap in Melissa. They have a landfill behind center field.
Oh, no.
And so it smells like cow crap when the wind was blowing in a little bit from center field. So you're out on the field and it just smells like trash.
Yeah.
And literally it should smell like trash. Approximately, I'm going to guesstimate 500 yards from center field is acres upon acres of a landfill. So it's going to smell horrible. But it is a beautiful complex. It's nice to play out there. There's no shade, but it's a very nice complex. But it does smell really bad. Right now at 9 a.m., my son's playing at JP2, John Paul II, in Plano, which is a very nice field too. Obviously just one baseball field there. But Z-Plex, very nice, just sometimes you have to deal with the smell of trash.
All right. Well, I imagine that the smell of trash was worth it to see Jake play. It seems like he did a little bit of had some fun. I think I saw on social media a nice double get hit.
Yeah, he got the
two singles,
but he got the Player of the Game award. Yeah, he had 2 big hits, 3 RBIs on the game. Playing shortstop. He's not a shortstop. I'm honest enough to know what he is and isn't. He can play second and play third, but shortstop, there's certain things shortstops have to do, and that's charge the ball very hard. People don't understand that, but when a kid can run or a adult can run, you have to come get the ball, and he likes kind of waiting on the ball. At third, you're fine because the ball's usually hit hard enough, or it's bunted type deal, or a swinging bunt. And at second, you have the time to maybe not charge the ball because it's a much shorter throw. So he's more of a outfielder / second, third baseman pitcher. So he was asking me yesterday, he was like coming home, he's like, Dad, I always thought I was just kind of going to be a pitcher because that's what I'm good at, but I've gotten really good at hitting this year. I was like, yeah. And he said, what do you think I'm going to be like when it comes to college or professionally? And I said, if you stay this height, he's only 5'9". I was like, you got to be Josh Smith. You got to be able to play all the positions. And even maybe Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, where if a college coach asks you to get behind the dish, you can figure out how to catch enough to give yourself that ability to do it. Because he's not a big kid. He's 5'9", and I'm going to guess right now 150 pounds is my guess going into his sophomore year. Pitching, you can pitch. You know how to pitch. You have 4-pitch mix. I've taught you, and you have the ability to pitch. The issue is you're 5'9".
Right.
And I was like, if you can grow 2 more inches, you can be a pitcher. But I'm like, at 5'9", it's really tough for colleges. And then professional, they won't care about you at all. At 5'9", because he's like, what about Imanaga for Chicago? He's really little. And I was like, okay. But he still throws the ball. First of all, he's left-handed. I said, you're not
the
left-handed.
specialty of that, yeah.
And then I said, second of all, you're still going to have to get the ball over 90 miles an hour. And at 5'11", because he's like, how come at 5'9"? I'm like, just think of, and I'm not a scientist, but I'm like, think of the science of throwing a baseball. Why are guys that are like 6'2" to 6'6" throwing the ball, not consistently, but they're guys that can throw the ball at triple digits, 100 miles an hour better? They have longer arms. So if we think about the rubber band action and we think about all of that, usually the taller you are, that longer the arm is, the bigger the whip is going to be.
Right.
So that's why at 5'10" or under,
longer level,
not impossible. Billy Wagner was able to hit triple digits and stuff like that, and he was probably 5'10". You can do it. Pedro was a shorter guy who could do it, but you limit yourself so much. It's just like looking at a kid who right now is a great high school basketball player, and he's 6'3" and getting a lot of his points playing inside basketball. Well, that's great, but a college is going to look at you as like, you kind of have to be a point guard for me, or you can be an off-the-ball guard, but you have to be able to really shoot and do certain things. 6'3" can be very tall in a high school basketball game at lower levels of competition.
You might be playing power forward at 6'3".
The problem, the problem is now when you go to college, you're 6'3", you are one of the 4 shortest people on the basketball court at all times.
Yeah. And so, that's super interesting with that being the case. I mentioned that I'm in for Kevin and Corey. Someone said, are Kevin and Corey vacationing like Bert and Ernie together? I don't have any evidence to the contrary, so I'm just going to go ahead and say yes.
What would people like to think? Would they like to think that they're hanging out right now, or would they like to think that they definitely need separation from each other?
I don't know. Medford, do you have any insight into that? Because someone from the 469 also asked, why don't you tell the truth, Reggie, that Corey is suspended for something he said and Kevin got caught in the parking lot with that white substance?
So I don't know about Corey. I actually know exactly where Kevin Hageland is.
Okay. Yes. You have a tracker on him or something?
Yes, I do. I have an Apple AirTag on him.
Okay, very good.
He told me yesterday that he is in the city of brotherly love. He's in Philadelphia.
Oh.
Because he was at the ECW arena yesterday. He was sending me pictures.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, yeah, he'll tell that story, I'm sure. I don't want to spoil that
maybe
for everybody.
Kevin's being a traitor.
Time out. Do they have a permanent arena there, or they were just touring there, and so he took his wife on a vacation to go see wrestling?
That wouldn't surprise me, but he said that they stumbled across it in Philly. That's where the old Extreme Championship Wrestling arena was, run by Paul Heyman. Obviously been out of business for years.
Was that the region for there?
Yes.
On the Northeast there?
Yeah, they had a residency of some sort in Philadelphia. And he said they literally knocked on the door and someone opened it and they said, hey, you want to come take a tour? And they took a tour.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
So, there you go.
And yeah, people were really interested about the idea of like how that size affects Jake and just generally pitchers. I know someone was mentioning Marcus Stroman was 5'8", but someone else from the 972.
It can happen. Yeah. Guess what? Muggsy Bogues was 5'3".
Right.
Spud Webb was 5'6". I'm just telling you.
The likelihood.
There's scouts, there's teams that they have a minimum height requirement to draft you in Major League Baseball. When I was with Cleveland, John Hart, if you weren't 6 feet tall, just throw them off the board. I'm not drafting any kid out of high school or college that's under 6 feet tall. We're not dealing with it. We want leverage guys. We want the arm. Also, the angles you create on the mound.
Right.
Like, nothing against my brother Chris Young, who's the general manager of the Rangers. If Chris Young was 6'2", he probably would have never pitched in the major leagues. But at 6'10", he could throw high fastballs that still had downward action on them.
Yeah.
Like, there are certain things that can give you advantages. There's not much that can give you advantage as a 5'9" pitcher. You can do it. It can happen. There are people giving examples. Obviously, being under 6 feet tall doesn't mean you can't pitch in the majors, but it makes it more difficult. I know I tease them and everything. Bryce Young is really short in the NFL at quarterback. He is having a major adjustment period. Not only do most guys have a major adjustment period being a quarterback in the NFL, whether it's you're 6'5" or whether you're 5'10", But there's more of an adjustment period in the NFL if you're 5'10". It takes you a little bit longer probably to be successful in the NFL because you're dealing with other things that a 6'3" guy doesn't have to deal with.
Right. And I mean, you also mentioned it like there is just the parameters of, are people going to give you a chance? And then how long of a leash are you going to have if they do give you a chance, right?
Yeah, he's just too, like, you can run into, he's just too short. They're not going to run into, I'll tell you what, being 6'6" or taller as a position player in Major League Baseball is a major issue.
Yes.
That's where you start getting into guys where you're like, he's just too tall. It's just his arms are too long. He's too long to the ball. The strike zone is somewhat too big for him because they're calling balls that are higher that usually wouldn't be strikes to other people. But yet when you throw the ball in the lower part of the zone, they're still calling it a strike, and it shouldn't be a strike on a guy that tall. So, I mean, in a weird way, you gotta kind of be a normal sized person to play baseball. Where in basketball, if you're a normal sized person, you're screwed for the most part.
That's what Bronny James is dealing with right now. I imagine we'll circle back to some of that as he had a better game in Summer League last night. But yeah, that's being 6'1" in general society. You are pretty tall.
Yeah, you're above average.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you're in the 5% of the smallest people in the NBA when you're 6'1".
And also, apologies to all the fine folks who maybe have kids out there that Mike Bassick just shot down their dreams. Like, chase your dreams, kid. But
yeah, at least I'm being honest.
Yeah,
I'm being on. If you're listening and your kid does not get to 5'10", being a college pitcher becomes very difficult. Becoming a professional pitcher becomes very difficult because there's going to be about 50% of the major leagues, they're not even going to draft you because you're not 6 feet tall. So now you run into, I've already eliminated 50% of the teams. And so now I got to figure out which team thinks I'm still good enough. And then your stuff has to become spectacular because the people you named aren't guys that are throwing 91, 92 for the most part. They're guys that have spectacular stuff, whether it's Tim Lincecum, whether it's Billy Wagner.
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden, because you have to overcome something that you had nothing to do with, just God created you to be 5'9" or 5'11", and so now you have to overcome it. God created Kyrie Irving at 6'2".
Yeah.
If Kyrie Irving was 6'6", he might be one of the 25 greatest basketball players in NBA history.
Especially with the skill set that he has, because I mean, incredibly skilled, great handle. I mean, we've seen the ridiculous shots that he makes, and I think that again points to what you're talking about. All the guys, and I use the NBA because that's what immediately comes to mind. All the guys that you look at that are like 6'2". They're incredible at what they do to make up for that, like the lack of that size that would help them in other ways.
Yeah, and you know what? Things change. I look at Corey Seager. Now, Corey Seager's not going to be a shortstop much longer in his career.
And some of that is because of the size, right?
Right, and because he just can't move very quickly like a Francisco Lindor can, or like a Josh Smith can, because they're just a little bit quicker because they are a little bit like closer to the ground.
Sure.
They have quicker feet. Now, it doesn't mean you can't have very quick feet at 6'4", and I'm going to guess Corey Seager, just standing near him, I'm going to guess he's 6'4" and 235 is my guess. I don't know if that's his actual baseball card height and weight, but he's a big dude. Well, those guys over time, they can have the quickness. Right now, Gunnar Henderson's, he's skinnier.
Yeah. Ellie De La Cruz, also one of those guys.
Yeah, Ellie De La Cruz, but I mean, he moves. But when you get to be 32, 33 years old at 6'4" and over 220 pounds, it becomes very difficult to play shortstop. But Cal Ripken Jr. changed that. Everybody thought there's no way that dude can be a shortstop, and then became one of the greatest shortstops of all time, which then led into, we'll keep Derek Jeter at shortstop. We'll keep Alex Rodriguez at shortstop. And then they changed it more and more, and now you see the Gunnar Hendersons of the world. You see, obviously, the Cruzes, Ellie and O'Neal, that are 6'6" approximately doing it. And they're like, no, because if you go back to the 1980s and you had Corey Seager, at no point were you putting him at shortstop. You'd be like, well, Cal Ripken Jr. can do it. And you could talk about nepotism in that.
Sure.
And then now we found out it wasn't nepotism because his dad was in the Orioles organization forever, and they let him play short. in the minor leagues, and then he proved he could really do it at the highest of levels and be the best of it.
Well, I think there's still nepotism in getting in that door, but I mean, you have to break the door open, and he's proven at least that it works.
But if he was drafted by the Rangers, and I'm just using Cal Ripken Jr. for example, they might have said, you're going to first base or you're going to right field. But see how I killed the segment that you were worried about when it was like, dude, are we about to do back-to-back segments on the top 100?
Mike is
we just
the
did
best.
A segment on too bad your kid isn't tall enough.
Well, and thankfully, Jake is what, 16?
He's 16 years old, and I
mean,
keep going.
Males grow until maybe even 20. Like, he's got an opportunity to hit that height.
And that's what I'm hoping, because I did not grow anymore.
Oh, my bad, at Medford. I forgot.
At 16, I reached my height of 6'2", and that's what I was. Now, I'm hoping that he has more of my father's genes, because I guess my father was like about 5'9", 5'10" at 15, 16 years old, and ended up being 6'1", 6'2". So that's what I'm hoping. My father-in-law is a very small person.
Oh, so you're gonna blame them?
He has too much of the Myers gene in him, then he will stay at 5'9".
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the fan. Someone on the text line said Kevin was probably just visiting Pittsburgh, because he's a Steelers fan, and then he worked his way over to Philly. That probably is the explanation there. We'll find out more when they return next week. But for the time being, we're the KNC Masterpiece. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford here with you until 2 p.m. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about your Cowboys. We're about a week out from training camp getting started in Oxnard. And with that being the case, what's Mike McCarthy's biggest challenge heading into this season? Let's discuss it next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What's the biggest challenge for Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy headed into this season? It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford in today on this Thursday. During the All-Star Week, we're gearing up for the return of the baseball season. Your Rangers back in action tomorrow evening against the Orioles. Going to be a big-time series at noon. We'll talk about how important the start of the second half after the All-Star break is for these Rangers. But, I mean, we are the home of the Rangers. We're also the home of the Cowboys. We're about a week until things get going in Oxnard. And, of course, this station will be on the ground all the way through training camp. Home of the Cowboys. We take care, and we take that seriously, I should say. But with that being the case, we know what the things are for Mike McCarthy and this Cowboys team. It's a team that won 12 games in the last 3 seasons and yet somehow managed to be disappointing in the postseason every year. And Mike McCarthy, I think a lot of people looking at last year were looking at the postseason and saying it's NFC Championship game or bust for him. And yet here we are on July 18th of this season, or of this year rather, looking at it, and he remains the head coach of this team. And you're going into this without any level of extension of contract. This is his final season. So there's a lot of things to look at when it comes to this Cowboys team. What, Mike, to you is the biggest challenge? And for you, Tolos, 877-881-1053, what do you think is the biggest challenge for Mike McCarthy as he goes into this final year of his contract?
Well, for him, he only deals with the offense. So there's no reason for me, the specific question is about Mike McCarthy, there's no reason for me to concentrate at all on defense.
Interesting.
He has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
That is Mike Zimmer's team. His team is the offensive team. So I would look at it and say, how does he take a offensive line that I'm not sure about, to be honest? I think it's average, but I get it. We did it a week ago that they're rated above average, and that's me. I don't know all 30. I don't know if any human knows all 32 offensive lines unless you have a job in the NFL.
Sure.
So, okay, they're above average according to paper stats. That's great. And I get, because of Tyler Smith and Zach Martin, you have the best guard combination in football. That is awesome. Center and tackles, huge question marks for me for this year.
And literally both tackles because of the poor play that you saw from Terrence Steele off of the injury.
So I'm looking at the worst running back situation in the history of Dallas Cowboys football. I guess you can go back to like the expansion year and say that might have been worse. This is horrible what they're going to run out there at running back. I look at it and go, how can he have a successful offense with that running back situation? If he's able to do that, that's the number one thing for me. If he is able to have the worst running back situation in the NFL and he's still able to put up, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting how much they averaged last year, approximately 27 points a game or close to, because I don't think you have an awesome defense. I think you have a good defense. But if you can figure out how to get that thing into the high 20s again with that running back situation and the offensive line, a little bit of an unknown coming into the year, that would be tremendous if you are still considered a good offensive team. I don't think they'll be bad because I think Dak's good. Dak's we just saw top 10 quarterback, approximately 10th.
And that's according to people in the league.
Yeah, and I think that's approximately right. Like I said, he's somewhere between 7 and 14. Put him wherever you want in that, and 10th is kind of right in the middle of that category. CeeDee Lamb, great wide receiver. I think you have a good tight end. I think you have a good second receiver. I think you have an okay offensive line, but better than I think, according to that. And then you have a very good quarterback, horrible running back situation. If he can still have that thing as a top 10 offensive team, and if it's borderline top 5, that's a tremendous job from Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, and when you talk about points per game, 29.9, even higher than that. Like, this was a team that put up offense, and that's even considering the first 5 weeks of last season They were trying to really run the football, and the offense was not clicking in the way that you really wanted it to be. And then after week 5, you shifted up the way that you did this. You threw the ball more, and then that offense really went to a different level. And I agree. Like, offensive line is one of those, it's a big question mark because you have young players that you imagine will be talented, but you got someone like Tyler Guyton who is kind of like a projection type player. Yes, he should have something for you in the rookie year, but he was taken off of kind of skills, off of those types of talents, and the idea is like, hey, you can mold this into a very good tackle, but you're playing him rookie year, right? And if you're not, you're playing the likes like Chuma Edoga that I think people were kind of scared in some ways to see out there on the left edge. We've talked about Terrence Steele, and then at center, it's either, Brock Hoffman, who they feel comfortable with, but you're stepping up, having him step up and maybe just be like somebody that's playing on the edges of like high-level talent, or you have someone, Cooper Beebe, who is coming in and is a rookie, and that center position is a very vital role when we talk about offensive line, according to everybody who knows something about that and will tell you about it. And so you're asking for a lot from that offensive line, especially because that's where the running is going to start. It's not like you're going to have guys behind there that are going to then make something out of nothing, which is already, I think, an unreasonable thing to ask when you're talking about running backs. But then you have an offensive line that I don't know how good they're going to be at run blocking. And now you're making it so that the offense that Mike McCarthy has, which it seems like is a little, dated, and that teams kind of already have some ideas of the ways to get at it and like dismantle it. Now you're putting even more pressure on the offense and the passing offense in particular to be able to sustain things without like a running game, or you find yourself maybe even leaning into trying to make the running game matter so much that you put yourself in holes and in bad issues. So yeah, I think that you're right, spot on there, that's a big issue. Can I get to maybe like a philosophical one? Because I know you went away from the defense, but one of the things for me,
okay, go ahead,
is it feels like the 3 seasons prior and the way that you got 12 wins. It matters when you think about this. I constantly come back to the idea that when you got to the postseason and in some of those big games in the regular season, you didn't play up to expectation when the moments were the biggest. And so philosophically, how do you get those guys to lock in and play up to their potential? Because we've seen their potential, right? 29 points per game. We've seen it in all these instances, but that's how you end up with the kind of the thought process that, oh, you're a team that only beats up on poor teams. And when good teams come around, you're not playing up to that level. That feels like a big challenge as well. And we could talk about the offense and maybe it's like, hey, throw the football more and those types of things and lean into offense. That's where I don't know what the answer is to be like, hey, these guys all need to make sure you need to find a way as the main guy, the authority figure in that locker room, finding a way to get everybody to play up to their potential when it matters the most.
If we're going all the way to the playoffs, which is, I think, a 50-50 for the Cowboys this year, which is better than other teams, it's all about Dak. I have to follow my leader. I have to follow Dak. If Dak's going to play like one of the worst quarterbacks I've ever seen in my life come playoff time, then there's nothing the other guys can do to overcome bad quarterback play in the playoffs. Other guys didn't play well. I'm not saying Dak was the only person who played bad. The defense had its lapses.
Sure.
The offensive line had its lapses. I get it. But Dak is the one that you would believe in as a player. The reason Tom Brady did the things that he did, I remember watching like NFL films, whatever, NFL Network, when he came back from 28-3, every player went up to him, even the defensive players who have nothing to do with Tom Brady on the Patriots. And they're like, I cannot believe how great you are. Like, you inspire me to be better because of how great you are when the chips are down, how great you are against teams that supposedly are better than us. And you say, no, it ain't happening. Patrick Mahomes, as soon as he takes the field in a playoff game, the Chiefs can be a worse team, and the Chiefs believe they're going to win because of one person. Not Andy Reid, not the offensive coordinator, not a defensive player. They believe because of Patrick Mahomes. And then Patrick Mahomes does something where they're like, that's why I believe. Dak does the opposite. So right now, if we're going to push all the way to the end of the season, because I have other things, but obviously there's a lot of time still in this offseason to talk about the offensive line, and one of them be like, what the hell are you going to do if one of your tackles is struggling and the other one's not doing that great either? You can't help both offensive tackles on the same play. You can only try to maybe help one. But if I'm going to the end of the year and I'm going to Dak Prescott, one, it's established. It's clear as day. It's factual. Dak sucks in the playoffs. The players on his team know it. Dak knows it, and he has to overcome that, but that's in January. I don't know if they can. I don't know if mentally Dak can overcome that. So how do I play better? How does the Cowboys play better? Dak plays his ass off in the first quarter and throws 2 touchdown passes and 140 yards, whoever they're playing in the first round of the playoffs. And the player's like, oh, crap, we've never seen Dak do this when it matters. We've never seen a do-or-die Dak play like this. So it's all Dak. I hate saying that, but that's the truth. Because I got to if Luka sucks, I can't pick up Luka. Jaden Hardy, PJ Washington, whoever if he goes 0 for 10 in his first 10 shots against a team like Oklahoma City, we can't win.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do. I'm not good enough to do that, and I don't have the ball enough. And in football, nobody has the ball except the quarterback when it's snapped. So nobody can, I get it, like you can hand the ball off.
Sure.
But nobody can help out Dak in these situations but Dak. And at this point, it's established in his brain, and it's established in the Cowboys' brains. You can hear them talk in the offseason is they love Dak. They want to play for Dak. He's a great teammate, but they also know what happens to him come playoff time, and that is a son of a gun to overcome. I'll give an example here.
Mm-hmm.
The Dallas Mavericks in 2006, when they lost the NBA Finals being up 2-0, they came back the next year and they were so mad and this and that. And then when they got hammered by Golden State, it ended it. They all knew they were losers together. That's harsh to say, but I'm being honest. So we've had Josh Howard up here. I love him. But when from that point on, the rest of their lives, when Dirk Nowitzki and Josh Howard and Jerry Stackhouse and Jason Terry and Devin Harris and Eric Dampier and Sagana Diop, when they took the court in a playoff game and a playoff series, they knew they were losers at that point mentally, and they couldn't overcome it. And so what did it take to overcome? It took Jason Kidd. It took a new coach. It took a whole bunch of other things. Tyson Chandler. It took Sean Marion. It took Caron Butler. I know he wasn't in the playoffs, but you had to totally change the team around Dirk to change that. We're not losers together. We were losers together, but this is a brand new group around Dirk. And so that is very tough to do in professional sports, is once the mentality of we can't win the big game, that player in the football, the quarterback, has to change that. So it's all up to Dak to change it in the playoffs. Nobody else can change it except for Dak.
Interesting. I mean, there's so much to go there. And I mean, look, we've got a whole training camp coming up in just a week from now in Oxnard. And so, 105 Through the Fan will be all over that as your home of the Dallas Cowboys.
And that's the great thing as the quarterback. And you know what else it is? It's a great thing as a pitcher. David Price overcame it. Yeah. David Price was Dak Prescott of pitching. Unbelievable in the regular season, horrible in the playoffs. And then he overcame it in 2018 and won a World Series with the Boston Red Sox as their main pitcher. So it can be done. But Dak has to be the one to do it. Nobody else can help Dak except for Dak in those situations.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, let's get into a little baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so the Orioles, they want to get more Rangers next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Adatula, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford here with you today. The Open Championships on the television right now. Scotty Scheffler even on the day. Justin Thomas is the leader on the board, 3 under on his first round. He's already done. And so, a little bit of golf for you. I know that you say that you kind of keep up with the majors. Were you keeping up with the Open a little bit, or are you anticipating keeping up with it?
I forgot it was even on today. I remember yesterday or the day before seeing an interview with Rory, and I didn't even listen to that interview. I was like, oh my gosh, the Open is this weekend?
Yeah.
Like I didn't even have an idea. This is my one day off from like not having a whole bunch of things after work.
Yeah.
For like 2 weeks. Because after this, I getting into baseball nuggets, I have the Rangers homestand. So hopefully you like it. Hopefully I'll be with Dave Raymond for the Baltimore and the Chicago series. So
you'll get yourself a lot of Mike Bassick
as soon
for
as
baseball.
This job is over, I'm sprinting to Arlington, and then I'll get home about 10:30 at night.
Yeah, so a lot of baseball coming from Mike over the weekend, but a lot of baseball coming right now with Baseball Nuggets.
So I was on, I think it was radio, to be honest. Somebody called me, and I went on Baltimore radio, I think, or maybe a podcast or something. And it was interesting. And I'm just taking the opinion of one host there, but he was asking about Nathan Eovaldi, Max Scherzer, Michael Lorenzen, the starting pitching of the Texas Rangers.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't asking, hey, who's pitching Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the Rangers? What is this? What is that? They wanted to go get Rangers.
Yes.
They want to trade for the Rangers starting pitchers, at least one of them. And I had to tell them, right now the Rangers are in a hold situation. They're in the worst division in baseball by far. It's not even close to how bad this division is. And thank God it is, because if not, we would really be talking about the Rangers trading. Just to give you an idea, the Mariners are 52-46. Cleveland is winning their division at 58-37. And the Baltimore Orioles are winning their division at 58-38. If they were in the other two American League divisions, the season would be over for trying to win the division.
Yeah.
You couldn't, at 46-50, there's just not enough time to hope that both of those teams or one of those teams goes bad while you go good. And then the other issue would be Minnesota's 54-42 and New York's 58-40. So now you're having to jump two teams that are having really good 100-game approximately starts to the season with approximately only about 60 so to go. It would be impossible to make up where you're at right now. But in this division, 50-46 Houston, you're 4 back, and 52-46 Seattle, you're only 5 back. You do have the opportunity to make up that ground, being 46-50. Baltimore was not happy with my answer there. They thought, I don't want to say for sure, but they were a little bit disappointed with my answer. Sure. They thought, probably from what they're reading a little bit nationally, that the Rangers are going to trade pitchers to contending teams. And I told them 8 days from now could be a very different conversation that we're having. If they end up going 3-4 on this homestand, hey, we're having a different conversation. The Rangers might be looking to move pitching to help out other teams and to maybe help out the near future of the Texas Rangers. I don't think the Rangers would be interested in low A ball guys that are 4 years away. I could be wrong, but I say right now, the Rangers are not going to trade to help out this team. They're just not right now. The Rangers will not trade any of their prospects to help the 2024 Texas Rangers out. But they're also not going to trade any of their big league players who can help them win games right now, because they believe that there's still the possibility of playing good enough baseball in the second half to make the playoffs. So the Baltimore Orioles fans, at least through this interview, we're not pleased with that answer, because I'm kind of taking a team off the board that could really help them out.
And I mean, we've seen it with this team. The pitching has been good. I mean, a lot of these guys that are, maybe going to be free agents that you would consider as trade candidates if you were in that place are players that absolutely you would want to help a contending team, even as high as like Nathan Eovaldi. Being a guy that, that he could come in and be a front end of your rotation guy. So, absolutely. I'm sure that was a disappointment to them to hear. Yeah,
so they were really wanting like a guy that they thought would be cheap in Michael Lorenzen. And I did say this. I don't know Michael Lorenzen's market. I'm going to assume it's not very high, as in there's not a whole bunch of teams competing for him that they're going to give you a top 5 prospect in their organization. They're not. Maybe you get prospect number 8, 9, or 10, one guy right there that has a 25% possibility of making the major leagues in their career, and that would be what you'd be getting. And I'm not opposed to that if the Rangers don't play well here out of the break, but I don't think that Michael Lorenzen, unfortunately, with his history last year and what he did for Philadelphia
right after the trade,
it's tough. He was traded to be a starter for Philadelphia and worked his way out of their rotation by the time you got into September, and then wasn't able to really help them at all in the playoffs out of the bullpen. Michael Lorenzen, I love him. Without Michael Lorenzen, you wouldn't be 46-50. You would probably be more 42-52 would be my guess if he wasn't on the team, and you'd be completely out of the playoff race. But Michael Lorenzen, just specifically about him, talking to Baltimore, he's walked 13 guys in his last 3 starts, and that's a total of, I believe, 15 innings. He is starting to struggle, so I'm really hoping that Michael Lorenzen, this break, gets him back to the April, May, and June starting pitcher that we saw, and not the July starting pitcher that we saw. Because if he's the July starting pitcher we saw, then he probably needs to be taken out of the rotation here pretty soon when Malley comes back for you. That would be the guy that you would move to the bullpen. I don't know that yet. Michael Lorenzen is definitely getting one more start out of the All-Star break, if not 2, for sure. And if he goes out there and he throws 6 innings and gives up 4 runs total in his 2 starts, so 12 innings, multiply everything, 12 innings, 4 runs total, keeping him in the rotation. He's right back to the stud guy that we've had for most of the year. But Michael Lorenzen, I think right now, in a way, is pitching for his starting job. And he has had a great year, but the last 3 starts are concerning, and maybe you need to limit his innings a little bit. So I was telling Baltimore, hey, you could trade for Michael Lorenzen. I just don't know Baltimore's interest. One, I don't know their general manager or anything. I don't know the interest in Rangers trading Michael Lorenzen right now. And then they were like, well, Max Scherzer. And I said, Max Scherzer is still a solid pitcher, but He was just on AJ Przinsky's podcast, Foul Territory. And I should give other people credit. It's not really him. He's part of it. But on Foul Territory, that is a very popular MLB podcast.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe the most popular MLB podcast. And they interviewed Max Scherzer a couple weeks ago or a week or so ago, and he said, I'm not waiving my no-trade clause. I'm staying in Texas. So that kind of takes him off the board. Things can change in the next 2 weeks, but right now, Max Scherzer's like, it doesn't matter if you trade me. I'll just say no and stay in Texas. And that's kind of good news as a Texas Ranger fan because Max Scherzer followed it up with, I'm not waiving my no-trade clause because I believe in this team. I believe there's a run in this team to make the playoffs, so I'm not going anywhere. And then Nathan Eovaldi. Nathan Eovaldi would put Baltimore over the top. I already think Baltimore still is the favorite to go to the World Series in the American League, but Nathan Eovaldi would put them over the top. I think you could get quite a bit. You can't get Jackson Holiday, but
I mean, fair enough.
But, you know, that's for Tarek Skubal. If they want Skubal from Detroit, then you have to put Jackson Holiday in the deal.
And that's just not ability. That's also you have control in some ways as well there.
You would be getting – they just traded for Burns from Milwaukee, who won the Cy Young last year, and then you'd be trading for Skubal, who right now I believe is the favorite to win the Cy Young in the American League. So they'd be trading for a Cy Young winner, which would mean you'd be trading the number one overall prospect in all of baseball.
Oh, my bad. He's on a one-year deal, so I thought you had a little bit of control with Skubal. It's just he's been fantastic.
Yeah, but he has more years till he reaches free agency.
Arbitration. Yeah.
So I think you'd trade for him this year and then get him for 25 and 26, which then they didn't like this, what I said, but this is the truth. And I'm just going to go with Mike Maddox. There's either guys that have had Tommy John or going to have Tommy John or have blown out or will blow out. If you trade for Skubal and you trade a whole bunch, especially like a Jackson Holiday, who you think is going to be your starting probably second baseman for a long time, if you trade him and you believe he does have the ability to be a perennial all-star, you're trading a guy that it's going to be pure luck if Skubal makes 30 starts next year and 30 starts the year after. It just is pure luck. There's just no way that in today's game, like I love Paul Skeens. And people are like, I can't believe you got Paul Skeens in the round you did in fantasy baseball. And I'm like, I love him. I'm going to keep him. But I'm expecting him to blow out in the next 3 years. That's just the reality of pitching. He will. I'm going with the odds. The odds are very high that Skubal, the way he throws the ball, and Paul Skeens, the way he throws the ball, they're going to blow out and they're going to miss a whole season or a season and a half because that's what you have to deal with pitchers nowadays. But it was interesting. The Baltimore Orioles, just to give you an idea, they see the Rangers as done.
Yeah.
And I get it. If we were right now 58 and 38 and we're trying to look for trade partners, you would look at teams that are under 500, and the Rangers are 4 games under 500. So they were surprised by my answer on, I don't think the Rangers are in the market to trade players right now. 8 days from now could be a different story.
Yeah. I mean, if you're looking from the outside in, it seems like there's a narrow pathway to postseason play for your Texas Rangers. And that's why, look, man, we're going to, at noon, chop up why it's so important that the Rangers start quickly out of the All-Star break. But there you go, Mike Bassick's Baseball Nuggets right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ESPN put together a list of the top 100 players since the year 2000. Which DFW athletes absolutely need to be on this list? 877-881-1053. We'll go through it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Sports Station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula alongside Mike Bassick and Alec Medford here with you on this Thursday in the Metroplex. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're enjoying it thus far as well. You can get involved with the program by texting into the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. ESPN, during this list week, as I like to call it, put out a very robust list. The top 100 athletes of the 21st century thus far. Obviously, that means since the year 2000. And this covers all sports, men's and women's, the top 100 according to ESPN. And with that, I mean, I figure we're in the DFW. Who are the DFW athletes that absolutely have to be on this list, in addition to maybe some of our reactions to it? Because, I mean, there's a lot of things happening, and we can start at number one. I'm a little interested that Lionel Messi is 3, but Michael Phelps comes in at number 1 on this list. and I feel like a lot of people can kind of agree with this, 23-time Olympic gold medalist, most golds at a single Olympics, all those things. And he's widely considered now as like the greatest Olympian. That I always have a little bit of pushback to that, Mike, because I feel like you can medal a lot because swimming has so many different events. Now, he's incredible at this. I don't want to try and like knock him down at all. Like, he is incredible because there's plenty of people who have had the opportunity to swim all these various events and have not dominated them like he has. I always find it to be interesting because I feel like swimming is a little bit narrower of a field, and I guess maybe a pool, to utilize the pun, than one of the Olympians that I feel like we should consider in this, Usain Bolt, who is not nearly as high on this list. Usain Bolt, I think, let me see where he comes in, because
it was top 20. I know that. Was it close to top 10? It was right around 10.
Yeah, he's 9.
There you go. Thank you.
And I mean, he's an 8-time Olympic gold medalist. But, I mean, you're sprinting in fewer events than the numerous ones that you have in, like, individual and team events that you have in swimming. And, yes, there was a similar dominance, but I feel like the pool of folks who run is a wider pool than folks who swim, especially when you consider that. Like, I frequently cite Usain Bolt as my greatest Olympian. Do you feel like I'm right or wrong here?
I don't think you're either.
Okay.
I think that this is very opinion driven. Here's the deal of not being a sprinter and not being a swimmer.
Mm-hmm.
Is it seems like in swimming, I know these are different meters and stuff like that. I can swim some of the longer distance swim meets in the pool and the sprints. It's impossible for a human to be one of the great 400 guys and 100 guys.
Sure.
They're so different.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know this. In swimming, professional swimmers could tell me, oh, it is what Michael Phelps is able to do.
Right.
Like that Bolt, let's say, couldn't do in his sport. To be able to run the 400, the 800, and the 100 and 200 in swimming is just as difficult, and Phelps is able to accomplish that, which seems impossible. To also have the stamina, cardio, to do those day after day and medal, where I know that no human has ever been able to, correct me if I'm wrong, be a 100, 200 guy and then also somewhat a 400 guy too. Like, those are different types of runners.
Super, as highly unlikely. And
can you run for 45 to about 50 seconds, including men and women here, because I just know that Quincy Wilson just ran a 44.44 and is the fastest human ever at under 18 years old or 18 and under. So can you run at that speed for 40-something seconds while also doing it for 10 seconds? Seems to be different runners.
Yeah.
Where in swimming, it seems like you can accomplish both of those things. You can hit the wall 4 or 8 times and also just hit the wall 1 time and be the best at both of them.
Okay, so I got my Olympics takeoff, but when it comes to the DFW athletes, is there anyone for you, Mike? I think you're one of the common DFW sports historians with your love of basketball, obviously your love of these Texas Rangers. You've been around loving the Cowboys for a very long time. In fact, of late, you've been watching old Cowboys games.
Yeah.
Are there anyone since the turn of the century that you go, if this person is not on the list, it is egregious?
Well, Dirk.
Yes.
Because he was drafted in 98, and in 2000, 2001 is when he started becoming a really good NBA basketball player. So he wasn't very good his rookie year, got a lot better his second year, and by his third year, like, oh my gosh, they really did draft a dude who's going to be a franchise-changing player. So I would say he 100%, but I'll be honest, looking at the Cowboys, the greatest Cowboy from 2000 on, I'm going to assume is one of 3 guys. I'll give you the list of 3, and you can rank them how you feel in the 2000s.
Okay.
Jason Witten, DeMarcus Ware, and Zach Martin. Those are the 3 guys that I think could be on the list. I haven't looked at everybody on the list. I'm going to assume none of them are on the list. But those are the 3 Cowboys that I think could be considered top 100 athletes from 2000 to 2024.
And you assume correctly here. No Cowboys make this list when we talk about like even the sports, it's very rare that football players in general made this list. 12 out of the 100 are football players.
Okay.
Compared to 15 soccer players, 17 baseball players, and 24 basketball players. Worth noting, though, that is men's and women's basketball of folks that make it on here. But like you see that kind of split there. And yeah, you imagine with the football players, it's going to be a lot of quarterbacks as has largely shown up. But you mentioned Dirk Nowitzki. He is on here, as I'm sure you know. And funny enough, he is on at number 41, which I wonder if they did that just for the cute nod to his jersey. But directly ahead of him are Justin Verlander at 40, Kevin Durant at 39.
Okay, he has how many does he have multiple MVPs in his career? I know he has one with Oklahoma City.
I believe he has the one.
Okay, so
I don't know that he has a second.
And then 2 championships with Golden State.
Correct.
Obviously, the thing is Dallas is going to love Dirk more than any city will ever love Kevin Durant. Nothing against him, but when you start jumping teams like that, you have no city that really feels like you represent them.
Yeah, and that's going to be weird, I imagine, in like the longer span of Kevin Durant's legacy. Because, like, who carries your torch? We talk about this in, like, football Hall of Fame type situations where someone has to go into that room of football writers and be like, hey, I am championing this player to let you know how great they are. I don't know that he has a home country in that way when it comes to when he is beyond that time. And maybe there is, just like the way that we have established fandom in sports, maybe there's just going to be Kevin Durant fans that are, like, continuing to champion him and carry the torch. But it doesn't feel like there's a fan base that'll be like, hey, this is our guy and he was incredible. Let us tell you why. Because Dirk has that in spades.
I will say that I think it's very important to me. It's not important to everybody, but I think more people, the majority of people, would love to be remembered as that was my team. And I get it. Emmitt Smith played for the Cardinals, but everybody, like, he doesn't go to any Cardinal events.
Yeah.
Like, he's a Cowboy. And so I wonder when you jump teams like that happens, and you are one of the greats of your sport of all time, but you have no team, you have no city that wants you to be really part of their major history or the part of the history. That has to be kind of tough. Because when Kevin Durant's 50 and 60 years old and stuff, and he's representing basketball at certain events, when he goes to Oklahoma City, I'm not saying they won't give him a nice kind of standing ovation, but it will never be like it could have been or should have been. And so I don't know. I think for that, it's fine. Kevin Durant, I hate saying it, probably a better overall player than Dirk Nowitzki, and I'm not taking anything away from Dirk in that comment.
Yeah, it's interesting because I mentioned this during Crosstalk when we were talking about the list a little bit with Sean and RJ. It feels like the deciding factor when you're doing this is how dominant of a player is this? Does that feel fair as an assessment of this?
Yes and no.
Okay, why the no?
Because of Tiger Woods. If Tiger Woods, if most people agree that Jack had a better career, and I know he's not part of the 2000s, but nobody was more dominant in the history of golf than Tiger was in his prime. So the greatest golfer of all time, who hits the stage, if I have his years right, in 96. And I get, by 08, I think that was his last major championship until he surprisingly won the Masters. And I'm going to say 2019. I'm not sure if I have my years right. But I would think that he should be top 5.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that feels like a major omission because let me give you the top 10 because I realize I haven't rattled those off. Michael Phelps is at 1. Serena Williams.
Yeah, and she's the greatest. I think she's the greatest women's tennis player of all time.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely where you would go there with, and that's where I definitely am like, okay, the dominance there is probably the factor there. Lionel Messi at 3, soccer player. LeBron James here at 4. And obviously, we're talking about 2000s after. And I think that matters. Tom Brady at 5.
He's to me, and this is tough because then when I say Tiger should be in the top 5, who am I? I have to take somebody out. That's always a tough thing. And for me, and this is unfair, Reggie, I would take out Messi, but I don't know. I know how great he is and was. But that would be the person that I have to move out. LeBron James is the Jack of basketball. When I talk about that for golf, Like, yeah, Michael Jordan in his prime was better than LeBron. I don't think there's an argument to be made for LeBron in that conversation. But longevity, LeBron's the greatest basketball player ever for the longevity of staying great for the length of time he stayed great. And I can't argue anybody in the history of basketball is anywhere close to LeBron James on how great he has been for over 20 years now. I can't believe he's still this great.
Maybe Kareem. Kareem had, but towards the end, like he changed.
I would love for you to read that book, Showtime.
Showtime? Okay.
The Magic Johnson, Pat Riley, they were so tired of Kareem his last 2 to 3 years. A little bit with just his attitude, and then also with how slow he was and how they had to slow the game up. They actually, Magic Johnson, in the book, he's not quoted, but they're kind of like they liked it better when Michael Thompson came in the game.
Yeah.
Because then they could really play at a pace that they felt like was best for their team. And when Kareem was in, they felt like they kind of had to play at a little bit of a Kareem pace just to give him a little bit of involvement. And that might happen with LeBron, but I can't believe LeBron has reached this age and is still this stinking great. But you're right. Kareem's probably second for longevity of greatness.
Right. So I mentioned Tom Brady's 5, Roger Federer, tennis player, 6, Simone Biles, who, I mean, when we talk about incredible Olympians, she has dominated gymnastics in a way where she has multiple moves named after her.
Can I ask you this?
She's competing well into a time where gymnasts typically don't continue to compete.
What was her first Olympics? This is always tough about Olympics because the other sports you can keep competing and being on a high stage every year, where if you're Olympian, we only care about the Olympics.
Let me see, because I think that this is going to be her. Is this 4th Olympics? Let me double check that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, she's competing in a way that just does not seem like something that you should be able to do. 2013, 2014, she competed in 16.
16 was her first one. So she's done 16, 20, or whatever.
So this would be her third.
Third, okay. Yeah, I'm not going to argue too hard on that. I would have Tiger, and I would have Bolt over her right now. But then after this Olympics is over, if she accomplishes what everybody thinks she's going to accomplish, then this list a month from now is a different list.
Well, I think also there's the Olympics, but then also when you talk about her world championships and stuff like gymnastics specific, which I know that for a lot of us, we're not keeping up with the gymnastics specific, but she's dominated that world too. But Tiger comes in at 8 right after her. And yeah, it just feels like with the 13 major wins, and for the time that it felt like Tiger was unassailably the best, and you could feel comfortable taking Tiger over the field in a sport like that. That just felt like a level of dominance that was unreal.
These people are so tough to separate. I will say this.
Yeah, it does feel like you're picking nits at various points.
I'd love to know. Oh, I know we're almost done here. Where is the line drawn where you're like, okay, now we have drawn the line at these people? Like there's been a tier almost drawn.
Okay. So let's try and work through it. 9 is Bolt. I think we feel great about that. 10 is Kobe Bryant. 11 is Novak Djokovic. 12 is Nadal. These all feel like greats in their time. Cristiano Ronaldo, 13. Steph Curry, we talk about as probably one of the best of all time at this point already.
Okay, let me ask you this real quick. Steph Curry, Patrick Mahomes is 18. I feel like Patrick Mahomes and Steph Curry are about the same. Now, Steph Curry's closer to the end of his career, but I think having Patrick Mahomes at 18, like nothing against Shaquille O'Neal, nothing against Tim Duncan. They are arguably 2 of the top 10 greatest basketball players of all time. I feel like Patrick Mahomes
should be higher up there.
To me, yeah.
I think that some of that is, I think we're doing a little projection there, and I'm not saying that it's not right to project it. He's still relatively early in this career. I think we anticipate if he keeps going on this path, which I think he will, he'll be in that place.
I'm not a auto racing person. Lewis Hamilton is 19. Aaron Donald is 20. Here's where I draw the line, and you can help me out with 1 minute. I know we're already over time. Diana Taurasi is 21, so my line is at 20 where the tier is done.
That's where my list was
I think Aaron Donald is arguably the greatest defensive lineman of all time in the history of football. He's in the conversation. I don't think Diana Taurasi, she's great. I'm not trying to take anything away from her, but I don't think she's considered the greatest basketball.
She ends up being in that conversation, and she's had heights, and she has a lot of longevity still playing. But yeah, I think that's probably where I would draw my line as well when it comes to this, like the elite tier of this. But folks mention, I should mention, Adrian Beltre is in the confines of this list. He comes in at 52. Does that feels fair? He's right behind Steve Nash and right ahead of Derek. He's ahead of Derek Jeter.
Yeah, that was very interesting to me. Now, Jeter obviously accomplished quite a bit in 96, 98, 99, 2000. Now 2000 does count, but if you're doing this, you have to take out kind of those first 4 or 5 years of his career where he did a lot of special things.
Some fair points coming in on the text line as we wrap this up from the 972. How is Peyton Manning behind Mahomes since 2000? I think that's a fair question. I know Mahomes looks like he will be one of the greatest, if not the greatest we've ever seen, but I think that Peyton Manning has done enough for us to put him at that high level already. So that's a fair thing.
And Jason Kidd was on the list, and I know locally Tamika Catchings was on the list.
Yes, she was. Absolutely. But finally, from the 817, they said Kobe was way, way too high. I do think that we've done a little bit of inflation of Kobe's game after his passing.
Yeah.
Which
still a great player, arguably
absolutely.
top 10. But yes, I think that what happened in his unfortunate death does elevate you a hair.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford hanging out with you. Let's try this. I know that Kevin introduced this segment. Let's give it a shot. It's called Audio Amigos. Let's play some audio clips and react to them from around the world of sports. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
You buy Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Mike Bassick. Alec Medford also here with you. Kevin and Corey not here. They're both on vacation. We have located Kevin. Kevin is in the city of brotherly love. He's in Philadelphia. Doing what? I have no idea. Only God knows. Corey is indisposed at this point. We're putting out feelers. We'll see if we can track him down and give you an idea as to what he's up to. But regardless, we're keeping it rolling here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Doing all the segments that they typically do, like Audio Amigos, a segment that was debuted a couple weeks back, where we go and we just kind of play some various audio from around the world of sports. And as I look down at it, I only just realized, Mike, that it's a lot of basketball audio here, which I think we both enjoy still. So I'm sure we'll have fun with it. But in the kind of vein of, we were talking about some Olympic athletes like Katie Ledecky, who came in 15th on that list that we were just talking about. USA Basketball, they had their media availability, and one of the things that was talked about, because they're going to the Olympics, is what other Olympic events that they would do. Anthony Edwards, being the ever-confident man that he is, he believes that he could be a swimmer. In fact, he thinks he's so good at swimming that, well, listen to the audio.
If you could swim in an event at the Olympics, what event would be yours?
Freestyle. I'm fast too, though.
You're probably the fastest swimmer.
On the team?
On the team.
For sure. They ain't no swimmers.
Just look at that.
You got Joe, Big MB, you got AD, and Bam. They ain't swimming fast. Bron, he ain't swimming fast. KD, Kawhi, Tatum, they not swimming fast at all. Yeah. So my only challenges are Book, when he might not know how to swim. Drew, he might drown. And Halliburton, oh my God. If Halliburton beat me, then I just need to never touch the water again.
So first of all, just the confidence of Anthony Edwards. But secondly, do you agree with his breakdown of the team? Because it sounded like he was going to give okay, well, this guy, I've seen him swim. He was just like, can't swim fast, probably would drown. It just seems like pure confidence from Anthony Edwards on his assertion that he is absolutely the fastest swimmer on USA Basketball.
I would assume this. I don't know, but Anthony Davis, I think, would have an advantage because he's 6 inches taller or 8 inches taller. I don't know the height. Is it 6'5" or 6'6" for Anthony Edwards?
Yeah, he's right. I think he might be 6'4", in fact, but let me double check on that.
Anthony Davis is close to 7 feet tall, 6'10" to 7 feet tall, and Anthony Davis seems pretty coordinated and athletic at that height.
Anthony Edwards listed at 6'4".
Okay, so I would think Anthony Davis, I have no clue how.
Just better leverage, right?
Yeah, but you look at swim meets and you see somebody who's 6 inches taller than the competition, and you're like, I think the person who's 6 inches shorter is in trouble, because then you start throwing arm length in there, and it just starts making it very tough for that person. They are putting in, I don't know. I have no clue of this. I'm going to 5 less strokes going from wall to wall.
I could see that.
So just think about how much harder you're having to work at 6'4" versus 6'11" in swimming. Now, that being said, probably I'm going to guess weight-wise, Joel Embiid would not be as good as Anthony Davis, because he's carrying a lot more weight.
Yeah, big boy.
But then I look at LeBron. LeBron is just a freak of nature. So then I'd be like, and I get it, he's 40 years old, so there's a major advantage when it comes to age for Anthony Edwards. But once again, he's about 4 inches shorter than LeBron James, and LeBron seems to be in supreme condition.
All right, let's see. From the A17, they said at no time did he actually say he could actually swim in the Olympics. I will say that
he said beating his own teammates.
Sure,
right?
absolutely, to be fair. But I think also some of this was the idea of what would you want to compete in. And I think a lot of these guys in the wider clip were very self-aware that, hey, these folks that compete at these highest levels, they're incredible, and I am not that. with that being said, and that understanding, gentlemen, if you had to compete in an Olympic sport, and I guess Mikey would just go right to baseball, but are we, because baseball does the hokey pokey. Is it
year.
Okay? It's not this year
because in London they don't have baseball fields. So they were like, so recently, I think 2008 was the last year they had baseball, and you'd have to help me out on where the Olympics have been recently. But there have not been places that baseball is a sport in their country. So they do not have the infrastructure, or for softball either. Softball's been eliminated at times from the Olympics because they're like, we do not have the infrastructure and we don't want to build. You have to have a practice field, at least one, if not two practice fields. Then you have to have at least two in-game ready-to-go softball fields.
Right.
Then for baseball, you need two baseball fields that are good to go for games, and you need two facilities for practice.
Okay. Oh, wait, was the last time? That was Beijing that it was played. But yeah, okay.
I
So
think they just decided with countries, especially European countries,
right.
We're not going to make them build baseball and softball structures.
all right, maybe even if one that you could do or one that you would be interested in trying at the Summer Olympics.
I can't run to save my life. Like, I definitely can't now, but I was always slow. If I had to, and I would still get destroyed, is I felt like when I was a teenager or in my 20s, I was a good freestyle swimmer. The other ones, whether it's backstroke, butterfly, all of those, I'm saying all of those because I can't name them all.
Sure.
Not good at them.
Okay.
But swimming, I was pretty good at swimming. Like when it comes to like my baseball teammates at Duncanville, I think I was the fastest freestyle swimmer out of them, which means nothing about how fast you can run. There were plenty of people that were my teammates that could run faster than me, but I could swim in one stroke. I could not do all the others well.
Okay. I think, let me go for handball. I want to try and compete in handball. I think I might be able to do a little something with that, right? We're on a court surface, just running around throwing the ball. I think I can feel if I actually learn what the actual rules are, but watching it looks like something I can try. Do you have one? I know you ran a little track. You're a little dangerous there.
That's the one thing I was good at, and I'm still good at. Yeah, is just like when it comes to track, I'm better at sprinting than I am distance. But I did the whole cross country thing too, which is weird. But yeah, right. I could probably sprint. But if we're doing the whole flag football thing, if that's going to be a real thing going forward, I'd try that.
All right. Let's continue in Audio Amigos. Get you some audio from around the world of sports, really basketball more than anything. Give me cut 2 here where Chet Holmgren was being interviewed and he was asked what road stadiums, what road arenas he enjoys playing in the most.
First, Golden State. No order. Top 3. I like Miami because it's just like empty. It's like no. Let me get to it.
No, we know what you mean. They come in late.
It is real. It is real.
And it's like,
it was crazy.
It's like a drunk, like.
Oh, it's the best.
Yeah,
they're like real. First quarter.
It gets wild. Yeah.
Don't worry about that first quarter.
So like really, as the away team, you just got to build that lead in the first 3 quarters, and then it just stays quiet for the fourth.
Where's this?
Miami. I mean, it's notoriously as a late arriving crowd. I just find it amazing that like now you have actual players being like, "Hey, I love playing there because they're not going to show up. They're going to be quiet, and if we can get off to a good start, we can shut them up entirely."
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing that there are certain places like that, but yet have had great basketball history.
Yeah.
Think about coming into the league. If I have my expansion years right, Charlotte and Miami enter the league at the same time in the late 80s. I want to say 1988.
You're on it.
And think of Charlotte's history and think of Miami's history. Charlotte had to like change team names at one point. Like, did they lose their team completely?
Yeah, they lost their team because the Hornets moved to New Orleans, and then they got another one back.
Bobcats, and now they're the Hornets again.
They got to get their name back. Yeah.
In Miami, they just don't. They don't. I can't believe that they don't have better baseball there because so many Latin guys want to be in Miami. So many Americans that are great at baseball are from Florida. There's no state taxes, and yet Miami can't get any interest in the Marlins. and they can't get tons of interest in the Heat, yet they've had a great product for the history of their franchise.
Right. So
and all the players want to play. I won't say all, but
a lot of them.
Most of the players want to be Miami Heat. In fact, I remember a few years ago, there was like the Luka rumor of like if he could choose one city to play in, one team to play for, it would be Miami.
It's kind of amazing because they talk about it a lot, but it might be really a testament to their culture. And I know people get annoyed hearing that. Real quick, last one before we go. This is Rachel Nichols. She joined the Oddball podcast, and she's talking about Bronny James.
The number 55 pick to me is not some crazy valuable resource that, oh my God, they took a guy who might not make the pros and it might be because of his dad. Who cares? Right? like number 55 pick last year played 4 total minutes in the NBA. Not 4 minutes a game. 4 total minutes from the beginning to the end. The guy before him, who was picked number 55, spent the entire regular season in the G League. Not one NBA regular season minute. So, I just think we have to be a little bit less precious about, oh my God, is he going to be an amazing NBA player? He's picked number 55.
What face are you making?
Rachel over here giving context and nuance in discussion.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, come on.
You know what I always say? Second-round draft picks are like singles at a strip club. People just throw them around. They see what works, what doesn't work. Let's not pretend that this is something like, oh, my God, I can't believe they spent it on him.
Well, I will say this.
Singles at a strip club, Mike.
I'm assuming that the 55th pick the last couple of years did not get a 4-year guaranteed NBA contract.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have not been built up from about the age of 12 or 13 is when LeBron James said, I'm playing with this son in the NBA. So you built him into, he is going to be in the NBA, and then it's fine. I'll say this real quick. I went down the rabbit hole of nepotism in the NBA because I thought it was more front office and stuff, or coaching staffs, more than it was players. And I wanted to do that as a topic. And then I found a lot of examples. I will say 20 to 40 examples at least of nepotism of brothers or sons or whatever getting an NBA job as a player for a short amount of time, usually, sometimes a longer amount of time. And I was like, wow, when you do start looking at it, it has been, and it has nothing to do with I'll leave it at that. There has been a lot of it. More than I ever thought there was when you really start seeing how certain players got to be the 12th guy or 14th guy on an NBA team. But this one is different. I get what Rachel Nichols is saying. Right. She is correct. She is stating factual things. At the same time, the 55th pick in all the drafts have not been Michael Jordan's son or Kareem's son or Dirk Nowitzki's son. This is
and seemingly leverage that to get money and probably a place that you're not likely going to be able to sustain. I mean, he scored 12 points last night, but even that, that's not, lighting the world on fire in summer league. It just is so much better than what it had previously been in his first few games.
I'll give you a tough one. Over under, he plays more than 4 minutes this year in the NBA.
Total?
Yeah. I think it's over easily.
I think it's over, but I don't think it's over by a ton.
Okay, well then my next question, you're going to say under for sure. Do you think he'll average 4 minutes a game?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't know that he'll play that many games is really the answer. Right?
Yeah, I think when he's active, because I do think he'll play some in the G League too. I think that he'll get some G League minutes, but I could see where when the Lakers, who I don't think are going to have a great team, I think LeBron is going to start demanding, I want him to start.
I didn't even think about the back end of that.
And I'm not saying play 30 minutes in the game, but I want one of these games for LeBron and Bronny to be in the starting lineup together. I think he wants a lot of history in this. And I don't think Bronny's going to get a 20-point game this year in the NBA, but I do think LeBron is going to demand a few other things throughout this process with his son.
There you go. Audio Amigos. This is the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Thursday in the Metroplex. Coming up next, let's do a little gridiron gravy where we almost got a Hall of Famer returning to the game. I'll discuss it next on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Datatula, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford hanging out with you. Kevin and Corey on vacation for the week, so holding it down as we go along. But always around this time, what you're going to get, Kevin, Corey, or whoever else, is a little bit of Around the NFL with Gridiron Gravy.
Here we go.
Yeah, I didn't really slide into that all that well, but you handled your end perfectly, Alec. I'm proud
try.
of you. You're a professional.
I try.
Consummate pro. Mike, are you familiar with Terrell Owens?
My guy.
Your guy? Okay.
No, just kidding. No,
I was like,
yes, but
okay.
no,
What-
he it was very tough. He was on the list of I don't want him on the Cowboys no matter what.
Really?
And so it's always a test of your fandom when you get a player that you're like, no matter what, I don't want him ever wearing our team colors.
Sure.
So that was always very difficult. I was, even with T.O., still a big Dallas Cowboy fan, but very difficult to root for T.O. because I always saw him as the enemy, the ultimate enemy, the way that he...
with the Eagles and the...
Yeah, and I get it. He was entertaining, and you can look back on it, but running to the star and the George Teague moment
Shout
and all
out to
that.
George Teague.
It just, it was always tough, him being a Dallas Cowboy. And then ultimately, he kind of really hurt the Cowboys in the end because then it became like, Romo and Witten are doing things and not including me and not including us, and it just became very difficult. And the thing with T.O. ended badly here.
Yeah, I do wonder if it would have ended badly here because someone who is definitely your guy, Tom Brady. It seems like according to or on the Bubba Dub show, Terrell Owens was a guest, and he said that he attempted to contact Brady when Antonio Brown left the Buccaneers in 2021. That they needed a veteran wide receiver for the playoffs, and T.O. wrote on social media at the time that he was that wide receiver. Now, of course, at the time, I'm sure we all looked at that as like, hey, that's kind of funny, and I think we talked about it. But it seems like he really tried to go and do this and reaching out for Tom Brady to see if he could, get a chance to play with the Buccaneers for the playoffs. According to T.O., Tom Brady ignored me. The year that AB went crazy, they just needed someone to fill the holes with AB leaving at the wide receiver position. I reached out to him through Randy and some other people just to come in, play third down, red zone situation. The dude ignored me. It just shows you the lack of respect there. But then when they get in front of you, they want to act like they respect you. Close quotes.
That is from
Terrell Owens.
I'm trying to look this up real quick. What was his last year? And it wasn't very good with Buffalo or Cincinnati. Like, T.O. did not end. It didn't end well. Does that make sense? Like, it wasn't like. Do you guys,
2010 at 37 years old with the Cincinnati Bengals was the last time that he's on Pro Football
and he wanted
Reference.
to play 11 years later in the NFL,
just on third downs in the red zone.
Are you kidding me?
I find it amazing that he views this as like is this indicative of like the thing that I like saying about athletes that you kind of have to be built different and like have a different mindset where you're just like, 40 something years old, I think 48 at that point, and being like,
I will give
still
him,
got it.
I will give him credit. He was better than I thought when I'm looking up 72 receptions for 983 yards and 9 touchdowns in 2010. Those are still solid numbers in 2010. I didn't think they were that good. But 11 years later, at 48 years old, he was disrespected because at 48, he wasn't considered for a job in the NFL after 11 years off.
Yeah, and I guess for him, it seems like the idea that you wouldn't accept his phone call or whatever is probably more of the disrespect for him. But I'm like, hey, man, that dude was in the middle of a season trying to do that. Yeah. And I forgot.
He wasn't taking calls from Jerry Rice either. He wasn't taking calls. If anybody, and I'm sure that he knew he was completely done, would be Randy Moss. At least he played with Tom Brady. He knows Tom Brady and knows what he could maybe do for Tom Brady.
Sure.
And Randy wasn't crazy enough to think in 2021 that he could still play a premium athletic position in the NFL.
Well, I've forgotten that he had that final season at 37 in 2010 with the Bengals. He was also with the Seahawks in training camp, and he got cut the next season, and that was his last NFL. But I just found that to be amazing that T.O. was like, I got disrespected because that man would not answer my phone call and let me try and play football.
All right, T.O.
Let's move to another wide receiver, who is done with his time. Longtime NFL wide receiver Randall Cobb. He hasn't formally announced his retirement, but it looks like he's probably done. He announced earlier today, I guess, that Cobb will work with ESPN as a studio analyst for the SEC network during its season this year. Two-time All-SEC player when he played at Kentucky before he entered the league, played with the Packers, obviously. Was Aaron Rodgers. He spent a little bit of time here, a little bit of time in Houston, bounced around a little bit of time with the Jets, in fact, as well last season. But are you interested at all in hearing Randall Cobb? Because it feels like, from what we heard of him, seems like he would be good at that, but I also am not always sure that I can identify who would be great at those jobs.
I don't know. I will tell you this. This is for another topic. I'll tease you if you want to do this tomorrow, as tomorrow's the last day. It's the Reggie and Bassick show for at least this week. I wish I was more into college football and had more time, but there's no way. I can't tell you who's good at college football analysis or not. I don't watch enough of it, but that is for maybe a different topic. So I don't know. But listening to Bobby Belt this morning, it sounds like Randall Cobb could be very good in football media.
Yeah, and Bobby would know. Like, Bobby, obviously, our Cowboys insider here at 105 through the Fan. He spent a lot of time at the Star and engaging with these players on a pretty granular level. And he has a lot of respect for Randall Cobb. And, I mean, when he was here, we always viewed him as like a kind of veteran leader guy. And that's, I mean, if you're thinking about it, you imagine that's like, well-spoken, be able to communicate those things pretty well. And so you imagine that would translate pretty well to TV as well. So, I mean, wish him the best. And I know for me, I'll probably catch a little bit of that as, you know me, I love me some college football. And I'm sure Carter will catch a lot of that as well. Real quick before we boogie along in Gridiron Gravy, I did want to get to this, Mike, because I know your guy, T-Law, you're big on him. He'll be wearing some jerseys that are a little bit different, but also something that you've definitely seen before, as the Jags announced earlier today that they're going with a throwback uniform. You remember the 90s, what they calling the Prowler style jersey? So it's the teal with the kind of prowling Jaguar on the shoulder.
I know what you're talking about. A full, let's say a full Jaguar.
Yeah, not just the jag head. Yeah. And then it doesn't have the weird numbers that they've kind of assimilated. Like now it's kind of a little bit of that older school uniform. For the Jaguars. They announced that throwback uniform. Is that something you're interested in seeing? Because I always associate with like David Garrard and stuff like that.
I associate it with one of my favorite quarterbacks of the 90s, and it's because of the hand that I am, is Mark Brunell.
Ah, yes, lefty.
So I was a big Mark Brunell fan. I also liked Jimmy Smith on the Dallas Cowboys and always thought it was sad that we had to expose him to the expansion draft and that the Jaguars took him. And then when you lost, if you go back and watch 90s football and you watch 1994 is the last year of Alvin Harper, and you watch what happens to that offense without Alvin Harper. Kevin Williams comes in, but Kevin Williams was like a slot guy, and he was like a third wide receiver who had to become a second wide receiver, had trouble staying healthy. And then you watch Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders is one of the greatest football players of all time. Horrible route runner when you go rewatch those games.
Just an athlete.
But by 96, he's becoming our number 2 wide receiver, and he's not a wide receiver. He's just a pure athlete out there trying to do certain things. Man, if Jimmy Smith would have stayed with the Dallas Cowboys, and I don't know if he would have developed into the same Jimmy Smith, but let's just say he did, they probably win another Super Bowl because Jimmy Smith is still on the team.
I'm sure that hits a lot of folks in the chest, the idea of like that one more.
You got to be 40-something years old or older to kind of remember that history.
Yeah.
But they lost a Pro Bowl Tier 1, number 1 receiving option in that expansion draft, losing Jimmy Smith.
You got to be T.O. willing to get back into the NFL age to remember that is what you're telling me. So there you go. That's Gridiron Gravy here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. From the 903, they said, why did they take the full Jag off of the jersey? And I don't know. I imagine that's
just
change.
When you're not a good organization, you can change your colors and logos and stuff.
It really does feel like sometimes like, hey, we've kind of stunk enough. Like, let's just shift it enough so that there's something fresh happening. Yeah. And I mean, that organization after that early time,
changing all kinds of things with their jersey.
And I imagine
do something.
I imagine they'll be changing for quite a while. KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, tomorrow sees the Rangers start the second half of the season, or I guess the unofficial second half of the baseball season, the stretch run towards the postseason. What is the big importance of the next 10 games and, the next month of baseball for your Rangers coming up out of the break? We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
You've made us number 1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. just how important is the first 10 games out of the All-Star break for your Texas Rangers? Reginald Datatula, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford here with you as on this Thursday of what I like to call this week, because All-Star break gone. We've had a couple of days where we're just kind of waiting for baseball to get back, and in that vein, in that spirit, we're looking forward to baseball for the Rangers back on your home of the Rangers, Texas 105 through the Fan tomorrow evening. They'll start a 3-game set with the Orioles, and that's you're on and running. Like, you're off and running in that instance. You're currently 4 games behind the Astros, 5 games behind the Mariners. We've had conversations about will they sell, won't they sell, and answering those questions and more, I think all starts with these next 10 games, doesn't it, Mike?
It really does. I look at the Rangers, and Josh Smith said it with Leslie McCaslin on the post-game interview, last game of the first half of the season until you get to the All-Star break, and said they knew that Astros series, they didn't want to admit it, they weren't going to say it, but then he said it. He's like, look, we know. We're not stupid. We do lie to you to make sure that it doesn't sound like, we're putting more importance on this game than there should be. But we knew that there is more importance on this series, and we didn't want to let you guys know until the series was over and we won the series that we knew that we needed to probably win this series so that Chris Young and the Texas Rangers front office meeting during the All-Star break didn't go, this team just isn't going to do it.
Yeah.
So after beating the Astros in that series, at least Josh Smith and the players felt like they did enough that the conversations might be stopped, or at least the rumors would be stopped on what the Rangers would be doing selling-wise in the second half of the season until you get to July 30th is the trade deadline. So at least for right now, those conversations are on hold on which way the Rangers are going to go. And that's why, Reggie, this first 10-game stretch of the season, it's 7 home games and 3 road games. The Rangers really need to play well to make sure that this team stays together.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I was looking at Fangraphs. Fangraphs, fantastic website when it comes to baseball, analytics, and all sorts. You can find a number for everything. And just looking at the projections for the rest of the season and like the possibility of making the playoffs, the Astros have the best chance in the AL West at 58%. Mariners somehow, or well, not somehow, because I guess maybe wild card considerations, even though you look at the ways that this division stacks up against the rest of them. And I'm like, are you going to have a wild card out of this division at all? But they are at 57% chance of making the playoffs. And your Texas Rangers, as currently sitting 46-50, have an 11.4% chance of making the playoffs.
Which isn't good.
No, I wouldn't say that that's good at all.
That's why Baltimore, like I was talking about earlier, the people are calling me like, hey, we want to talk about this series coming up and we want to talk about which Rangers you guys are trading.
Yeah.
And they were surprised when I said, I don't think the Rangers as of today are willing to trade you guys Evaldi or Scherzer or Michael Lorenzen. Those were people they were interested in.
So there's basically just those numbers. And I think, what did we figure out in the break here? That if the Rangers in this 10-game stretch go 7-3,
I think it's very doable to go 7-3, and they kind of need to go 7-3 to make this rest of the season doable to make the playoffs. Baltimore is a very good team. They did not play well going into the All-Star break.
3-7 in their final 10,
but they're a great team. They're the best to me. If they're healthy, they're the best team in the American League, and I haven't seen the schedule set up yet for who you're facing, as in the pitchers you're facing. But most likely, you will see Saturday or Sunday, you're going to see Corbin Burns, who started the All-Star game. Most likely on Friday or Saturday, you're going to see Grayson Rodriguez, who is a borderline All-Star pitcher and a rising star in baseball. You're going to be facing their 2 best pitchers in this series. I don't know what days yet they're going to pitch, but most likely you will be seeing those guys. Going to be very difficult to win this series. But the Rangers need to win at least one in that series. Then you play the Chicago White Sox. You have to win 3 of 4, if not all 4. They're horrible. Crochet's an awesome pitcher.
But he might not be there by the time you get there. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I bet it's going to take some time because you're going to have to overwhelm them.
Mm-hmm.
They have a super stud that you're going to have to trade 3 premium prospects to get. So I hear what you're saying. And it was interesting. They protected Garrett Crochet, his last start before the All-Star break. And it wasn't Sunday. so he could pitch an inning. It was Friday that they pitched him 2 innings and took him out of the game. 2 innings, I believe 1 hit, no runs, 4 strikeouts. And they're like, that's good, you're out of the game. So they are, to your point, they are almost protecting him to be like, we want to keep him as tradable as possible and not push him anymore. So even if you face Crochet, maybe he's only pushed to go 5 innings. And they're like, that's enough, because if we're in heavy trade rumors and somebody's willing us to give us the world for him, we do not want to push him into a 6th or 7th inning. So you might have an advantage there. So let's just say you win 3 out of 4 against Chicago. Toronto's not a good team this year, and they're probably going to be very distracted July 26th through the 28th in Toronto on all the rumors on where their players are going if they haven't gone anywhere. So you need to win that series. At this point, you can't really give up series against teams like Chicago or Toronto. You've put yourself in a hole that you got to dig yourself out of. And so teams like Chicago and Toronto, you have to win those series. So if you win 2 out of 3 in Toronto, you win 3 out of 4 against Chicago, you would need to win 2 out of 3 against Baltimore, or you just sweep one of those other 2 teams you're facing, and that puts you at 7-3. If you go 7-3 to start the second half, that puts you at 53-53.
500.
You're at 500 with just a little bit under 60 games to go. Let's just start playing the math game. Players don't do this. I don't know if general managers and owners do this. I think they do it. I almost feel like
with the amount of numbers that we have in the game,
owners don't, I guess, have to if they don't care.
Yeah,
but if they're talking about whatever it is, selling players or recouping money or whatever it is that owners talk about. If I get to 53-53, I don't think 85 wins is going to win this division, but it could. 85-77 probably isn't enough, but it could. So that's my break number of Can we get to 85 wins? If we get to 85 wins, there's a small possibility we either win the division or small possibility we get the last playoff spot. That is going 32-24 in the last 56 games.
That's after going
7-3. If you get to 53-53, which you need to be, I'll tell you what. Anything less than 7-3, Texas Ranger players, you open yourself up to getting traded to other teams, and you guys don't even try for a playoff spot. So 7-3, you can't win 7 games tomorrow. You can only win 1 game tomorrow. So as a player, you can't really think of there's a 10-game stretch that we need to go 7-3. I can only play Friday night.
Sure.
So I love doing sports talk radio. Being a general manager, you do this. But you can only take 1 game at a time and give it a win or a loss.
Right.
But they need to go 7-3 in the first 10 games of this. If not, you open yourself up to we're trading players, we are not buying players, and we're not holding players. So 7-3, you get to 53-53. 32-24 gets you to 85 wins and gives you the opportunity to make the playoffs. If you make the playoffs, this team can do damage, because that would mean you just start doing the math and you start going, all right, if I go 7-3 plus 32-24, I am now at 39-27, my last approximately 60-so games in the season. That's a good team going into the playoffs. Now, the Rangers were the opposite. Last year, they actually were not a good team going into the playoffs and won the World Series. But if I look at it this way, 88 games will win this division. I do not think a team will get to 88 or more wins. Maybe one does. So one team I think will. I guess I need to point this out. I think one team could get to 88 wins in this division. If I go 35-21 after going 7-3, that gets me to the magic number of 88, and I've made the playoffs. So those are kind of the ways to do it. And then you can go back to FanGraphs, Reggie. I think this is very important to go back to FanGraphs and tell them where Seattle is in strength of schedule, where Houston is in strength of schedule, and where Texas is in strength of schedule.
Yeah, and I found this to be really interesting, because if you're looking at the strength of schedule of the remaining games, if I'm reading this correctly, the Mariners, the remaining games, they're playing an average of 501 when it comes to teams that they're playing against. So just above average for the remainder of the schedule.
Which is 14th hardest schedule. So right in the middle of the pack, right? They're playing about a 500 schedule, which that makes sense. 14th hardest schedule.
Yes, sir. The Astros, The remaining schedule, or the strength of schedule for their remaining schedule, 499. So just below average. And then your Texas Rangers,
is 19th hardest schedule. So that's a favorable thing for them. Not super favorable, but favorable.
And then the Rangers is tied for the third easiest schedule in the AL West with the Angels. 496 is the strength of schedule of the remaining schedule.
Which that is the 23rd hardest schedule, or if you want to look at it the other way, the 8th easiest schedule in Major League Baseball. Now, that being said, it's going to be interesting because that's the rest of the season. But do you put yourself in such a non-confident situation that the easy part of the schedule, you've already got yourself 10 games back of a playoff spot, which is really tough to come back from? Because after the 10 games, after that, Baltimore, very tough. Chicago White Sox and Toronto Blue Jays, a lot easier teams to beat.
Those are the next 10.
Yes. Now you go to at St. Louis. They're a team playing above 500. Boston at home. Very good team. Having a good season. They are the second wild card team or third wild card team right now with Minnesota. It's New York is the number one wild card team, and then I know that they're very close. Boston and Minnesota are very close in record right now, so that's a good team. Then you play home against Houston. Very important series that you need to win the tiebreaker. Win that series, you win the series overall. You win that tiebreaker. Then you go at New York, at Boston. Woo, that's tough. Then you come home. I just told you Minnesota's in the playoffs. That's tough. Pittsburgh, I think that it'll
get a breather.
Interesting, but they're 500 right now.
Huh.
They're better than I thought. I thought they were more of a Rangers record. They are, I believe, 48-48 right now at the All-Star break.
And if you're players on the team, I imagine you want to be doing the reverse choppy. Choppy is hoping that you see Skeens somewhere in that.
Yeah.
If you're the Rangers, you're like, move me away from that dude because that makes the task at hand just that much more difficult.
Then you're at Cleveland, one of the best records in all baseball. So after that 10-game stretch, the teams that you play that are under 500 after you play Toronto, I can't name you a team. Literally from July 29th through August 25th, you do not play a team under 500
for a month.
It doesn't make sense when we just said Rangers have the 8th easiest schedule the rest of the way. That's based off of how crappy Chicago is, and you haven't played them yet. And then at the end of the year, in September, you get Oakland for 6 games. You get the Angels for 6 games. Arizona's not a very good team this year. They could turn it around, but they're not a very good team this year. You get Toronto at home in September. So there's a lot of favorable matchups in September and to start this off. But in between, from July 29th through August 25th, as of today, you do not play a team under 500.
And so this next 10 games, it's important to get yourself in position, but you also got to get yourself going as a team.
Yes, because you want to play well against those guys.
Yeah, you're playing against what looks like a gauntlet for your schedule. Strength of schedule be damned. So, I mean, look, it's going to be super important. It starts tomorrow evening.
Yes.
We don't necessarily, at least I haven't seen anything as of yet about who the pitchers are.
Today's workout, so I'm assuming today we will get the announcement on who the Friday, Saturday, Sunday pitchers are for both teams.
But yeah, next 10 games, super important for your Texas Rangers. That's
got to go 7-3.
7-3 is the goal, as stated by your baseball show of record, the KNC Masterpiece, here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, we enter the expressway, where of course we'll get you some Mike Likes It, but also let's do the combo platter. It's National Tropical Fruit Day. Give us your sports opinion and your favorite fruit or fruit-flavored thing. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Financing available on site. Owning a boat is more affordable than you think. Visit thedallasboatexpo.com for tickets.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through The Fan. Reginald Datatula in for Kevin and Corey with Mike and Alec Medford. It is the Expressway. We'll get to Mike Likes It. And here in a little bit, we'll get you the combo platter. Text in 877-881-1053. And let us know your sports opinion and what's your favorite fruit or fruit-flavored thing on National Tropical Fruit Day. But before I get there, I want to remind you that later today, 5 p.m., the Gag Nation will have the good pleasure of talking to comedian Frank Caliendo live in studio. He's performing at the Addison Improv Friday and Saturday night. And so you get a chance to hear him ahead of him getting out there on the G-Bag Nation later today. And then tomorrow, G-Bag Nation will be out at Globe Life Field getting us ready for the second half of the season. Obviously, Rangers welcoming in the Baltimore Orioles on a Friday night. So the G-Bag Nation out there leading you up to pregame here on the Rangers home 105 through The Fan. And then Will and CA will be out at Globe Life Field on Saturday 9 to 1. And then Medford, you'll be out there with Blake and Fred taking over from 1 all the way to 5:30 ahead of Saturday's game. So right here, 105 through The Fan, your home of the Rangers, and we are going to be getting you ready for all of the super important baseball action this weekend live from the home of the Rangers, Globe Life Field. You excited for that, Medford?
Man, I love doing those shows at the Globe, not just because of the awesome interaction we get with the Tolos out there in the second level of the center field concourse, but the energy that Rangers fans bring as soon as those gates open, there's nothing like it, man.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a time where we need energy. Mike, if I can pair a couple of things that we talked about together, we just talked about the importance of these 10 games. Yesterday, we talked about Adolis and getting his confidence back into the right place. And somebody brought up the idea of, hey, can the fans maybe chant and cheer and get guys going? That's the challenge that we have for the fans, particularly in these next 10 games and in this homestand starting here with the Orioles. Chant, get these guys going because it's super, super important for them.
I'm with you. I just feel like I'm giving up a little bit on that we're going to become this raucous crowd. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I understand changing the identity is tough, but let's start with the little small because we saw it last year with that Section 133. Folks got in. If there's a challenge, I think that we can rise to the occasion.
Okay, I'll put that challenge on you to get the people to do that.
All right, listen to me, folks. Get out there, chant El Bombi, chant for the Rangers, get them some wins. They need them. 7-3.
I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying.
I get it. I appreciate it. You could be fairly pessimistic as a person, Mike. So I appreciate you're meeting me halfway right now.
Yes,
and I appreciate.
I would like for that to happen.
Let's do some combo platter here. You know the rules. You give us a sports opinion, and on National Tropical Fruit Day, also give us your favorite fruit or fruit-flavored thing. Mike, are you ready? Because I do have some people that are already texting in on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line.
Let's let the people go first.
All right. So this is from the 817. They said their sports opinion is that Mike Bassick should be the commissioner of baseball. Their favorite fruit tray, they said, is pineapple and strawberry mix. I never think about those fruits together, per se.
Pineapple
and strawberry.
Okay. Strawberry's a tropical fruit?
I mean, I just opened it up to all fruit because I don't know how specific.
Because I feel like pineapple is a tropical fruit.
Yes, I think we can count that as tropical.
I feel like strawberry is a tropical fruit.
But you know what's funny? I feel like it's one of the more typical fruits to our American kind of diet. But if you think about it, banana is kind of a tropical fruit, honestly.
True.
But we think of that as more like kind of a typical fruit too. I don't know.
I would love to be the commissioner of baseball. I would try to be as fair as possible.
First order of business, Mike Bassick becomes commissioner of baseball.
Well, the first one would be very simple. I would want to look at how much money did we make off of all-star jerseys, because I don't think they made enough money to run that crap out there ever again.
How did I not see that coming from a mile away?
That would be an easy one. But here's the deal. I would definitely want this, and this is why I'd never be hired. I guess you guys might not remember this, but about 4 years ago, USA Today wrote an article on Chris Young possibly being the next commissioner of baseball.
And that was when he was still in the league
MLB
offices, right?
Yeah, and I asked him about it, and he's like, that's just an article. Now, he didn't say this, but here's the tough thing. I don't know if they'd ever want a former player being the commissioner of baseball, because
I can't imagine.
you're representing the owners.
Yeah.
The commissioner of baseball is not representing baseball. They're representing the owners of their sport. Roger Goodell is representing the owners. Adam Silver is representing the owners. Over time, I don't know when that changed. I don't know what year that changed.
Yeah, and in baseball, it feels like that hasn't happened in forever.
But the good thing is Rob Manfred have had people, and still does, like Chris Young, who were players, and ask for their opinion or their advice. It doesn't mean he follows it and takes it, but
sure.
I would listen to, hey, should we move the mound back 6 inches? And I would get a lot of pushback. I get it.
Right.
But I'd also like Jared Sandler. I think Jared Sandler, to be honest, I think he was a little bit too extreme on where baseball is going, as in like a non-popular sport.
Mm-hmm.
But I do hear what he's saying. I would want to keep trying to do things that would push the boundaries, that would make players maybe a little bit uncomfortable to start. But I do think overall that you would see, and some things wouldn't work.
Right.
Some things just wouldn't work, but there's things that I would want to push, and that would be anti-player, from an anti-player's perspective.
Yeah.
But overall could grow the game. And so,
by the way,
I would love to be the commissioner.
If you're asking about, or if you're like, hey, what is Mike talking about? Move the mound back, Jared Sandler. We had a pretty long discussion yesterday. You can find it on 105throughthefan.com. It was a really fun conversation.
And it was 60 feet. It is 60 feet, 6 inches. I would be willing to move the mound back 6 inches to 61 feet, but I don't know if that would make a difference in, obviously the speed of the pitch would be the same, but giving the hitter an extra 6 inches to react to the pitch. I don't know if how much that would help out offense.
From the 597 Sports Opinion, Micah Parsons will be on a different team next contract. Favorite tropical fruit? Cherimoya. I don't think I've ever heard of this. They said it looks like a dragon's egg, but tastes like apricot peach with a toasty brown sugar tone, and is a smooth, creamy texture. That sounds incredible.
I would love to know a follow-up on, did they have to go outside of this country?
I have a strong feeling that you probably
taste that and then to love it, because I have never heard of anything like that.
Apparently, the largest producer of it is Spain. I don't know if it's like indigenous to there. Google very quickly tells me that it was named that by the Inca people. So I imagine that means that, Central and South America is what we're dealing with there. But yeah, that sounds incredible. You described that very well. So much so, I moved right past the idea that you're like, hey, Micah's gone after this contract, which that feels like something that that doesn't happen after your first contract with a very, very good player in the NFL.
Yeah. I don't think so either. There's just no way. Micah Parsons jersey sells. I get Micah Parsons can be an issue as a leader, can be an issue with understanding what his job is at times besides just rushing the quarterback, and he's arguably the best at it, but I don't think they're going to give up on Micah Parsons because of those things. That's just not the Joneses way. So, and I'm not saying they should get rid of Micah Parsons either. I would say let's try our best to work it out with Micah Parsons. There's no way we're going to find a guy as talented as him in the NFL draft anytime soon.
817, Dallas Cowboys go 8-9, and Sugarloaf Pineapple. It's pineapple infused with sugar cane.
All right.
Do we need to make pineapple sweeter? Like, that sounds great. Don't get me wrong. That sounds like a lot.
I'll tell you what, man, adding, and this isn't sugar cane, but man, to some tropical fruits like a pineapple, if you add tahini to that, it takes it to another level.
Yeah.
I think tahini might be one of the most underrated kind of, I don't know what to call it because it's not spices, but additive.
Yeah, additive
I don't
is
know,
the word
like,
that was coming to mind for
is
me.
like tahini is one of the most underrated things that we have at like grocery stores to add to sweeter things or to add to possibly something else, like to add to chips, to add to tortillas or whatever. Tahini is unbelievable.
Fantastic. Do you have a sports opinion for me
I
here?
have plenty of sports opinions.
But you don't have a fruit
I'm gonna
or
go,
fruit
I
flavor
actually
thing?
do.
Ooh.
I am going to go with a Texas Rangers opinion here.
Okay.
When Evan Carter comes back this year, I do think he is. I just don't think it's going to be soon. And what I mean by soon is I don't think it'll be in July. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we see him in July back in the major leagues. When Evan Carter comes back, he will become the everyday center fielder of the Texas Rangers for the rest of the rest of his career with the Rangers.
Sure. Okay.
So that is a very strong opinion. I get Leote. I'm not trying to take a shot at Leote here, but I do think that they're going to have to make a tough decision. I do think when Evan Carter this year, when another team starts a left-hander, he's just going to be out of the lineup. They will move Wyatt Langford to center field. And they will move like a Josh Smith to left field.
Because I mean, you can't platoon with Leote. Leote is also, and I think that's the issue, right? In theory, you're like, well, Evan Carter's got to take that job, but no, we've seen this logjam coming for a long time.
Yeah.
When he came up last year, I think it was incumbent upon Leote to grab hold of that job this year, and he hasn't quite done that.
Yeah, and so I think in 2025, I think you're going to have Evan Carter as your everyday center fielder. So that is a strong sports opinion
it is.
there.
Hope you have a strong fruit opinion or fruit flavored thing.
From tropical fruit, my favorite tropical fruit, because I'm being specific here.
Very good.
Is definitely pineapple.
Okay.
I do love coconut, not on its own, but
coconut flavored things.
Coconut flavored things I like. I think coconut is a very controversial flavor.
It can be. I think so.
I don't think pineapple's that controversial of a flavor.
Unless you're putting it on a pizza, then people lose their minds.
I understand. But I think 90% of people that have tried pineapple are like, that's a good taste.
Yes. I'd agree with that.
I think coconut's a 50-50. I think coconut, which I really enjoy, I like coconut flavored drinks. I like coconut flavored like a coconut cake. I like coconut cake.
Okay.
My grandma used to buy, I think, the Pepperidge Farm coconut cake that you can get like in the grocery store.
I guess
like it's in the freezer section.
I don't think I'd like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's something that, but it's good.
Okay.
It's good. But I love pineapple flavored things, and I do think if you have like cut up pineapple pieces, you need to have a side of tahini to dip it in.
Okay. I like what you're doing there. I think I might try that here soon. My sports opinion is, as we're coming up on the Olympics, it's another one of those where there's a whole bunch of things, and now recently NBC has taken to, you can get on Peacock and you can watch everything. I feel like the NCAA tournament, the idea that these things are all on different channels, it's great that we can get to them. I think that we were better off when it was all on one channel and they made the decisions on where to send us. You know what I mean? Like I think that having that curation, I know that we love like the a la carte style of I can just pick whatever I want, but the curation was really nice. And I always think about this in the NCAA tournament because that's the big one. You have to go and find the important moments yourself. I like the idea of, hey, I'm just sitting and watching TV. I'm not doing work. You guys show me, hey, this is something that's important that's happening right now over here in the natatorium or over here on the track. And I know those don't often overlap in the Olympics, but you get the point. Just over here on the handball court, something incredible is happening. So at any time they're doing the work instead of me going and finding, oh, let me see what's the incredible thing happening.
I hope that I have enough free time to enjoy the Olympics.
Yeah.
That is something that, like, I do like watching when I have the time, especially the Summer Olympics. The Winter Olympics, there's just not many things I'm interested in Winter Olympics. Nothing against the Winter Olympics. Great.
Curling always works.
But I feel like sprinting, track and field stuff, amazing. The sprinting, swimming stuff, amazing. Now basketball is so competitive around the world.
Yeah.
That there's enough time where you're watching the United States and you know that, especially in the bracket round, the elimination, they could be eliminated by multiple teams now.
Yeah.
And there's multiple superstars, whether it's Jokic, whether it's Giannis, whether it is did Canada make it?
Canada's in it.
Yeah. Don't they have Shea?
Yeah. They're a dangerous team.
Yeah. So like this is, Dwight Powell's not, like,
starting center, baby.
No, is he really?
Yeah.
Okay, then they're done. But
he got hit in the face when they played in Las Vegas, by the way, against USA.
Yeah,
in case you were wondering if that streak would continue.
The most coordinated, uncoordinated person that's ever been made, Dwight Powell. Because he's coordinated enough to leap and do all these things, and he's uncoordinated enough that he just falls randomly or gets hit in the face randomly where he can't get his face out of the way. But no, I love the Summer Olympics, but it's just tough with time.
Yeah.
To really get into it. And I just remember as a kid, whether it was Flojo or Jackie Joyner-Kersee and Carl Lewis, and I can remember the
For me, Michael Johnson was big,
and that was great too. I can remember the shock of when Ben Johnson beat Carl Lewis. It was shocking to the United States. And then about 48 hours later, it might have been more than that, we found out, well, Ben Johnson won because he was hopped up on all the roids.
For me, fruit-wise, tropical fruit, anything mango or mango flavored, you can get me in on. And then likewise, in like the non-tropical, I guess, I don't think, peach flavored things.
I love peaches.
You're always going to get, but the thing about the peach flavored thing is it's either really peach flavored or like there's a hint of peach flavor, and you never know which it is until you try.
In-season peaches are so important. Peaches are crappy when they're out of season. Right? There's no flavor, and there's not like enough juice to it. But man, great ripe in-season peaches are amazing. I will say this. I didn't think of peach as a tropical fruit either.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
I feel like you can grow peaches in Texas.
Well, I mean, Georgia, the home of peaches as well.
So I just feel like on an island. I guess I think of myself being on an island.
Right.
And I don't think of peaches being on an island, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think that they are. I just wanted to make sure
but it's
to
a fruit.
mention that I love peaches. Medford, do you have a submission for the combo platter today?
Of course I do. I will start with sports opinion, and this isn't anything new. This isn't any crazy idea, but it's something that after seeing him in person and seeing the fanfare that surrounds him, I think Paul Skeens is going to save baseball. I really do.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't either, if we're being totally honest. But he's just got this aura about him because not only is he just that good, but he's so easy to like. And then we talk about the whole Taylor Swift effect with Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs. A lot of people aren't giving enough credit to Livy Dunn and what she's doing to help that hype. And just seeing the crowd that surrounded him in terms of media and fans at the red carpet event the other day. And he's just as good as advertised, too. It's not like we're making this up just because he has a really popular superior or, significant other, if you will. Like, he's really that good.
Yeah.
And he is that intriguing to watch. And he's just so different than all of the other major league starters of his age and his talent, even. He's just so different. There's something different about watching him. And I really do think he's going to be Major League Baseball's next biggest thing if he isn't already that. So I think he's that good.
It would be amazing if he stays healthy.
Yeah.
To do what you're talking about, because that's the problem with Jacob deGrom, for instance, is there was
we know that.
Skeens, to your point, Alec, made it a lot quicker than deGrom. deGrom had to go from being a shortstop to learn how to pitch, got a late start. When you look at his age of his rookie year, I think it was 25, I think was Jacob deGrom's rookie year. I could be wrong. But starting right out of college, making it straight to the major leagues, if he can stay healthy for a 15-year period, not completely healthy, but making kind of on average 25 starts for 15 years, that could be so special for the game.
It would be special. It would be great for marketing the game. It would be great for just TV face value entertainment. And he's a great dude, too. Like, he's just a dude. That's what I love about him in his interviews and everything. Yeah, he's just a guy being a dude, and yet he's so smart and intellectual when it comes to the game of baseball. Like, I saw his interview with the Pitching Ninja the other day that he put out there. And, he was breaking down his grip on his splinker, to a science and talking about how, it kind of happened by accident, but I can tell you all the mechanics that go into it and all the different scientific terms. Like, I just love listening to him and watching him. He's awesome.
In game, Alec, at the stadium, he was throwing 94 and it was listing at the gun, and everything it's all calculated. It's not a person putting in what pitch it is. It's just all calculated on the speed of the pitch and what it is. And it kept listing 94 sinker, and I was sitting there next to one of the guys, and I'm like, that's not his fastball. Like, because it's a sinker you think of as a fastball, and I'm like, it's that pitch that's at 94, but it needs to, like, when you have Paul Skeens, you need to type into the computer, type in that word too. So when he throws at 94, it doesn't register as a sinker because that registers as like a fastball pitch.
Right. And your fruit?
My favorite tropical fruit, if I'm going strictly tropical, I would go pineapple, but Mike took that. I have a close second, and it's going to be the passion fruit.
Okay.
Passion fruit.
A lot of love for the passion fruit on the text line.
I didn't discover it until late, though. It was a couple years ago. Sonic, every summer, I don't think they're doing it this summer, though. They would do the Red Bull slushes, and they had a Red Bull flavor that was passion fruit. So I got that because I love the Red Bull slush, and I was like, oh, passion fruit's pretty cool. Let me try this. So I tried it on its own. I was like, yeah, as advertised. I enjoy it. So I like it in slushes and smoothies and whatnot.
Passion fruit, dragon fruit got a lot of love. Somebody said coconut is not a nut, is a nut, not a fruit. I have no idea how that works.
I love mango when other people give me mango and it's in season. Like when somebody said mango, man, I've bought mangoes before that are just not ripe.
Yeah.
And then they are not good. And then the other thing too is when they get like just a hair over ripe, it's tough because then it just starts like getting mushy.
Yeah, the mushy mango.
And so I love mango, but man, I feel like you have like about a 24 to 48 hour period of when a mango is right to eat.
You got to be built. You got to be built for eating mangoes, man. Appreciate you guys getting involved. And from the 214, they said tahini is considered a garnish.
Garnish? Interesting.
And they also
I feel
went
like
with
a
papaya
garnish isn't
as well.
edible.
I don't.
Like I feel like garnish on the side, like flat leaf parsley is way more edible than like your, I don't know, curly parsley.
Okay.
And so when parsley's on a plate, like let's say you have spaghetti and meatballs, and parsley's on the side as a garnish, you're not supposed to eat that.
Right. I don't know.
I feel like tahini is more like spices together.
Yeah. I don't know.
Put in or on something.
Oh man, people are like honeydew not getting no love. Pluots, I'm not sure what that is. Star fruits. All right, shout out to all y'all and your fantastic tropical fruit knowledge. Cantaloupe. All that. Shout out to y'all. And watermelon, they say, is the best. So many health benefits. Thanks for all y'all getting involved on the Franco Injury Attorney text line. I'd love to keep reading those, but I think it's about time to get a little Mike Likes It.
All right, so when Mike Likes It, I did this a week or so ago when the Rangers were going bad. But the Rangers just went 4-2. And now we are starting the second half tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I have your MLB power rankings. So Alec and Reggie, one, do you want to guess first where the Rangers are, or do you want to guess first who the top 5 team? Obviously, the Rangers are not a top 5 team in baseball at 46 and 50.
How?
But would you like to try to guess first who the top 5 teams are in MLB power ranked wise, or would you like to guess where the Rangers are first?
What are you feeling, Medford?
Ooh, I kind of want to guess where the Rangers are.
Okay. All right. Let's see, because the Rangers clearly, like, they're working their way back up. Trying to find themselves back into a. All right, Medford, let's start here. Bottom half, like we're definitely, or are we?
I think just
around the middle.
Yeah, just in the bottom half.
Okay, so like 16, 17 feels like a place that we want to go.
Yeah.
Or no?
If I had to stick with one, I'd go 17.
Let's go 17.
Okay, previously 18th.
Okay.
In the power rankings. This isn't going to make a lot of sense, but I will read what MLB.com says. They have them 20th.
What?
Their season low is 21. Their season high, which was early in the year, was 4th.
Right.
They've probably been, if you just go by power rankings, the most disappointing team in baseball. So this is the tough thing about the second half is like, this is why I was on Baltimore radio and they're telling me like, are you stupid? How come you're not saying the Rangers aren't selling their pitchers? Because they're finished. If you look at a power ranking and they're ranked 20th in baseball, that makes you're in the, I guess, the second half. If there's tier 1, top 10 teams, tier 2, second 10 teams, and tier 3, they're at the last spot of tier 2 teams, which would mean you're somewhat of a seller. But I will read what MLB.com said about the 20th ranked Texas Rangers power ranking right now. Max Scherzer, before his solid start against the Astros in the final game of the first half, told Foul Territory podcast that he wouldn't be waiving his no-trade clause, namely because the Rangers wouldn't be making any trades. It's going to be a moot point to even talk about. We're going to win here. One wonders if the Rangers brass feels the same way. Reasonable expectation. Get on an immediate hot streak to start the second half and make a run at the playoffs.
Okay, so I should have considered the fact that like the national perspective is more negative on the Rangers, and you see how they get there. I was just really I guess on the hopium and the copium of like the last 10 being 7-3 going into the break and getting a win against the Astros. I was like, all right, it's trending up, but I've had that before with all the fits and starts that this team has had over the course of the season.
Now, a team that has been on, if you just look at their season high and season low, 10th is the Astros right now. Their season high was 6. Their season low was 26. So when they were 7-19 and just couldn't just win a baseball game, it felt like they had dropped all the way to 26 early on in the season. They are back up to 10th. It says, you never really thought the Astros were out of it, did you? I will say that there was part of me at like 12-24. I'm like, I don't think they're going to do this.
Yeah.
But they are. They sure are in the middle of everything now, reclaiming their spot as one of the scariest teams in the American League. Remember, this is a team going for its 8th ALCS in a row.
So there's some of that, some respect in there. Yeah.
That they've been to. So they're not going to go away easily. Someone's going to have to beat them. Reasonable expectation. Is it too much to ask for an 8th ALCS?
It feels like a lot with what they are doing right now, because also I understand why they get that big jump from like when they ultimately hit the bottom at 26 on the power rankings and they've made that way back up, because they've had a great run of playing baseball. It feels like though they got a lot healthier and their pitching is only so wide. Yeah. Like they don't have support, and I don't know where you go and get it from. I know that they're probably going to be trying to be active in the trade deadline, but I don't know that they have a ton to utilize to get themselves help. So I don't know how much better they can get in that way. And so it feels like, yeah, they've done this, but is there a little bit of a ceiling on this? And is there the pace that they're going at and the way that they're playing right now sufficient enough to get them over?
They have the Mariners at 9th, right next to the Astros.
Interesting. So the Mariners ahead, just I guess because they're record-wise ahead, but it feels like I would say that the Astros are a better team than the Mariners.
Yeah,
right
and
now.
it says here the Mariners didn't pull away from the Astros and the Rangers when they had the chance, ensuring this is going to be a fight until the end. It certainly helps that Julio Rodriguez looks like he's working his way back to MVP caliber self.
Sure.
I'll tell you this, he's a young player, but man, if you're playing fantasy baseball, April and May, you can expect one of the worst players in baseball. I don't know what is up with Julio, and he has to get like, I don't know, 200 at bats under his belt before he starts playing like the Julio Rodriguez. That's a stud. It says their expectation. And remember how long it's been. Their first AL West title in 23 years. They have not won the division since 2001.
When they also had a little disappointment in there, just not in the regular season. Yeah. I mean, I just keep looking at this Mariners team, and I'm, pulled up the standings. The runs allowed is incredibly low because that pitching is incredible. Right. But I'm like, the offense,
if they don't get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or somebody of that caliber to help them out offensively in the next 2 weeks,
seriously?
Then I think they are very catchable by the Astros or the Rangers. If they make a trade and get a stud, and I mean, it has to be a stud. I'm not talking about getting just a guy. They have to get Randy Arozarena. They have to get a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. They have to get somebody who we're like, dang, they just got a really valuable piece to their offense. If they can't find that in the next 2 weeks in the trade front, they are very catchable because their offense is horrible. Now, we're running out of time, so I'm just going to give you the top 5.
Okay.
Here. Number 1, the Philadelphia Phillies. It says reasonable expectation, win the World Series. So they're at the point last year they made the NLCS. They got upset by the Diamondbacks, and they are saying, look, they have played themselves into a situation where if they don't win it all, it was a disappointment.
Agreed.
Which is always tough.
Yeah.
But that's where they're at. Number 2, I will tell you this. I do think they're a little bit overranked, but I get it. The Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah. I mean, the pitching's been great. I mean, and I think Quan is one of those guys for you that's interesting because he's doing the thing that we saw, not exactly, but somewhat that we saw with Luis Ariz last year where, I mean, the hitting is, hit tool is incredible when we talk about average, but that comes down to, it regresses to the mean, I guess, in some ways, because I don't know that you can keep that level of pace up for the entirety of a season.
I will add to what they say for reasonable expectation for Cleveland. It says win the division for starters, but years like this don't come along often. Let's go all the way. Now here's where I add. Years don't come along for lower market teams like this.
Yeah.
Cleveland cannot afford big time players and never will be able to. So I would say for them, when you're having a season like this, it's like, man, we need to take advantage of it because we can't afford to add to teams like this. Where if you had a team like this, you could say, well, in the offseason, we can do this or do that. They can't. Number 3, the Baltimore Orioles, who you're about to play here tomorrow, win the division and finally win a playoff series is their expectation. Number 4, the New York Yankees. And it says, like always, reasonable expectation, win the World Series.
Right.
So very different expectations from Baltimore and Cleveland versus what the Yankees and Phillies expectations are. And number 5, the LA Dodgers.
Sure.
They probably need to trade for a starting pitcher because all of theirs always get hurt now.
Which is incredible because it feels like they have like 12 of them at all times.
And their expectation is you got to win the World Series.
I mean, yeah.
When
Especially
you get Shohei Ohtani,
especially with that manager.
The manager, also Yamamoto. Like when you just start adding what they did in the offseason, where they've been for a decade now, if the Dodgers don't win the World Series, it's a failure.
Okay.
That's your power rankings.
That's the power rankings, and it paints a little bit of an interesting picture with your Texas Rangers. Need to get it going. They will try and do that starting tomorrow evening against the Baltimore Orioles. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. And I think it's just about time for a little AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day coming up, plus the next heart attack on a plate being served at MLB ballparks. One specifically. We'll talk about it next year on The Fan.
It's camp time. We're packing up a suitcase of Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Mike Bassick and Alec Medford. I'm filling in for Kevin and Corey, who are on vacation. As I look up on the TV, the Houston Texans in camp. That means we're in that season. I think they get there first because they're in the Hall of Fame game. Your Dallas Cowboys will join, not necessarily them, but join the rest of the NFL in starting camp up next week as Oxnard, California welcomes the Cowboys and Cowboys faithful. And they'll also welcome 105 through the Fan. Of course, we got our contingent going out there to make sure to give you all of the Cowboys coverage you count on and you anticipate from our fine station. But right now, the coverage that you need is AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea
style.
Don't you dare do it. I have another question of the day that is based on another national holiday.
Did you just update your intro?
No, it's always been like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know why it sounded different to me today. My apologies. Continue.
I've been meaning to actually add a little bit more flavor to it. Maybe sometime in the next few weeks, I'm going to add something new to it. But it is AM on the FM. We talked about the tropical fruits, as that is one of today's holidays. We have another one that we'll get to here in just a second. The weirdest, newest, coolest, whatever you want to call it, dish that is being served by the Kansas City Royals at their ballpark at games, coming up here in just a second as well. But Mike, you did mention the Tampa Bay Rays and Randy Arozarena. His name popped up in that conversation for the Seattle Mariners. John Morosi, MLB Network, did some reporting earlier this morning actually about that exact idea and said that the two teams have not spoken yet, but he does expect them to speak in the coming days about a trade for a power hitter. And he said the Rays will listen to offers on Randy Arozarena, Yandy Diaz, and Isaac Paredes for the right package. So all of those guys will be available for the right price.
Paredes is interesting because I have to look up. I feel like he's only like in his third year, but maybe he's been around longer than I think. But obviously, if you want to get the most value for a player, you trade him with at least one more year of control. So if you're trading for that type of guy, you know that, yes, I have a run this year, but then he's on my team next year or in years ahead. So, and Tampa has to do this. I can't believe that Tampa's staying in their kind of area that they're at because they can't generate any money in that area where they're at either in the fan base. So, yeah, they have to do stuff like this when they're like, okay, we had a little bit of a run where we were competing with the most money in baseball because you're always going to be there with the Yankees. You're always going to be there with the Red Sox. And now with Baltimore's new ownership, it will be interesting to see how much they're willing to keep spending to stay up with New York and Boston and keep their super stud prospects. So Tampa definitely, it makes sense for them to go, okay, now that this team has made their run, didn't do it last year against the Rangers, didn't do it, I guess they got really close in 2020 COVID year and lost to the Dodgers, that now they're going to blow up a few more of their players and try to prospect their way back into contention a couple years from now.
Isaac Paredes, by the way, he's made appearances in the majors for 5 seasons at this point, and so he's got 3 years of arbitration ahead of him.
Okay, but like you're trading for him, that's a guy you like. You have a guy that you can keep for a while.
Yeah,
I like him. He's a really nice player.
So there you go, some guys that could be available on the trading block for the Seattle Mariners in division. That would not be a good thing for the Texas Rangers, but a good thing in everybody's lives. Today is National Sour Candy Day.
Yes.
As well. So the question of the day today, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, Twitch, and YouTube as well. Want to hear from you. What is your favorite sour candy of all time?
This is tough. It's my favorite flavor of candy.
Nice.
I will go with assorted sour balls.
Although, wait, okay. I'm going to need to...
I know exactly what he's talking about.
You can get like the just ones that are all cherry, but I like assorted.
Huh.
Like
okay.
if you go to Bob's Steak and Chop House, you can get like a handful of those when you walk out. But I like the assorted. But look, I love Sour Patch Kids. I love sour Jelly Bellies. Like you're probably going to pick maybe one of those, but like I had sour Skittles the other day.
Love them.
Great.
Love them.
So sour flavored like candies are probably my favorite.
Oh, y'all are wild boys from the 817. They said Warheads best sour candy. I used to do that when I was in like grade school, but that was because we were trying to prove something and be tough.
Yeah.
Like I don't need that. But yeah, Sour Patch Kids is my answer. And I do the bad thing where I go get like the big family size bag. And I always tell myself, you're just, you'll get a handful here and there. And I find myself at some point with the bag, sitting on the couch with the bag next to me and just shoveling candy and sugar into my face in amounts and quantities that absolutely should not happen.
Yeah.
It's bad. And I do the same thing. I literally just got the Amazon notification that a bag of the Nerds gummy clusters has been delivered to my door waiting for me when I get home today. And it's the resealable bag.
Solid candy.
I haven't had those yet.
You will love them.
Really? Okay.
So it's a gummy with Nerds on the outside, like stuck to it.
Have you had the Nerds rope? That's how this started. It started with the Nerds, and then they did like this kind of chewy, gummy kind of candy rope. And they stuck nerds to it, and then they were like, why would we make that into a rope when we can just make it into little bite-sized bites? So it's a little gummy, almost like fruit punch kind of flavored thing with nerds on the outside. It's really good.
It is really good. Our guy, Ruben Portillo, put me onto those when we were watching, I think, WrestleMania together, and I was like, yep, these are going to be my guilty obsession now. And let's see, from the 210, freeze-dried candy is underrated. I got put onto that recently, too.
My kids think that. I can't remember where I think Atolo gave me some, and they thought the freeze-dried Skittles were the greatest thing ever.
They are.
I don't think I've ever had freeze-dried candy.
They, like, pop open. They, expand. And they're like, where'd you get those? I was like, Atolo gave them to me. I don't know where to buy those from.
Yeah, they're kind of odd. I see them popping up more and more. I think Buc-ee's has some now. I think the last time I went, they have everything, and they've listened to the people. The freeze-dried stuff is getting a lot more popular. So I think I saw them the last time I went there. I might be wrong. From the 214, Sour Bright Crawlers, rather, is the best gummy.
Fair enough.
Watermelon Sour Patch Kids is goated from the 682. Warheads over every other sour candy from the 469. People really stand on business with the whole Warheads thing. I can do it every now and then, like you said, Reggie, to prove a point. That's about it. I don't do it for fun.
Yeah, but at this point, I don't eat things to prove points anymore. I think I'm beyond that at this point in my life.
Especially because my dad and I are super competitive with that stuff. So, yeah, we haven't really outgrown that at our big ages.
Guys, I think I might have found Kevin Hagelin from the 214. Peeps are the best. We found him.
All right.
There he is.
That's where he is. Yep, he's in Philadelphia eating Peeps in the middle of the summer.
Disgusting.
That's unhinged.
Because he probably found where they're 90% off from Easter.
This is true. I think my favorite sour candy is going to be the Sour Patch Watermelon.
Okay.
That's been a go-to forever, and I've been consuming less sugar these days, but if I see them, if there's a good deal, the movie theater, maybe the ballpark or a stadium, if they have them, yep, absolutely it's happening. Ever since I was a kid, those have always been the go-to, and it's a guilty pleasure for sure. Keep those coming, 877-881-1053. I do want to tell you about the weirdest food option that's happening in Major League Baseball now, starting this coming week after the All-Star break, courtesy of the Kansas City Royals here in just a moment. But I do want to reminisce for a moment. This popped up on my Twitter feed earlier today.
Okay.
And I was at this event, so it holds a special place in my heart. 3 years ago today, probably one of the top three, if not the top, loudest and biggest crowd pop at a pro wrestling event right here in Fort Worth, Texas, at Dickies Arena, when John Cena made his return. This was WWE's first pay-per-view since the pandemic, so it was very hyped. They had to pull out all the stops. Roman Reigns defended his title against Edge and won, and he cut a promo after, so here's a little bit of it, and then the return of John Cena.
Now the whole world can acknowledge me.
You gotta love a good announcer.
Who did that?
It was Pat McAfee and Michael Cole. Pat McAfee was the first voice you heard.
Did a good job.
Yeah, and then Michael Cole was the one that was screaming, "Cena's here."
Like that's a great job. That makes the clip. Like obviously, if you appreciate what's happening, like in it on its own, you're like, this is incredible. But like just being that proxy for everyone else, like, hey, I need you to understand, this is incredible. And they sold it. They really did.
Yeah, and being in the building for that, my ears were ringing after. I could not hear. I'm pretty sure that my video reaction of that made the airwaves at some point.
Is that the one where we hear Kevin Gray losing his mind?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, it was
very
the
good.
Same exact event, the same exact return. So that happened, and that was everybody's
and you
reaction.
didn't
in the
know?
building.
You had no clue?
No clue. Yeah, it was not like there was no rumors going around at this point or anything because there was no build up to it. It was just a total surprise. Everybody lost their minds.
Cena's music might be the one that gets, like, just generally gets the best reaction.
Sure.
Like, maybe when The Undertaker, that bell dings.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
That's one. Randy Orton's music.
Okay.
The higher voices.
Okay.
That immediately gets a pop. Really, those three are like the top three for me right there. Edge has a good one, too, the You Think You Know Me whisper, and then just right into the guitar riff. Hearing that live was pretty cool. But I had to play that because whether you're a wrestling fan or not, hearing that reaction, that's just like chilling. That gives me chills every time I go back and rewatch it. I just rewatched that match maybe 4 or 5 nights ago just out of, pure nostalgia. Okay. But that's why going to these events is better than TV, because you just get to get those reactions raw and in real time. It's fun. It's very, very fun. But you know what else is fun is weird ballpark food.
Sure.
And the Kansas City Royals are back at it again with some new heart attack on a plate, I like to call it.
Someone mentioned Stone Cold's Glass, and I absolutely should remember that.
Okay,
I
was there. I got to stop down on that. I was there at WrestleMania 38 whenever he made his return in ring, and you literally couldn't hear his music after the glass shattered. It was so loud.
Yeah.
I've got videos of that. You can't even tell it was him that came out after the glass shattered. That was... Oh boy, that was incredible. But there is nothing like ballpark food. Awesome ballpark food. Reggie, you had a couple pizza dogs.
Had a couple of pizza dogs at one time.
Yeah.
I had some the birria quesadillas from Hurtado's.
I've had their tacos at their actual restaurant in Mansfield. After All-Star Village on Saturday, I went to Hurtado's and
very nice. Just
wonderful.
A man of great taste.
Wonderful.
And we will always remember that Mike Bassick did not eat a hot dog from heaven.
Yeah, I got one.
He got one, but didn't
turned it down.
It makes me upset. I expect better, Bassick. I really do. But
I'm just not eating room temperature hot dogs.
I mean, you're better than me because I was starving at one point at that game, and I would have done it. But there's nothing like awesome ballpark food. So, you got like ice cream, cool. Out of a little mini batting helmet, yeah, that makes it that much better.
Make it taste better.
It makes it taste. I don't make the rules. It makes it taste better. But eat your heart out, Royals fans. The K-Taco is now available at Kauffman Stadium. It is an absolute monstrosity. It features a charred hot dog wrapped in a cheeseburger quesadilla, topped with barbecue brisket, French fries, shredded romaine lettuce, pickled red onion, sriracha Cracker Jacks, and 816 sauce.
I think I just had an artery lock up hearing that.
Yeah.
That sounded pretty spicy, didn't it?
There's some.
I don't even know if spice was where my brain was like just like the fats and stuff consumed from that.
Say that again. Say everything again.
All right, here we go.
So you have a charred hot dog that's sliced up.
Sounds great.
Wrapped in a cheeseburger quesadilla as the taco shell.
Okay.
Topped with barbecue brisket, French fries, shredded romaine lettuce, pickled red onion.
Why'd you throw the lettuce on there? At this point, what are we doing? What are we trying to do?
I don't know. Maybe you need the fiber to help force it out. I don't know.
There's a lot of cheese going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then sriracha Cracker Jack.
Sriracha.
That's so
okay, so yeah.
And then 816 sauce.
Am I not understanding what Cracker Jack is? Like, it's the Cracker Jack, like the classic Cracker Jack.
Yeah.
Covered in sriracha?
Yeah.
What's 816 sauce?
I have no idea. I don't even want to ask. I'm afraid of the answer.
That's what I thought. It had to be like a really spicy sauce, but maybe it's not.
Let's see. It is a barbecue sauce.
Okay, well then,
sweet maple, not spicy.
Okay, not spicy. Too much going on.
Yeah, I do love that they were like, "Hey, this is getting kind of crazy. Throw some lettuce on there. Make it healthy."
Yeah, I'm saying for the dietary fiber reasons, you throw it in there, a little bit of green on there. It makes you feel a little bit better about yourself.
That lettuce might not be enough. They might just have to hand you.
No, it's not enough.
Like the side, it comes with a side of Metamucil or something. Like that's not gonna be enough to get that thing through the pipes.
Yeah, so I'm here to say that all those things on their own sound lovely. Just processing each individual flavor might be a little bit difficult for one Alec Medford. I don't know how they're all gonna mesh together.
I do love that they were like, "Look, we've got this thing. It's an abomination.
It's a thing.
We cannot start the season out. We gotta save it for the second half. Like this is gonna be a second. We can't have them doing this all season long. There'll be lawsuits. This is a liability.
Yeah, that's not great. And hey, from the 214, great point. All you need is a Diet Coke to balance it all out. So there you have it. That's AM on the FM.
Always appreciate a good iteration of AM on the FM here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike, CBS Sports put out a pretty interesting piece about, the new CBA and the tax apron and which teams the rest of the NBA is looking at that they feel are doing it right. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This 2024 Summer Olympics go beyond this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
First, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula alongside Mike Bassick and Alec Medford here with you, leading you up to the G-Bag Nation at 2. Mel they'll take over in on this Thursday in what I like to call this week. It's the week that we get the All-Star break, and we waiting to get back to baseball, which happens tomorrow. But until then, we got you covered here on 105.3 The Fan, and we'll talk about this new era of the CBA and the National Basketball Association and the teams that maybe might be doing it right. But before we get there, I did see something come across the timeline in regards to the NFL and the NFC East in particular, as Nikki Javala from the Washington Post reported that breaking, Jason Wright has moved out from his role as the Commanders' president and will leave the organization by the end of the 2024 season. Now, if you'll recall, Jason Wright was hired as the president of the Washington football team at the time in August of 2020, really trying to help serve to clean up what had become a laughingstock in the league under then president or then owner Dan Snyder. And I mean, he kind of saw that transition of power, and I think we've kind of maybe settled on the idea that maybe it was just the new ownership with Josh Smith and them decided that, hey, thank you for the help in transitioning, but at this point, we probably want to go get our own.
Yeah, once you told me the date that he was hired, it makes a lot of sense.
Because it feels really recent.
I thought maybe he was part of the new hires. I messed up here. Before we went on there, I was like, wait, wasn't he just hired by the kind of new ownership group? But that is not the case. So it makes a lot of sense that it's like, hey, we think he's competent. We think he needs to help through the transition. But now that the transition is coming to a close, that all of Dan Snyder's people, or at least that they feel like we're part of his people, will eventually be taken out. And I do think Washington was still a good franchise until Dan Snyder bought them.
Yeah.
So I think they can become a good franchise again, but it's probably going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, so that's an organization that they're doing a lot of shifting on what they're doing. And so we'll have to see if they become, again, like you mentioned, a competent franchise. That will definitely directly impact your Dallas Cowboys. But in the NBA, I mentioned this, CBS Sports wrote a very interesting piece, Sam Quinn, the author on this, talking about if the Spurs and the Thunder have laid the blueprints, the first blueprints for sustained success in this new CBA world in the NBA. Obviously, the new CBA came in, and the big ticket item, the big thing that people are focusing on is this idea of aprons above simply the luxury tax. Before, the prohibitive thing that was put in to try and stop or keep a little bit of parity rather than a hard cap like you have in football is a soft cap, but when you get over the cap, you got to pay a little extra money. And maybe the idea was that money would maybe make teams be a little hesitant to be too far over that tax. We saw, especially
it felt like to me a little bit of a Golden State rule.
Yes, absolutely. I think 100% that's what it was. When they went and got Kevin Durant, they were like, bleep it, we'll pay the tax just to be this good and make sure that we win.
And they were generating so much revenue.
Yes.
It's like, we'll do it. We'll just keep paying fines or penalties that go into an NBA pot that get distributed amongst the NBA teams. They're like, well, obviously this isn't stopping a team in now San Francisco that is generating so much revenue that it doesn't bug them.
Right. And so they put in this rule where they have these aprons, first apron, but the second apron is really the one that gets a lot of attention because when you're over that, you lock up draft pick availability. You can't do certain things to acquire talent. And basically, it really hampers your ability to be a basketball team as we know it. And so this change on a dime has teams wondering, like, now with this new era, how do you maintain success? That's what any organization is looking for. And it seems like teams are looking towards the Spurs and the Thunder as maybe blueprints for this. Now, what does that mean? They both have a young player that looks like they'll contend for a long time. And that's the thing that feels like with no matter what team and no matter what era, that's what you're looking for.
If you don't have a top 10 player in the league, and I know that like somebody, let's say Bobby Belt would say, well, Jason Tatum isn't. I think he is. He's making first team all NBAs pretty consistently.
Agreed.
So he's definitely a top 10 player in the league. If you don't have a top 10 player in the league, you have no chance of winning a championship. That's my opinion. It makes it almost impossible. The closest I can think of in my lifetime is the Detroit Pistons with Chauncey Billups as their best player. and he might have not been a top 10 player in the league at the time. So they competed for a championship, won it against LA, lost against San Antonio.
04 and 05 is the years you're talking about there.
That's the only time I can ever think of. And I think their starting 5 all made the All-Star team. So if you want to have 5 guys that are all-stars on one team, then maybe you can do it without having a top 10 player.
And so that's the start. But then outside of that, both of these teams, especially in this offseason, went and got veteran players but on short-term deals, right? The likes of Alex Caruso and Isaiah Hartenstein, and then also when you look at the Spurs, Chris Paul and Harrison Barnes. Veteran players that can contribute, but they're also on short-term deals that you can move off of. And I think this is where it gets really interesting, that the teams are obviously acquiring a lot of draft picks because if you're trying to keep the salary down, drafting young talent is the way that you do that. But acquiring the rights to swap picks is really the interesting part, where now instead of just, I want this team's draft rights, I want to go and get the opportunity to swap rights. And why that's important, Mike, is you probably won't know the name, but the Stepien rule in the NBA. And I know that for a lot of people,
I've
they're
heard
like,
of
what's
this
happening?
rule, but re-explain it because I'm forgetting the rule.
Right.
Too.
And what it is
you can't
when you're trading first-round picks, you can't trade
Cleveland
picks
Cavaliers
in the next year. Yeah.
Is this from the Cleveland Cavaliers way back in the day?
So. Yeah.
If you're wondering how in the world did James Worthy become a number 1 pick and it was the Lakers when they were winning championships, the Cavs were trading every draft pick, and the Mavericks took advantage of it too. I think Roy Tarpley came through a Cleveland Cavaliers draft pick. Unfortunately, he got into drugs and it didn't work out. But I can remember now. They finally looked at it and go, "Hey, we can't have a team like Cleveland trading away the 8 straight years of draft picks."
And so they made it in order to protect teams from themselves. You can't trade away first-round picks in consecutive years. So from here on out, right, you could maybe trade away a 25 pick, but then you couldn't trade 26. You'd have to trade 27. And then you couldn't trade 28, and you could trade 29. One creative way that teams have gotten around that is that they'll say, okay, that other year, I'll give you the right to swap picks with me. So we'll still have a first-round pick, but if our pick is better, you can decide you want to draft where we pick, we'll draft where you pick, and we can kind of wipe our hands of this. The reason why this is proving to be possibly valuable is we're finding that teams are more willing to do this pick swap because in theory, you're still getting a selection, but now you can get value. And for teams like this, that where you're young and you anticipate being good, you're not giving away your pick necessarily that's probably going to be a little bit higher than, the low picks where you get really valuable players. But now you can also still acquire more picks that have value through the swaps for teams that you anticipate being bad, so you can keep adding that young talent. And ultimately, that's what this is all about, keeping to add young talent. And it's kind of wild because the team that they use as the counterexample is the Mavericks. Because the Mavericks have used so many of their draft picks. When you talk about the KP trade, when you talk about the trades to acquire Gafford and acquire PJ Washington, they're locked in with this team. With Kyrie Irving, by the time that they reach the end of his deal, he'll be 36. Luka Doncic might be on another max deal at a higher level, and you won't have a lot of draft picks to go forward. And they're saying that might be the opposite of what these young teams are doing in this new era, and that might be the new way of winning in the league.
Okay, I understand where this is coming from. It makes some sense. But the Mavericks have put themselves in a position to win the championship the next couple of years.
Yep.
Look, the odds are they won't. That's the tough part about winning a championship, but they've put themselves in a position. So I understand where this article's coming from. But I'm not upset with what Nico's done at all. I'm not like, gosh, I wish I had a first-round pick. And, hey, it could really bite you in 2029 or 2031 if you have a major injury to Luka and you're not good. But, man, I love what Nico's done. And the thing about Oklahoma City and San Antonio are, especially with Oklahoma City, because they've established they have more than just one superstar, or at least up-and-coming star, is Oklahoma City going to be able to max out 4 guys? Probably not. So I get they have all these assets. But what's going to happen, and it's still a ways away, but when Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren need their max-out contract, and Shea's now hitting another super max contract, and then you have Lou Dort, who needs $25 to $30 million a year, and a couple other role players need $20 to $30 million a year. Like, they're going to run up against apron 2 really quick. Now, how are they going to do all that? They do have a window. At the same time, 3 years from now, they are going to be going into apron 2 if they want to keep all of these guys together, and we know that they're not going to be able to in Oklahoma City.
And I wonder if that's where the plan ends up being interesting, because the idea is obviously, first and foremost, become a contender. And I think that's what the point that you made that's right. The Mavericks are contenders. Great. Second of all, you want to, because as you mentioned, right, you're playing odds here. You're not guaranteed just when you're a contender that you're going to win it. Open up that window as far as possible. And I think what's funny with the Thunder is the team that I will compare this to is a previous iteration of the Thunder when they have KD and Russell Westbrook and James Harden and Serge Ibaka, and they get to a point where now all these players are there at the same time, but then they reach the time where people need to get paid, and it gets pulled apart where James Harden gets traded, and then eventually Serge Ibaka leaves, and then eventually KD leaves, and you didn't have the replenishment there. I think this idea is when those players all reach that place, especially when you have the veterans, right? You have those veterans on a short-term deal, they'll age out, and hopefully you've drafted players to replace them, and then you keep drafting because you keep getting these first-round swaps with people who are more willing to give you, and you're continuing to draft to maybe open up that window. So when maybe one of those players that's supposed to get a max, hey, we can afford to move on from you and hopefully replenish it with young talent as it comes.
In a way, this only works in theory. It doesn't work in reality.
Sure.
And I'm going to give you the Golden State Warriors. How easy was it for Kuminga and Moody to get on the court in 22 when they won the championship?
It was incredibly difficult.
They couldn't.
Yeah.
And so the tough thing is what you do is you run up against, hey, we got these picks, and Golden State kind of got lucky. Now, the other thing, too, is you can draft pathetically bad and draft Wiseman, and so he's worthless.
Yeah.
So then you draft a guy who's completely worthless in these picks, and you're like, crap, we really needed that to work out, and it didn't, because the death of the Golden State Warriors was Wiseman being a pathetic pick and then giving money to Jordan Poole. That really killed the Warriors, and that's what situation they're in. But then they did draft Kuminga, who's looking like he can be good. The problem is in theory, it looks great. On a coaching staff, you're like, I'm trying to win a championship. I have this 20-year-old kid who I can't play on a championship team, and then he's 21. You're like, gosh, I can try to work him in, and Moody couldn't even get worked in. And so I do like this article. It's a great article. Mm-hmm. But Oklahoma City, with all of these picks, you tell me where these picks are ever going to get minutes to develop into key players. So if I do have to let's just say Jalen Williams walk. He's the James Harden of this team 15 years ago when they had to let James Harden go. What young player got the minutes needed to then take over that spot?
And I think that ends up being the real question of if this is actually going to work in practice, because like you said, I think we found that with the Warriors in particular, trying to win for now and win for later is a lot harder than it sounds. So this is in theory the blueprint of the new second apron era. In practice, we'll see what it looks like. And so I think this is where it comes back to what you're saying. First and foremost, you just got to be happy that the Mavericks are in a place where they've made themselves a contender.
It's not luck. Nico is not doing this by luck.
Yeah.
And it's not luck of what Golden State did, and it's not by luck of what all the assets Oklahoma City Thunder have. But all it takes is a couple of unlucky picks or an unlucky contract, and it ruins everything. Because I go on San Francisco radio a lot, and it's kind of tough for them to admit, but they kind of get it. James Wiseman and Jordan Poole ruined the future of the Golden State Warriors.
Here you go. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. A little bit of basketball breaking news as we were talking some basketball. According to Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, the Clippers are sending Russell Westbrook a second-round pick swap, in fact, as we were talking about swaps, and cash to the Utah Jazz in a sign-and-trade agreement. And then ultimately, it seems like once Russell Westbrook will then be he'll be waived. And then once he is
I didn't
clears
think
waivers,
Russell Westbrook wanted to be a Utah Jazz right now.
I think he's been traded. That was where he got traded to get out of LA the first time. Remember, the Lakers did a deal with the Jazz, and then he got cut. No,
okay, good.
So this is the second time that it's happening. If my memory serves me correctly, this time though, when he clears waivers, it seems like he will join the Denver Nuggets as a free agent.
Okay, that was like, it was weird when they lost Caldwell Pope. You heard these rumors of Russell Westbrook being a Denver Nugget, and I guess Jokic is a fan of his.
I guess so.
So, okay, well, I'm fine with it. I think Russell Westbrook brings positive to a team, but he brings more negative to a team. Not by the person, maybe a little bit by
just
that.
His game at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think that it's very tough to fit into a playoff. He's just not a rotational player in the playoffs as a positive player.
And what's crazy is the Denver Nuggets, even last season with KCP, they were like second fewest in 3-point attempts.
And you let him shoot 100 of them.
He's not helping that at all. So a very interesting thing. It keeps pointing to what we talk about is like the teams in the West that are to be contended with. Denver, we're putting them there off of respect, but I'm really interested to see what they actually look like when that time comes around. So KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time to chit-chat with the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the second half of the Rangers season. We have our final Tolo ticket giveaway during the Expressway. And what do the Tolos really think of the morning show? It's a Friday edition on The Fan.
If you want to buy a brand new car, if you need to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet. Now, I can say that with confidence as I might be their most loyal customer, as my family has bought 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet in the last 4 years. It's that service. It's the people. It's those low prices. And now you can find them all in the 80,000 square foot facility in Terrell.
Get $10,000 off on Silverado 1500 LTs and RST models. Over 20 new Tahoes and 40 tracks available with more arriving daily. And GM Justin Rudd has 2024 Silverados arriving daily. A huge selection. And he wants them out on the streets of DFW. So you got clear up front pricing. If you see a price online, that's the price you're going to pay. No dealer ads or anything like that. And the best part is you can shop online, check it all out right there, and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. College football is just over a month away from getting started, as 7 games will kick off on August 24th. The Heisman Trophy odds are out once again, quarterbacks dominating the favorites. Georgia quarterback Carson Beck and Oregon's Dylan Gabriel are the favorites, each at plus 750. Quinn Ewers of Texas is next at plus 1,000. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It starts with a simple order, a cold Dos Equis dressed with salt and lime. But for the salt clinging to the bottle and the lime perched on top, this is the luckiest of unions. As if the universe has swiped right, pairing flavors together with a crisp Dos Equis. This is refreshment designed by fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Guy Fieri called Palmer's Nashville Hot Chicken Sandwich a destination dish. Make Palmer's your destination. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp in the Lakewood area, Mockingbird and Abrams in Hillside Village. Open 7 days a week with catering and live music. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Now's the time to switch to Juniper's AI native network. So, instead of network complexity weighing you down, now you can simply rise above problems by proactively preventing them. Juniper Networks. That's the now way to network.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
After the All-Star Game, not all the stars will leave town. Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, and the Rangers take on Gunnar Henderson, Adley Rutschman, and the Baltimore Orioles for 3 games, July 19th through the 21st. Be at the ballpark for this last home weekend series of July and bring the noise, because the crucial second half of the season begins.
Yet another terrific play by Marcus Semien.
This summer is big, bright, and full of stars. Find your tickets now at Rangers.com.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about My Computer Career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
It's time to get back in season, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has hot deals to get you outfitted for fun. Check out savings like buy one, get one 50% off all on-field football apparel and BOGO 50% off sports balls. Plus get 25% off select backpacks. Gear up for the new year at Academy and have fun out there.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct summer sale starts this weekend. For 3 days only this Friday through Sunday, get 20% off rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale too. 20% off starts Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com. 3 days only and Sunday.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick always here with you, and Alec Mefford. We've been the KNC Masterpiece all week. We will be till tomorrow as well. Tomorrow when these fine gentlemen will be out at Globe Life Field ahead of the second half starting up for your Rangers. It's time to welcome in, courtesy of D&M Leasing, the Gag Nation. How you fellas doing today?
Awesome, Reg. How are you, man?
Doing all right. Doing okay. Excited to have you in. Got to talk a little golf there in the break as we're admiring some Open Championship golf as well. Broadus, is this one of your favorites when it comes to the majors?
I do love me some Open Championship golf. I do love when weather is a factor. There was a time where now with the Golf Channel, you are able to know the great players around the world. And there was a time like in the 70s where you really didn't know unless there was a major championship. but there's so many golfers now because of the Golf Channel, and you get to see the European Tour being played, that when you see a name, you're like, oh, that guy's got a pretty tidy game and stuff. But yeah, this is one of my favorites just because of the creativity, the imagination, and the weather conditions.
Yeah, and we've seen some pretty incredible golf. I mean, they put together a little package there, but it seems like a whole bunch of people are holing out there.
I didn't realize we were watching like a highlight reel.
You just thought that three dudes in a row
back to back, just getting buckets.
There was a game we played at one time where you drank for every birdie that was made, and chugged for every eagles and stuff.
It was the most sober game of golf you ever played.
And this is one time where I learned when we were watching the Masters on a satellite dish, like an old school satellite, like a big one, like the huge satellite dish from the 90s, and it was a replay of the highlights. They were getting the packages together for the Masters, and we didn't know it. And every birdie and we're like, oh my gosh, another one. By the end of the day,
I thought you meant your own birdies and eagles. I was like, man.
My best friend's dad came in and goes, what are you guys doing? He goes, Big Jack, we're drinking every time they make a birdie. He goes, you're watching the feed of them put together their highlight packages for tonight. And I'm like, oh, okay, makes sense. And then I proceed to ride the zipper, the ride at the Carney.
Oh, buddy,
the
Carney, zip line,
the zipper, the ride that like when you go to the Carney in the parking lot of a shopping center.
The
zipper, the thing that rolls and your change falls out of your pockets, and I
don't know if I know exactly it, but the idea that you went to the
and threw up all
to the
over
local
place.
carnival that they pull up in trucks and that they put up. I don't that doesn't feel safe anymore, does it?
Look up the ride's called the zipper, and you get in and the car spins forward, backwards, and you're kind of just being thrown in all directions.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yes, I
drunk
see it.
or not, that
zipper.
sounds miserable.
And they usually have it at the non-secure Carney at the mall.
Yeah,
area.
they just pull up to an empty parking lot
and they just pull up,
set up,
and they're like, "Hey, let's go ride a bunch
Got a couple
of
of weeks of this."
Yeah, and so when you're liquored up and riding that, then I got sick, and my buddy paid the Carney dude to like extra money to keep me up in the zipper a little bit longer than normal.
Wow.
So yeah.
So we know what the athletic achievement that Broadus is proud of, clearly. But I mean, with all those holdouts, it made me think, like, is there an athletic achievement that you're like super proud of that comes to mind? Because I know if I had one of those holdouts or a hole in one, which clearly I have not had because I'm not good at golf, that would be up there for me.
I can remember both the eagles that I made. But yeah, other than that, I had the game-tying hit in our Little League Baseball county championship.
Oh, yeah, some stakes too.
We go to the bottom of the sixth, down 1-0 against Battleground Washington, and I tell my buddy Chris Schilling, who was the best player on the team, I was like, please just hit a solo bomb here, so take the pressure off me. He rips a triple down the line. Ooh. Their pitcher.
Now more pressure because you got
to bring him in.
Yeah, you got
this guy's name was Schilling.
No excuses now.
This guy's name Chris Schilling.
Chris Schilling, his little brother.
Bloody sock dude.
Well, no. I mean, elite athlete though.
Okay.
He left baseball and went on and played football a little bit, but I hit a little flare into right field. The starting pitcher was just throwing heat. He had one hit us up to the sixth inning. And my dad's like, just choke it up, put it in play. And I'm like, that's just my game, Dad. Yeah. So, yeah, we won in the seventh.
Very nice.
Beat Salmon Creek in the final.
All right, before the bat got beaten.
Battle Creek and Salmon Creek.
Is there one that comes out for you?
Battleground.
Yeah.
They sound like historic places. We're playing Battleground.
That's
today.
right.
We kicked their ass up and down the field in baseball.
Anything
That's
for you,
so
Eric?
awesome.
I mean, I'd never anything super cool like that. I mean, I had like an interception in a game
that's something
that sort of sealed a regular season game, but it wasn't big time high stakes county fair conversation over there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're playing Texas high school football. That means it's important.
Anything for you?
I have not done anything athletically important in my life. No, I can't really think of like a big time moment that I hold up as like a great one.
I wish I could dunk, you know what I mean? Like if I could dunk, I would just say that.
Yeah, that is. I have dunked once in my life, but I didn't. It was one of those
counts,
where just by the skin of your teeth.
That counts.
And I haven't gotten back to it. I've always told myself I will, and I know that I'm lying to myself. I absolutely
Each day
do.
you get further and further from that ability.
That's right. Now we just got news recently that Russell Westbrook getting traded from the Clippers to the Jazz. He'll be released or bought out, and he will end up on the Nuggets. Does that change your view of the West at all, gentlemen? Clearly, big time name, Russell Westbrook.
I can't believe the Nuggets are. I don't understand what the Nuggets. I guess was Russell Westbrook in that series a little bit more impressive to you than you imagined he was going to be in the Mavericks series?
He
I guess
caused
he
a
had
lot of problems
that first game
for both teams.
Yeah. The shooting was poor, but his ability to kind of get in everybody's way was.
Him and Harden had like one vintage game together. It might have been that first game of the series, but I mean, I've been out on Russell Westbrook for a while. I don't understand why anybody who wants to win a championship is going to have him try and come and be a part of what they're doing.
Has he taken over the lead as the player that's been bought out the most?
Ooh,
maybe.
He's up, and I mean, he's probably the player that's been bought out by the Utah Jazz the most. Most of his Los Angeles exits, I believe, have come courtesy of the Utah Jazz.
Danny Ainge is giving that money up, huh?
Yeah, because he's getting a pick.
I don't think it changes my view of the West, though. I think it's just a 4-team race: Mavs, Nuggets, Thunder, and T-Wolves.
Okay, so you're still feeling the Nuggets in there. Pretty good.
Yeah, although they're getting picked apart. It's so hard to keep a championship team together, and that's fantastic news. I think if you're hoping to win a championship and stave off more dynasties. So yeah, I think right now I would stack it though. Still Denver, Dallas, maybe 1 and 1A, and then OKC, then Minnesota.
Very good. What else can we expect to hear from you outside of Russell Westbrook coverage on this fine afternoon?
Well, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. We will have Frank Caliendo in studio at 5. So that's going to be a lot of fun to get his updated impressions. He's got 4 shows this weekend, and then we have Todd Archer at 4.
Very nice. Always good. You always want to stick around and listen to the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Join us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in here on this Thirsty Thursday. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Broadus, Lucius in the Pimp Cup. Eric Chiafalo is in the house. Woolchuck's on dad duty, so send him some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Thanks to Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. We do have Frank Caliendo coming up at 5 o'clock. One of the most entertaining comedians going, specializing in the NFL. So very much looking forward to Frank coming up, and you can get tickets now to see him at the Addison Improv this weekend. He does have 4 shows, and we have Todd Archer coming up as we're now inside of a week. Next Thursday at this time, we will be live on the tennis courts in Oxnard, California, bringing you our first observations from Cowboys Training Camp 2024. So welcome into the show, gentlemen. How the hell are you? It's good to see you.
Man, it's wonderful. Fantastic. How about a catfish po' boy? Courtesy of Brian Broadus. That was wonderful, dude. I really appreciate that. Oh, that was shrimp?
Shrimp.
Yeah, it was really good shrimp, too.
Whatever it was good.
I just figured
looked like catfish.
Nah, it was shrimp.
It kind of had that catfishy,
Lucius usually gets catfish. Lucius is the one that likes the catfish. So I got him that with onion rings. He told us the other day he likes fries, but more of an onion ring.
I don't even know
guy.
if he likes fries. I think that might be an overstatement to say Lucius likes fries.
No, he's
definitely an onion ring guy, though. I don't want to speak for him.
He went for the onion ring.
You're on point, bro. You're killing it right now.
Throwing heat. Chief's got his fastball working.
I don't know. I mistook some shrimp for catfish there.
Yeah, might have been fried in the same oil.
Maybe I accidentally had Lucius' sandwich. I hope you get shrimp back there, Lucius.
Looking very professorial over there with his glasses on.
Yeah, what's up
good
there?
looking there, buddy.
What's up, man? What are we doing today?
Oh, what's going on? What you mean? What are you talking about?
What are you doing?
Feeling
What are you
nice,
doing back there?
I'm just feeling nice. I didn't go to the gym today, you know what I'm saying? So, I got to put on clothes actually today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Got to put a little sauce to myself today.
You look like you're going to sit down and read a book while puffing on a gentleman's pipe.
Well, that sounds like a fantastic weekend right there.
That does
a gentleman's pipe.
Yeah. Let's sound like a Sunday afternoon there, Mr. Dawson.
Let's get this weekend started early. What do you say? We do have one more night off for the Rangers, though. They'll host the Orioles Friday night, 6:30 pregame right here on the Fan. We'll be at the Globe tomorrow, so come say hi. I want second half predictions here, guys. They were, I believe, at least 3 occasions in the first half where they started playing well, and we were like, all right, here we go. It's time for the real Rangers to play. And then they fell on their face, whether it was a series in Colorado or what have you, the Angels, A's. Why do you believe it'll be different this time? Let's start with you, Brian Broaddus.
I'll just keep riding the horse of the division, and I'm starting to hear, the guys and the gals that cover this league for a living, and they're starting to talk about, the division. They're saying that, hey, Seattle can pitch, Seattle can't hit. I'm looking at the Astros. The Rangers did a really nice job on that series coming out of, coming right before the All-Star break, and taking 2 of 3. They're capable of playing like that. They didn't get enough hitting in that series. Runs were hard to come by, but the pitching held up. The relief pitching held up. So my hope, and it will always be the hope, is that the Texas Rangers will find a way to play good enough baseball in the second half of the season in order to win this division. I'm not giving any hope about wild cards or anything like that. I think to get in the playoffs, they're going to have to win the West, and I'm banking on Seattle and Houston giving you that path.
Man, that's huge, and I'm with you. I think that's where it starts in the division here, and you know how they set up that final month of the season where it's basically just all divisional games for the most part. So you really get an opportunity to stay alive and then capitalize in the month of September. So I'm still feeling positive and optimistic. I think we were all just trying to get to this point in the season with our head above water and then really attack the second half of the season. Now, it hasn't gone the way we imagined, where we thought the pitching was going to be laborious to some extent, and then the hitting was going to be awesome. It's been sort of the opposite, but there are reasons for optimism. They have been much better offensively. Getting Josh Young back is going to be huge, and I think they actually have, we'll get to it around the bases a little bit later, but they have one of the easier second half schedules in the sport.
Yeah, they do. That's
do.
Awesome. All right, Around the Bases is coming up at 6 o'clock. Cannot wait to dig into that at 877-881-1053. The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you. That division, no doubt, playing a role in having one of the easier schedules in the second half of the season for the Texas Rangers. But I don't even think I need to go there. I think we're going to watch them emerge or reemerge as one of the absolute best outfits out there. We can see now Max Scherzer's legit. He has completed the comeback. Josh Young coming back. Malley on top of that. That's a legitimate number 2 starter on a very good team. I feel like Adolis Garcia cannot be this bad for the remaining 60-plus games. And then our guy Bang Bang, the rookie, Wyatt Langford, he has emerged, even hitting cleanup last week. So I feel like maybe they underperform. Injuries got the best of them. Injuries are going away, and I'm just going to bet on great players not being held down, like Adolis Garcia has been. It's just a matter of time before this guy gets hot, and then the offense can actually carry it to some wins as well, it has already.
Yeah, I think, to me, you kind of look at really the start and the top of the lineup with Marcus Semien, and he had a very he had a productive series against the Astros, and then all of a sudden he gets into the All-Star game. He gets a hit there. So I feel like he's kind of feeling a little bit better. But, that 242 batting average to me is a little bit deceiving. And, I think that they found ways to give him a couple of days off. He's responded very well to that. I think that you'll have days where they'll figure out that having him in the lineup is always a plus, but I can see him, raising that average, being much more like the hitter we've seen right before the break than what the guy was earlier that was kind of scuffling along. Him, Seager, the top of the lineup, when those guys were getting on base, and we found that there was some timely hitting. Josh Smith was some timely hitting. Corey Seager at times would come around. Wyatt Langford got hot there. They need to figure out how to get Garcia going and getting him playing at a high level. The numbers, as far as the average, will never be great, but the slugging percentage, things like that, him not chasing, all these things will play into the second half. But, man, getting Marcus Semien going at the top of that lineup, I think, would be a real key for them going forward.
Okay. Anything else on that, Chief?
Well, I was just thinking, if you're somebody who believes in destiny being able to be controlled, then you would be along with the 469 saying that the Rangers do control their own destiny. They just texted that in. Now, some folks don't believe destiny can even be controlled.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And so there's that aspect to it. But if you're a firm believer in being able to control your own destiny, the Rangers have that opportunity right here in front of them.
Well, that is good to know.
Championship heart.
So does he mean they're not mathematically eliminated yet?
I believe that's sort of where that's going.
Right on, dude. Well, that's good to know. It was good to see Caitlin Clark break another WNBA record here in DFW last night, but the Wings got the dub. Indiana dropping 101-93 to your Dallas Wings that I believe improved to 6-19.
Yeah.
The final game league-wide prior to the month-long Olympic break. So you're not going to get any WNBA basketball for a while, but the previous single-game assist record was 18, set by Courtney Vandersloot. Back with the Sky a few years back. Clark, number 1 pick in the draft, NCAA Division I all-time leading scorer, also had 24 points on 10 of 19 shooting. She scored or assisted on 66 points for the Fever.
Dude, that's like her big. I think that's the big selling point for her being the Rookie of the Year is that she leads the league, all players, not just rookies, in most points that she has scored or assisted on.
That's hilarious, dude. I'm surprised after watching some of these montages that her buckets off assists are so high. Have you seen these? Where
oh my gosh, it's like a blooper reel. It's like Shaq and a fool. She would have. I mean, who knows how many more assists she should have? If it was like assists over expectation or something, she should be through the roof here because her teammates are, and they were the worst team in the league last year. She's the number 1 overall pick for a reason. They're pretty bad, and they're not doing her any favors.
No, they're surprised that sometimes some of the passes get to them the way that she's got incredible court vision and the basketball intelligence, and you could see how competitive she is. I'm sure she has to bite her tongue sometimes with some of the passes that she does make that end up being turnovers and things like that. And I think very early in the season, that was something that really was frustrating to her. I'm like, listen, I'm trying to get you guys set up here, but you're making me look bad. But they're doing a little bit better for her. They're being more competitive in games. They're in a lot more games than they were earlier in the season.
Well, I might have to eat a little bit of crow. I thought when they started 1-7 and she was really struggling, low scoring output, low shooting percentage. But sometimes an outlier happens, and that's one thing I love about basketball. There's so many ways to dominate it, and her passing is so fantastic. That she can threaten the defense with those backdoor cuts, the full court bounce passes, over the top passes. I think she is one of the better passers, better vision in all of basketball, not just the women's game. Lakers beat the Hawks 87-86, earning their first Summer League victory in 2024, snapping an 0-5 start. But the big story was Bronny James playing his best game yet, 5 of 11 shooting, had 9 in the first half. He was 2 of 5 from beyond the arc.
The first 2 he's made all year, right? In the Summer League, he'd kind of gone 0-4, and it's kind of funny. I just think with some of these players, you got to be careful about the comments you make about them, especially young players. Getting their feet wet and getting an understanding of, what they need to do, how the speed of the game is and stuff. So, I'm not going to say that he's going to be anything like his dad, but I'm just saying, though, maybe give him a little bit of a chance, see if he can grow a little bit.
Indeed. Big loss for Cowboys media. Michael Gelkin posting on X after 5 seasons reporting on the Cowboys for the morning news. I'm stepping down, moving to D.C. He's moving to Washington for family reasons. Journalism, he says, childhood dream. Lived it for 15 years, and he's beginning the search for a new challenge now. But I felt like Michael had made his way into being one of the best reporters out there on the beat. So
yeah, he is one of the guys where if you had a question about what was going on, him, Todd Archer, 2 of the best that there's some good guys and gals out there that covered this team. I just felt like that Michael Gelkin came in here and, man, he ruffled a lot of feathers.
Did he?
In a way, because nobody really knew him. Nobody really knew much of his background and stuff. He'd been at a couple of different teams, but if you talk to people that worked at those teams or teams he covered, they're like, man, this guy's kind of a bulldog. He's got a bulldog mentality.
Yeah, he just wants the story.
He wants to go get the story. He's going to get sources. I've been with him before out in Oxnard and introduced him to some of my Cowboy sources and stuff like that. Just, hey, this is, you're awkwardly standing there and you're talking and he just walks up on you and you're like going, okay, do I introduce him to this?
He's sniffing out the scoop.
But then the next thing your source is saying, man, this Gelkin's kind of getting after it here. But I say that in all respect. He is trying to figure out what is going on every single day with that football team, and I have a lot of respect for him for that.
Super, super nice guy. And the couple times now that we've gotten to go out to Oxnard and just see him, I mean, this dude is constantly on the tennis courts, and he's on the phone the entire time. If he's not rapidly typing at his laptop, he is just walking around aimlessly throughout the courts on the phone, just sourcing his rear end off.
Well,